love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Woo, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate.
This talks about dance.
trust my intuition. You make me lie to myself, feel some type of way. I've been running and running miles away. I can't believe where I'm at without you by my side. What's up? I know that you're not coming back without you by my side. What's up?
Life in a Hennessy. I never waste my time with diligence. Can't put up on a much of that diligence. Stop being stop flex, relevant, illusion. Man about TT, but I love physical. And I'm just showing you the silly little differences. I don't talk, keep talk to a minimal. Love man, I can't talk. I go uniform. Can you pay pound not that poke? She can let go, push it. Man, bam to the my back to your white up, but a goddamn. I'm trying to catch cheap and I could get can't damn mum chop, buddy. Can you pay pound not that poke? She can let go, push it. A million ups and a million. Should be going round red pub in a box. I'm not bad, but it's creep for the ops. Can't talk on me, they mold and low. I'm putting my on TT, my dream too hard. Now I'm Peter where Wi-Fi, got my spot. I'm beef for the six, you to take you the risk. I'm puffing a passive, nigga, son, too. Me, my bro, PK, much feet are. Pando, Peter where rap, put the lead back. I got a pen, nigga, real, and I know the right time. Party, but to love, call it, talk about these guys. Gonna put the bar, then it's hands, and I'm tea time. Gonna rap honey, then I drum with a part time. Pack, cake, pop, part, then I ain't mine, cause I keep by you, listen. Bro, no, just a bad joy, shit. I feel like a pilot, the hand, and I'm getting more driller. I'm bullet and Uber. If you tally, the juggy, but I know my pillar. 한국이 어떻고요? brother, hold on, 없잖아, 넌 실력. 쳐다본 트랙, 길었다, 쳐놨다. 힙합인 척, 나는 finger. Stuck in a fucked up life in a Hennessy. I never waste my time with diligence. Can't put up on a much of that diligence. Stop being stop flex, relevant, illusion. Man about TT, but I love physical. And I'm just showing you the silly little differences. I don't talk, keep talk to a minimal. Love man, I can't talk. I go uniform. Life don't go for the knife one. Step down to the pipe, 그건 my one. 너네 건 high when you wanna blow with my bro. Who 됐어, 역겨워 너네 fighter. Mission finish, I got vibe on. 안 나가 in this give it this is help, yeah I'm vibe on. The time goes on like a no river. Stuck in a fucked up life in a Hennessy. I never waste my time with diligence. Can't put up on a much of that diligence. Stop being stop flex, relevant, illusion. Man about TT, but I love physical. And I'm just showing you the silly little differences. I don't talk, keep talk to a minimal. Love man, I can't talk, I go uniform. Can you pay pound not that poke? She can let go, push it. Man, bam to the my back to your white up, but a goddamn. I'm trying to catch cheap and I could get can't damn mum chop, buddy. Can you pay pound not that poke? She can let go, push it.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, we'll get our first glimpse at Group D and 4 more teams fighting for the sport's biggest prize. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Day 4 of Champions Seoul. Coming at you live from the... Seth, where are we again?
We're at the COEX Shinhan Card Artium.
Say that 5 times fast.
I prefer not to.
And that's so fair.
Of course, I'm Golden Boy here today with Achilleos and Mimi as we break everything down. It's been a pretty fun opening to this event so far.
What was Wingman doing down on the stage?
Yeah,
Chilling.
Having a good time?
Vibing out in the center.
He's gone now.
Yeah, he's gone, never to be seen again. Probably afraid because you keep threatening to eat him.
That only happened twice.
Yeah.
And neither take was actually a risk to him because neither happened.
That's true, until it does. And then,
but I won't promise it again.
Yeah.
It's run its course.
The girl who cried.
He's my friend now. We're chill.
Of Wingman.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just don't believe her. In any case, so let's go ahead and do a quick recap of Day 3. We got to see the debut of Group C, and we had Leviathan taking on Talon, and then Trace Esports doing the unthinkable and getting an upset win over Vitality. But man, the way things started off here, Mimi, with this Talon Lev game was great.
It had upset vibes to begin. I think that Talon came in with a really off-kilter comp, showing for the first time some Yoru and Neon looks on Bind. It was super cool, but Leviathan Matsu had it in control. This second series, though, a completely different scenario. I mean, Trace, I think, exceeded expectations by so much here, and you saw how much it meant to these guys.
Yeah, no, definitely was. It was incredible to see them achieve that first debut here on the world stage, and Trace, you know, shuts down all the doubters.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first outing for the majority of those players, and to be able to come out and then take down a #2 seed, to be able to have that win, something that we saw, you know, a lot of the other Chinese squads really have to fight and wait for them to come out in the first matchup and be able to take it. I mean, you could see that relief, you could see that elation that was on the face. I mean, tears were shed. People were saying, bro, why is he crying? It's only one game. I'm like, no, that's the point. It is one game. It's the first game. Of course he's crying. He's over the moon.
Yeah, only one of their players has ever played at a global event before. Beyond everyone else was new. This was something fresh for them, and everyone had no expectations for this team. They're the 3rd seed from China, and they just got a massive win. I mean, you can't not be happy for them. Also, the way they do it. It's not like it was about one massive individual popping off or, you know, a huge choke from Vitality. It was some really good, honest Valorant on Bind and Ascent. Their fundamentals looked on point. Those guys are good.
Yeah, they looked fantastic. I'm excited to see what we get from Trace. But for now, though, let's look at our pick'ems powered by AWS. And based off yesterday, I think it's safe to say Trace kind of screwed up a lot of people's pick'ems. But hey, you love to see it, honestly, man. When a team puts and wears it on their sleeve like that on the main stage, it's a beautiful thing to see, man.
Yeah, I mean, break my pick'ems every day of the week if we're going to get results like that. If we're going to see emotions like that from the players, my pick'ems don't matter.
Yeah.
Seeing moments like that, it's great. If you have to question why there's tears on those players' faces, get some joy in your life.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? A lot of people need that in this day and age. All right, well, look, folks, we've only seen 3 days of competition, but Group D is going to be taking the stage in just a little bit. So now's the perfect time to, you know, do something that we never do here on the desk, and that is some good old-fashioned overreactions. That's right. I've never been known to overreact after
Not
things
about
happening.
crew, map 1 especially.
Never.
Never gloating too early, an honest man.
I've never overreacted about anything.
What's on your notebook
you
there?
just, they're not even playing today and you're talking about DRX. This is incredible.
Look, what can I say? I needed a new notebook. There was 2 in the shop. The other one was T1s, and it didn't look as
Wait,
cool.
they sold them at a store?
Yeah.
Like out in the world or here?
Here.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
I just had to go downstairs.
I was like,
to buy
how
it.
pervasive is esports in Korea? I
We
know it was
actually,
quite, but
random thing, real quick aside, we actually saw we were in the train and we saw a Faker ad for some chicken joint.
There you
So
go.
pretty awesome. Esports, of course, continuing to grow. All right, well, let's do some overreaction, shall we? Now, this one's going to be from DRVFM. And they say Gen G have already won champions, and everyone else should just go home.
You know what? Based, I fully, wholeheartedly
I've seen
agree.
this guy like 12,000 times on Twitter because he did like the paying for it thing where you're at the top and also comments on every post. But that's not important, and I don't know why I'm saying that.
Called out in 4K.
Know that you've been noticed. That blue check mark is getting its work in.
Yeah, Gen G is, they're playing some incredible Valorant. I think they're the favorite for the tournament. Should everyone else go home?
Go home?
No.
No.
No, but that's also not a real opinion.
Fine, we'll play it out.
If we got to.
We'll let them have their little fun on stage before Gen G takes it all.
Yeah, all right. So there's one overreaction. Not, a little bit hit or miss. Okay, here's our next one, though. All right, we got Snack VLR saying Lev or PRX is gonna win champs.
Now, this
Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer.
Yeah, this one I cannot agree with at all. I think that Lev, they played a close series. They were able to get the victory yesterday. I think that they should have been able to take that series way easier than they did.
Sure.
And for Paper X, that's more of a I have to wait and see type deal. But with Gen G in the form that they're in, given that they were able to take them down recently.
To say that without even seeing Paper X play, though.
Yeah, I'm not as colored on as you are, of my opinion, off of that first game from Lev. My stocks haven't dropped for them that much off that. I think map 2 is pretty clean. I always give teams that leeway to kind of warm up at globals, but I think Gen G is the favorite, and I don't see the case for PACIFIC yet. I think they have kind of a problem in big games. We saw it in the lower finals that they lost in a reverse sweep, and we've seen it in every other finals at like every global event ever. So saying they're going to win it is a little crazy at this point.
Big PACIFIC fan to make that jump right now, especially when Gen G exists in the universe.
Yeah.
You know?
You're like not a Pacific fan, you are a PACIFIC fan.
Exactly. And hey, you know what? There's nothing wrong
I respect
with that.
that.
Do what you got to
They're
do.
an easy team to be a fan of.
Cheer who you want to cheer for. I love W Gaming all day, baby. All right, well, speaking of W Gaming, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule, shall we? Because we got ourselves a couple of great matches. We have G2 Esports taking on PACIFIC, and then after that, it'll be EDG going up against FUT Esports. And 2 excellent games. What a great way to close out the group, our first few days. The debuts of our groups here. And I really have no idea how any of these matches are going to go.
I frankly don't either.
Maybe that's a good feeling.
Maybe that, I mean, it's a good feeling, but it also makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong, given that I'm here on the analyst desk.
Yeah,
but
you're
yeah,
fine.
this is going to be a bit of a toss-up, I think, coming into this next one, because G2 obviously they were able to get the upper hand over PACIFIC previously, but does that rebound come through here?
I mean, remember the way it happened too. PACIFIC started map 1 up 11-1. It ended up not being the cleanest closeout, but they closed out, and then map 2 and 3 was like a huge G2 resurgence. I don't think anyone expected them to win that game going in, but how much does that shift expectations now for their second showing on a global stage, where they've now proved themselves back in Shanghai?
Yeah, and then of course, you know, you're going to get EDG and FUT, and you know, you get Kong on stage, cNed on stage. It's going to be exciting. Speaking of cNed, he's one of 4 players here that have the potential, if they win it all, to get that second World Championship. So, is there a probability history can be made? 1-4. It's actually not that bad. I mean, well, not 1-4, but you
that's
know,
really
you know what I
not
mean?
how probability.
Listen, I don't know math. Okay, I failed that part.
But that's just, even if you had done the math properly, that would have just been like the proportion of players who have won before.
Why?
We both
know I'm dumb, Mimi.
Yeah, look, he's also old. I dropped out. Like,
which is also, it's only 4 out of 80 players at the event.
Okay.
Well,
that's a lot of players and very few that can lift a second trophy. It will be incredible to see if anybody's been able to do it. I mean, obviously, Chronicle was kind of
5% of the players have won before.
Boom, she got
I
it.
think.
But, you know, obviously, Chronicle was kind of that first one to be able to get multiple trophies. No one had really been able to do it before him. I knew that this was going to be an unhinged desk when I came out here.
But that doesn't mean there's a 5% chance one wins again.
Yes, that's right. That's right, Leroy Jenkins. So, you know,
that was 33.3% repeating, of course.
Very true. I'm so sorry. The numbers are confusing me, people. But we want to know what you guys think at home, all right? Who you think has the potential to be our first 2-time champion? Is it going to be cNed, Aspas, Com, or Saucy? Scan the QR code, cast your vote, and we'll love to hear the results later.
I think it's got to be Aspas.
I wonder if there was a none of the above category.
That's what I was about to ask. Like, do we have an option for none of them? Because
just don't vote.
I mean, given the Gen G train here, I'm thinking that it's going to be none of them.
Yeah.
You know, I'm with Mimi. I'm still not. Jury's not out on left for me. So I don't know. Com and Aspas are, and they,
I mean, the way Com was playing to be real for a second, the way Com was playing yesterday was like he wants to win it again. Aspas as well stepping up. In my mind, that's the team with the best chance over a FUT or a Sentinels, but anything can happen.
Always got to remember that quote, though, from Karon, talking about Loud in particular, but applies to all of them. When they won their trophies, I was not competing.
Ooh.
That line always goes so hard.
I mean, I'll go front. That's some heat right there.
There's a lot of players
when's
here
the
who weren't
mixtape
competing
dropping?
back
I mean,
then.
it does apply to a lot. But he's finally got that trophy.
I need to know when the mixtape's dropping. All right, folks. Well, G2 Esports, of course, making their appearance on the champ stage ahead of their debut. So we caught up with the IGL Valyn and, of course, the man of last season, Leaf, to play a game to test their communication skills, their camaraderie. Let's check it out.
All right, I'm joined by G2 Valyn, G2 Leaf, live in the flesh here in Seoul for Champs 2024. And we're going to play a little game here. It's called Reverse Charades. And it's not actually that. It doesn't have both charades and charades in it. I'm just doing the different pronunciation, you know what I mean? Like US, UK, that type of beat. These guys, they didn't know how the game was played. But that's not a problem because we're not playing charades, we're playing reverse charades. So, what I'm going to say is, here's how it works for the audience at home. The person pulls out a category out, this little bowl, glass bowl here, and it could be Valorant related, it could be not Valorant related. We don't actually know yet. Let's get this started.
Both your hands up.
We're going to do 30 seconds time. I'm going to swap positions as well. It's your turn. Switch it up. Valyn, you're the one who's going to be gesturing. You're going to be commanding him. Pick it out.
All right.
Make sure
show
it's
the
nice
camera?
and good. Yeah, show the camera as well. Don't look, Valyn.
Not looking.
Okay, good. What are we looking at here? Oh boy! Wait,
Oh,
what?
That's awesome.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay.
So, all right, Jake, I'm
All
ready.
right.
I hope you're ready. Okay. I hope this isn't cheating. Pretend you're Omen. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Pretend you're Omen.
Okay.
All right. You're using one of your abilities, right? And you are putting an object down to block vision.
Oh, I'm throwing a
maybe,
smoke.
yeah,
Dude, he hit it in what?
I'm
Okay.
throwing a
I'm
smoke.
not gonna
Smoke.
lie. That was a little bit too easy because you were
I
like,
feel like
you're,
that was kinda
you're
like-
Omen and you're throwing like okay, but that's pretty
Wait,
good.
did
You got
I
it
say
in one.
throwing? I said
No.
Did I say
You didn't say throwing. You're like placing an object. I think that's fine. I think that's
placing
reasonable.
an
Anyway,
object that gets rid of
We don't have much time. We got to
All
swap
right,
this
all
up.
right,
Keep
all
going.
right.
But that was
Where
good.
should I
You got
Where
that.
should I put this?
All
That
right.
was nice. Just give it to me.
Is it my turn?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
good.
your turn. I'll
All
eat it
right,
later.
all
Don't
right.
worry.
Is he doing it for me? It's just us two? You
Yeah,
were just doing the
just do
example?
that. I don't think I'm allowed to play anymore. I think I butchered the intro. So
Ooh.
All right, I'm not looking. I'm not
Yo,
looking. Tell me
this
when you're
is-
ready. Tell me when you're ready.
what is
This is insane.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know
words.
what
Okay.
to say.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Hands behind your back.
Um,
Hands behind your back.
Yeah.
You don't have to have your hands behind your back.
I know, but
It's
it's
okay.
It's a nice neutral
right.
spot.
Put your hands out like you're holding a weapon.
Like,
A Valorant weapon.
yeah, like a gun.
Yes.
weapon.
And when you run out of ammo, what do you do?
Reload a weapon.
I mean,
So I'm just like,
I
taking
think,
the
I think it's
magazine
good.
out.
Honestly, you got. I don't know. Do we need to set more rules in
I feel
motion?
like the rules are like,
It's like a little bit too easy, no?
Maybe we can't
like-
describe the action.
Yeah, I don't think. I think you got to describe the hand motion.
All right, hard mode
So,
now.
all right,
Hard
you want
mode
to go
now.
again? You want to
All right.
swap it around? Swap it around. Swap it around. Swap it around.
All right.
Here we go. I'm supposed to be the
Dude, I
moderator
don't even
here.
know
I
what
can't
to
do it.
say.
All right.
I can't do it. All right. We got one more.
All right, I'm not
okay.
looking.
We got one more in us.
Yo, make it hard. Like,
Okay.
give me like
yeah.
a weird.
Show the camera. Show the camera. This was quite difficult.
I feel like, okay, I'm good. You can
It's
you
good?
can you can
yeah.
look at me.
All right.
All
30
Have your
seconds.
hands out in a motion where you're like a totem.
A totem?
Yeah, like on top of one another. Put your hands on top of one another.
Okay.
And then imagine you or just put like do like a downward motion, like you're striking down.
Like a spear?
Yeah. Yeah. No. Just straight down, okay? You're putting something down. Like
10 seconds.
a totem, basically. See, now this is a little hard
it's
now.
harder. It's so
now
much
a little
harder.
bit harder.
Like I'm putting.
That's the motion you're doing to put
Yeah.
this thing down.
You're like slamming it
planting
down.
the spike.
No.
Oh, kind of close, kind of close.
Defusing the spike.
No.
Time's up. Time's up. We'll get a buzzer sound in post or something. I'm not too sure. But
That's
yeah,
good.
that's, no, it wasn't that. It was, you want to reveal
Killjoy
it?
Ultimate.
Yeah, it's
like
Killjoy
when you
Killjoy
Killjoy.
Ultimate.
Because you know, like when you go like with
Yeah.
it. But like I don't want to say like you're putting down
Yeah.
an ability.
Putting down an object that it actually detains people.
Yeah, exactly.
That would
Like, that'd be
that
way
would just
too
give it
hard.
away immediately. But that was
I
pretty
feel
good.
like it's
I'm not gonna lie.
yeah. I feel like it's more fun.
Yeah,
that
when we
way.
put the limitations in place.
Yeah.
Anyway, may have butchered the segment. We're definitely not running this one back again, but we're going to send it back to the desk. Nevertheless, thank you very much, G2, Valyn, and Lee, for sending it back now. See you later.
And a fun fact, that is the thing that got Brent fired. So it's crazy.
Yeah.
It was a good run he
So
had.
Seth, right after this, is going to have to run over and catch with Josh for the second series
Pretty
now
much.
that Brent's gone.
Yeah. It's a shame, but you know, we just had to
back and forth.
we just had to, you know, cut him out, man.
I think Valyn's face trying to figure out that Killjoy
great.
like that. He's never struggled harder trying to get a read on a team in game compared
Yes.
to that.
That was
Yeah.
the hardest part of the event for him.
Yeah, that was it. The biggest challenge you'll ever face.
I actually don't think Brent
All downhill
understands
from
what
here.
reverse charades are, but they figured it out.
They got there, sort of, in the end. All right, guys.
And good on them for that.
Well, we're starting the day off with yet another Shanghai rematch. It's almost like these teams have qualified for multiple global events. That's crazy. And of course, G2's got that more measured style of play, and we all know and love Paper X's aggressive. We say it 500,000 times, W Gaming. But the thing is that you know, G2 has had the number here of PAPERX. Is this going to be history repeating itself again, Seth, based on what you've seen from PAPERX throughout, you know, Stage 2 and Pacific?
I want to say going into this, it's going to be a very different look, and that's not to discredit, you know, the efforts of G2 because they are an incredibly strong team. One of the things that we were noticing from G2 pretty much in their entire run throughout Shanghai was, okay, maybe a bit of a rocky first map. That download comes through from Valyn. He really gets an understanding about how the enemy team likes to, you know, come at them, and then he's able to counteract it.
Yeah.
So his reads are immaculate, but the mistakes that we were seeing from PAPERX have very much been tightened up. And I would say that even with the loss versus DRX, that reverse sweep they were able to pull off against them in the lower final of Stage 2 in Pacific, that was less of PAPERX falling back into their slump and making mistakes, and more so it was DRX really getting a solid grasp, similar to how G2 got one over them in Shanghai.
I'm hearing dissension.
I still think that if G2 are playing in their best form, and when we talk about their best form, it's having a really good read, it's having really structured ideas, not making mistakes, individuals not going off on their own. They match up really well against PAPERX.
Yeah.
PAPERX barely plays meta comps. They're almost always playing comps that are like exploitative instead of optimal, that aren't necessarily the perfect comp, but they play it really well, and the implementation can catch teams off guard and also have their own gimmicks that can work really well. And that's not to say those comps are bad. They're good. But against a team like G2, whose strength, I think, is Valyn and Josh going in ahead of time, figuring out what are the holes in our opponent's game plan, in their composition, they're really good at finding those opportunities where, because PAPERX are taking risks in playing something different, in playing their unique style, they do leave those holes sometimes. And I think G2 is the team, if they're playing the way they did in Americas, to find that.
No, I don't disagree with that at all. I just think that you're going to see significantly fewer holes to be exploited here by G2 in the game plan from the side of PAPERX compared to that first clash. I mean, you think about those maps that were played, that opening split, fairly dominant and one-sided for the side of PAPERX, but then into a very close map too. If PAPERX are going to be operating at a similar level and making fewer mistakes like we were seeing from them in Stage 2, then that 13-10 scoreline could very much be turned around in PAPERX's favor.
And let's be real, PAPERX kind of choked the first time they played against G2. They were up 11-1 on map 1, and then map 2 and 3 was rough.
I'm not allowed to say it. I'm contractually obligated and banned from using those words about my teams.
Okay. This guy, the fix is in. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear what Jonah P had to say as he's getting ready for his matchup against PAPERX coming to the arena for our Champs Draw show, actually.
G2, Jonah, brother, you're going up against W Gaming in PAPERX. That is just, and you're familiar with those guys. I mean,
very familiar.
What do you think of this matchup, man?
I mean, they're a great team, but they're bigger chokers than we are, so.
Well, firstly, apologies for the confusion on that, but also
me when I'm in a losing a best out of 5 competition, and my competition is PAPERX and G2.
What I also think is really funny is, like, so he's saying, oh, they are chokers, but they're bigger chokers, but they're both just chokers.
I mean, let's be real.
I know,
the BO5 curse for both these teams has been, it's been legit.
Yeah, it truly has been. Of course, here's G2 Esports coming to this one, #2 seed from Americas. And another incredible feat, though, for this team. The only Ascension team that has made it here to Champions. They were slugging it out in Tier 2 last year, and now they're here playing for a World Championship, Achilleos.
No, I mean, it's been an incredible run, and the development here for this squad across the year has just been absolutely fantastic. The big thing that I'm going to be looking for from them here from the outset is just a little bit more consistency, because we did see some shakiness. Overall, G2 was very solid over at Shanghai, but we did have those games where Icy wasn't popping, Leaf wasn't able to go on these you know, crazy walkabouts where he's getting these wild flanks and then just getting multi-kill rounds time and time again.
Look at this graphic, though. Every other Ascension team, 9th place, 11th place, 10th place. G2 makes it to the finals in Stage 2. They make it to the finals in Stage 1. They make it top 3 at Masters Shanghai. They are an utter anomaly when it comes to the other teams that were playing in Tier 2. And you look back a year ago from today, G2 had just won Ascension, and they were in a position where they didn't even know if they would be playing in partnerships the next year. Their org, the guard back then, ended up not continuing. They didn't know if they'd make it in. They had to find a new org. They had to, you know, have roster changes and Tex leave the team for an offer at Leviathan. But despite all that adversity, they figured it out. They made it to Americas under a new organization, made some risks in picking up new players, but it has all worked out so well for these boys. poised to now legitimately be one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how you slice it, these guys are coming into this one as threats. And one of the reasons why is because of their IGL Valyn, who's the big brain of the team. He actually caught some words with Mika Fabs earlier today. Check it out.
Hey Valyn, how are you? It's nice to see you. Got lots of fans out there. It's been quite a year for you guys. And when you reflect on the journey that you've had so far, like through Ascension, and now you guys are the only Ascension team to make it to the global stage, why do you think this team, this core, has stayed together for so long?
I think we knew since the beginning. We had good results even when we first formed the team. We knew we had something special. The personalities on the team, we all clicked, at least the core. And you know, results kept coming and we kept working hard, becoming better individuals in and out the server. So I think we understood that we made each other better every single year. And so it would be a foolish decision for us to kind of leave each other when we had the constant growth every year. And now that it all paid off, you know, we're making international events. I'm so happy to do it with these guys. And hopefully we can take off with some more wins.
Well, best of luck. That's really wholesome and I love the fit.
Thank you.
And despite Valyn's humbleness, I mean, this is a guy, though, who is a demon in the server sometimes. Absolute pop-off performances, not just, you know, clicking heads, but also with his strategy. I mean, the guy is doing so much on this team. And that's not to take anything away from the rest of G2. It just goes to show the strength of this player, what he brings to the table, the quality that he brings. It truly is impressive. He, Controller of the Year and IGL of the Year voted, you know, in MVP for Americas.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've made some jokes on the Pacific broadcast about lack of fragging IGLs in comparison to Munchkin, but Valyn kind of is that guy. He is that one that really can step up to the plate, but also is just a fantastic leader and can do a very good job of just keeping everybody's heads in the game. Because the biggest thing that I think about for G2 with their run in Shanghai is perseverance. Think about that, you know, that Ascent, I think it was, that they had versus
the amount of
Heretics.
comebacks was ridiculous.
It was absolutely astounding. So many other squads would already just be like, okay, this one's a wash. Let's just get this out of our heads and focus up for the next one. No, they stuck in, they went to the grindstone, and they were able to close out that map.
It's a tough team.
And obviously you can never know how much an IGL or whatever is doing behind the scenes, but what we do know is when the players talk about Valyn, they talk about what a fantastic leader he is, how much he brings to this roster. And when you talk to him, we've worked a lot with the guy. He is so mature, he is so responsible, and he is such just a student of the game in the way he's constantly VOD reviewing, constantly learning, and all of that is beyond his own ridiculous individual performances. I think he's the best individual player on the team beyond just the external stuff he's doing as well.
The dude's a sponge. Genuinely, he's a sponge. When we worked with him, you know, he takes everything in so fast, and he's able to really understand it in a way that
if he was a less good IGL, he'd take our jobs.
Yeah, honestly, and I wouldn't be mad. I'd be happy for him. Real talk. But in any case, though, let's go ahead and look at the other side of the stage, because you got PACIFIC. Now, this is a team finished third in Pacific, and it was their worst placement ever for this squad. But the thing is, though, is that you got a very, you know, competitive game Pacific region right now. PACIFIC really trying to find what is going to work. And I think the question is, can this team, guys, go on a run here in Korea?
Look, it's certainly possible, but first I do want to quantify that. You know, worst placement within Pacific. They were able to get the trophy last year. They go to kickoff finals, they go to stage 1 finals, win that, and then they fall shy of the mark after DRX defeats them. But this is still that team that is a bit anomalous, and it's always difficult to say, like, yes, they have it, because it feels like every time you really have a ton of confidence in them, that's when they fall the most. But when you start to be like, okay, they're looking shaky, I don't know if they're gonna be able to pull it off, they're still doing these weird comps, that's when they do go on those runs.
It's incredible that they're still like this, though, after all this time
it's
of
in their
following.
DNA.
I think it's proof that no matter how much people can't quantify what they do, no matter how much stuff they do looks honestly dumb when you see it happen, they execute on things so well. They have such a strong conviction in the team's ideas, in the comps they want to play, and they have such talented players that no matter, I think you could random number generator a comp with at least some idea behind it, and these guys could execute it well. No matter what they're doing, they can catch you off guard. They have insane individuals, and that's why you can never count this team out, no matter if they're playing great or struggling back home.
Yeah, it really is a testament to how this PACIFIC team has kept and maintained their identity for such a long time. But let's go ahead, though, and jump back over to Mika Fab. She's standing by with something.
Hey, something. Oh, listen to that crowd. You are back for another Champions, and it's against G2. So does this feel like it's unfinished business from like straight from Masters past, and they're kind of guarding the gate to your Champions run?
It's kind of sad the last time how we lost to them, but this time I think we prepared enough to try to win them, so let's see.
All right, well, the crowd is hyped to see us. I'm hyped to see it as well. Good luck.
A man of few words, but he expresses himself perfectly fine when he takes to the server and dominates people all the time. The shots, this dude is unbelievable. So I have no doubt in my mind that they've put in that work, but this is going to be a tough one without a doubt. Good thing for them, though, is that they're able to lean on a lot of the shooters on that team. One guy in particular, Jing, who we thought we were not going to see him for a little while, but he's back, he's here, and he's competing. And when Jing gets activated, Mimi, it is scary to go up against him.
The last time we saw him play on a champion stage was probably one of the most emotional matches we've watched in Valorant, making it to the final there with the expectation that his national service would take him away from competing for upwards of a year afterwards. He ended up having medical issues that exempted him from that national service, and he came back into Pacific this year when no one expected he would, and he kicked off right where he left off, playing some incredible Valorant. The guy continues to be an absolute talent, and I feel like it's such a blessing for the game that we get to see him continue to play. Yeah, at a tier 1 level in VCT.
Yeah, and I mean, he's, had a couple moments where teams have been able to get the better of him, but for the most part, that firepower has been very reliable from him. But of course, I'd be remiss to not mention Devai as well as another steady hand there on that team. He's been putting in so much work throughout this entire year, throughout their entire careers as a team together. People always say, like, oh, he's the unsung hero. We don't talk about Devai enough. I've been talking about this guy nonstop because he is incredible, but I have to continue doing so.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's really, you could take any of these players on this team and speak just so positively about them because of all the success that they've managed to find. And now what they want to do is turn that into a trophy. This team is an uncrowned king, if you will. You know, they want to try and lift this trophy. They got to make it happen here. Let's see if that's the case. But earlier on in the show, we asked you guys about our MasterCard fan poll, who will be our first 2-time champion, potentially. And you all said Aspas, which I think is funny because by relation, it would also be Calm.
No, absolutely. Calm's not gonna do it. It'll only be Aspas. They're actually Grand Finals Map 5.
They're gonna play
Calm, you've lost your spot.
They're gonna play 4v5, and Aspas is just gonna, or he's gonna multi-box.
Yeah, just dying to get up and then go to the other side.
Besides just voting for Aspas because Aspas, I do legitimately think that Leviathan is the roster with the best chance out of those teams. They're at least the highest expectations to maybe win a trophy, and it would be amazing to see Aspas win 2 Champions trophies and to see Calm go back-to-back.
That's right. Well, here are your predictions for today. And this one, you can tell no one knows where to go, where the chips land, but I do find it quite hilarious that outside of Mitch, everyone has kind of aligned in their regions, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, granted, we would also have Paperthin backing us up, I'm sure, but he is off today. But, we got it. This is, again, such an anomalous team. We never know what to expect from them. You have to suspect that they have been prepping hard. They're not a squad that's going to sit back, rest on their laurels, not getting Prac in. These are guys that are going to be diving in and have been screaming every single day since that elimination from the lower final.
Yeah, but you also know on the other side, G2 Esports, I mean, they're going to be prepped, ready to go here, Mimi.
Absolutely. I think that's their biggest strength, coming in with prep work, coming in with the counter strat to what their opponent does. PaperX is a good team to adapt and come up with new things for every match, but I think once you've played this team once, that shock factor disappears a little bit, even if they are coming up with new, exciting comps. But either way, this is going to be a tough match.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, and it's time to get the show started. G2 versus PaperX, EDG versus FUT. Day 4 at Champions Seoul starts right now.
favori, net bir favori yok bence. Herkes kazanabilir. O yüzden
EDG zaten ilk rakibimiz. EDG'yi
kazanırız.
İnşallah kazanırız.
Zaten 2 sezondur da Çin'i domine eden takım. Yani tabii ki de region'un en güçlü takımı.
Kolay olmayacak.
Evet, kolay olmayacak.
Hiç maç kolay olmayacak bu saatten sonra ama.
Zaten. Ama ben bize bakınca bizi daha üstün görüyorum. Ne yalan söyleyeyim. Gerçekten.
Benim bir lafım var biliyorsunuz. Yani büyük konuşan büyük yer. Onun için şunu yapacağız, böyle yapacağız demek istemiyorum.
Şampiyon olmaya.
Şampiyon olmaya diye.
1, 2, 3. Şampiyon olmaya.
Hadi bakalım.
잊었던 새로움을 찾아
人生的目标就是一直需要精益求精。就在东京大师赛的时候的感受，可能更多就是受宠若惊吧，因为得到了太多人的一瞬间的一些关注。我觉得最困难的瞬间应该是上海大师赛输的那一次吧。
It's kind of tragic to see EDG go home this early.
这场无所谓了，反正都已经这样了，所以说我们就只能在首尔好好打。
In 21, I was more all over the place, like I can do whatever I want. But now I want to play with the team. I'm improving as a person.
以前打得好的时候都是 underdog， 因为今年前2次都没有当 underdog， 这次就当个 underdog 吧。
EDG beat us when I played in Navi in 2023 in Tokyo. I want to take the revenge.
我觉得cNed可能更多是一个很有创造力，然后很大胆一个选手吧，而他可能会找到很多相似的人，但是我可能只有一个。
When I was in Tier 2 grinding, I've always watched people compete at Champions, I watched people win Champions, and I never had the opportunity to actually step foot on the stage myself. This time around, I'm in the position to compete.
The fact that we got G2 is kind of like fate to meet them. It didn't go in our way, but we could change that.
I know they're looking for revenge. This time around, I don't think it's going to be any different.
For us, I think we just have to find a balance to become W gaming sometimes and to not become W gaming.
PACIFIC, right now we're 1-1. You beat us in Reykjavik, we beat you in Shanghai, and now it comes down to the decider at Champs.
If we could be the world champion, the sacrifices that we had to make, I think means everything.
PACIFIC G2
I hope you're all ready for a battle because these two teams are gonna bring it. They've met each other before in competitions just like this in the past, and each and every time it's been a fireworks display, and I'm expecting the same thing this time around, Mimi.
This is the game to settle the score. The first global event for this G2 core. They lost to PACIFIC, went home early. They got their revenge the last time we saw them at an international, and now here at Champions, it's the one that matters
Rubber
most.
band match. You love to see it. Oof, and here is your series layout. Icebox, Lotus, and Bind.
Icebox is an interesting one to me. I was a little surprised to see PACIFIC picking into that one, because it's been a solid map for them, but it's one of the most normal maps for them. They're just playing like kind of the old school Jet Sage KO look here.
I think the other big surprising thing is it wasn't them picking the Lotus. That's something that they have felt very comfortable on, but G2 say, okay, you're gonna take Icebox. We're gonna go at you on Lotus, that map that you have been relying on so very much.
And I'm gonna be real, not to lean back into the, oh, this comp isn't perfect and I'm gonna freak out thing, but the no Sentinel Lotus comp, I'm not that sold on it. I think these slow attack side teams with really good mid-rounding, like G2, can exploit a lot of the gaps in that composition, even if it has the fireworks with the neon, with the jet kind of stuff there.
When I look at this series layout, though, I do have to say it looks good for G2. I feel like Icebox solid for that team. Lotus, solid for that team. Bind,
I mean, Bind feels like a big advantage to them at the end there.
Yeah, it really does. But Seth, I know you're going to give me the counter opinion.
Look, there are some concerns to have here. Icebox, that was where the 100 Thieves incident happened over and over again, frankly, for the side of PaperX. Lotus was that second map, that first one rather, that G2 was able to take PaperX down on when they faced off against each other. But we see here that there are going to be some adjustments as Forsaken's going to be flipping over onto this Sova.
Yeah, I'm a fan of it. I've never really seen the value of the KO over the Sova on this map. I think that drone is kind of an invaluable tool to have, although kind of playing exploitatively against the Harbor comp, I don't think it's bad, but overall, good adjustment here. G2 is one of the few teams sticking to the Harbor Viper ideas. They changed to that recently and beat Leviathan on this map. I think they look really good with it. I was impressed with how well Valyn was playing on the Harbor.
I'm curious to see how practice this Sova looks. It's not something Forsaken has played much of in his career, something around 20 games worth.
That's right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the action, shall we? And all that's left to do, send it over to your casters. It's my BFFs from EMEA. You got Mitch and Tom on the call.
Thank you, buddy. Yes, it's time to get on into this matchup. PaperX and G2. It's going to be hype. You've heard from the desk theories about it being a mismatch in style. What's your take on that, Tom?
The thing is, I feel like you can go into so many games with PaperX and go, it really doesn't seem like their style's going to match up. And then they win 13-3 and you're going, okay then, like that's just how it is. They've come into this tournament, you kind of look at them and you're going, okay, they're not where they've been over the last year or so. Like you go back to last year, this was a team that was basically dominating Pacific, got to the finals of Champions, and it's been a slow, seemingly decline, but at any moment you always feel like this team can come back. For G2, it has been an accelerated rise. Like, you wouldn't think that this was a team coming in from Ascension, and now, well, they're one of the contenders.
Well, they absolutely are. G2 have looked fantastic, and even within Americas, they made the whole run all the way to the grand finals without dropping a series. This is a squad that PaperX definitely can't underestimate, and well, if Mimi's right, and the matchup in style is going to be different, could give the edge over to that G2 squad. Attack side to start it out here on Icebox, and a slow push up to the A site. Spike waiting outside B. They're just taking space, contesting for some of those angles. PaperX yet to react.
But that's the thing, the defensive side for PaperX, at least on A, it's that brawly old school style. You got the Sage, you got something, they're just looking for fights. They're looking to try and battle. And this ruse has already been sold. There was only one defender, more of a retake setup for PaperX, and I'll be honest with you, I think they're going to have to retake.
Yeah, there's not much of a choice here. Even the spam's not going to yield much if they were to go for them. Instead, grouping up the blob play, just leaving something to go through the kitchen, while the rest look for the site control. Now G2 have their post plans. Nobody sent out to mid just yet, but I see Valyn checking the flank, and perhaps that'll be late flank indeed. He's on his way. The timer starts ticking now for PaperX to get on that spike and start the defuse. Back yellow fight is the main point of contention, still being held onto by Leaf, getting closer to block that defuse around the wall, and they're dropping bodies all over the place, only left to Divide, and he's quickly shut down. Valyn's made it through on the flank, but the time's already gone. It's 1-0 for G2.
Yeah, it's not the greatest start either. But when you look at it from PaperX, like this is a composition for G2 that you really don't want to allow them to get into those post plants. Like the whole setup is you don't have that duelist because you have tons of utility to get you in and then plenty to get you out. And obviously the idea from PaperX is try and use the wall to your advantage, but you can see G2 are more than happy to re-aggress. And this is a round where they're low on utility as well. Like you're not going to have those major investments as you'll see in future rounds. It's only going to get more and more difficult for the side of PaperX, the more economy advantage we see for G2. Early days though, I'm going to see some investment back into a few pistols. Again, a stack up on the A site, expecting the pressure to be there, and well, I think Divine might have been spotted by the Giant.
Yeah, he popped up on the mini-map, nice and easy. Leafs even managed to find Jing, but at the cost of his life, still just a pistol lost, while they take control on the other side of the map and get the plant down. Again, we're going to see the post-plant setup and the dangers of this round. Often you will see a bit of a danger if someone like Jing is still alive to put the wall down. Potentially, they can get a decent amount of ground on the defuse. We've certainly seen that in EMEA a couple of times. But yeah, Natonk. On or under the wall, he's just as effective. But for PaperX, they don't have that option. And so it's going to be a pretty difficult time trying to do anything in the way of damage. Something's made it up behind, though, and he might be able to drop a few weapons. A few nice shots with Trent down, and another to Jonah P. This is getting quite costly for G2. And something didn't look to be stopped anytime soon, but Valyn steps in. Still, 2 rifles carried forward. That's decent damage for PACIFIC.
Yeah, no, that's really not bad, especially out of so little. Him being able to do that much damage. He's a couple away from a Blade Storm, immediately going to invest straight into the Outlaw, which, again, I think if there's going to be win conditions, you're always going to look at the individuals on PACIFIC. Like, they're a team that a lot of the time they're talking about the idea of rolling without an IGL. Like, you know that it's going to come down to those individual fights. If this man can start off strong, there's been so many highlights. Like, I think of even like the first week he played Jet on this map. He had one of the craziest like Blade Storm plays you've ever seen in your entire life. So you always have to watch out. And for G2 in this round, there is going to be a piece missing. Of course, it's the 3 rifles. If you lose one, you're only going to have those extra couple brought back up. Not going to overinvest. But they do have themselves Thrash, the only ultimate that will be available in this round, unless, as said, something gets a couple of extra kills.
Well, Harbor's using all his utility to clear out these angles. They've gained space, but towards A, poking and prodding the bear, trying to see where the aggression was coming through. They found out the hard way. The Outlaw was posted up. Mid-push from PACIFIC. A very late flank attempt by Jonah P. Better find value because Valyn's gone down through the spams. And now PACIFIC gearing up for a retake. Just 2 players defending around that angle. Still the Killjoy utility on, so it's not like Jonah P is going to get a free fight onto these guys unaware.
That goes too far.
Well, yeah, it might just be out of range right about now, but the problem is there's no one else left to draw their eye. It's only Jonah P. And, well, his chances of stopping this diffuse are anyway. 0.
Like, even though the utility had gone offline, when you have 5 players alive and only 1 on the other side, you start to make the realization of where that player is. For G2, okay, you would have wanted to do a little bit of extra damage, but they can hold the rifle and they're going to be able to buy into this next round. That is the thing, though. You go towards the A site, as long as something's there, which you will be in most rounds, you're going to have to challenge him. You're going to have to fight him, and I believe that was just low shields in this round for Leaf, so something that, again, they're going to have to keep in mind for future. But I don't mind what PACIFIC are doing at the moment. Even though, as said, it's always going to be tough to play those retakes if the weaponry's online and if G2 have all their utility. They're basically just relying on, okay, can we spam someone down? Because they aren't really using much to sort of protect that player.
Well, early game plan's going to be a little bit of scouting coming in from Thrash. Gone back around to the back of Yellow, so nice and easy to retrieve that.
Look how far up they are.
Yeah. Big push from PACIFIC. They've gone through A main, starting to make that flank come through, and there could be a fight in the moment with Leaf. He's gone back to put his trap in play, and his alarm bot does cover all the angles. He's sticking around as well to try to execute. It's going to be a tough fight, though. Something and Jing hot on his tail.
And now they know. Immediately, Thrash is going to be utilized, and you can see something almost trying to bait it out, but instead it's going to be Jing caught. Can he try and defend him? No, he can't. Both players eliminated. And now the rest trying to wrap around the site. Jonah P, good position, tries to use the timing, but goes down. But again, those trades are immediate from the G2 side. The fundamentals looking strong, and Valyn looking even stronger. 3-1, immediate response. And I feel like PACIFIC is going to have to change things up because they are allowing that plant down every round on B.
Yeah, I mean, the idea here, you're trading out the early plan for the early flank. It's not a bad trade-off just for the fact that there's a Thrash available and that they use it so quickly and get it right into the correct position. The player up close is the one caught, and the fight initiated on the one further back. And once you eliminate something in Jing, well, the round gets a whole lot easier. 3-1 for G2, a solid start. Now a big challenge, though. Round 5 sees PACIFIC still investing, and with no shields, something's pulled out the operator. Glass cannon, it's a risk, but it just might pay off.
He could have just played Blade Storm as well, so it really does show the faith he has in that gun. But he went over to the B site early. They tried to make that adaptation. They tried to catch G2, but instead they put early pressure in onto the A site. A mid lurk as well from Jonah P, looking to try and take space, although it does seem like they have eyes in the form of the turret and in the form of a player not too far away.
Oh, I think that was through the orb. The orb was up when that spam came in and through a wall as well.
He's broken it for his teammates so that Jonah P can take the space. Like, maybe they consider that someone could have already crossed, but you can see that on the other side, Forsaken is watching mid. He's keeping an eye on it, but he has no idea that somebody's already in kitchen.
Yeah, you're expecting that cross to be the player that was further back, breaking the turret. Now Jing taking down Icy. A good start. Spike on the floor, but there's Jonah P's flank coming into fruition. Devi tries to hold the space. Spike down, and they want to keep that control. Jing's coming in to support up top. It's a big swing and one that works out, leaving Jonah P, the flanker, to do it all. Something gets a second lease of life, and with the off, that might be all he needs, but Jonah P really starting to take a bite out of this round. 20 seconds left, though. Spike quite far away, defended by Devi, and an op on the rotation. A near impossible situation.
Maybe a little bit of an overextension from Jing. There is still a chance if he can quickly find this kill, but I think it's patient from Devi. He actually gets away. Now, there is a chance for him to plant at the back of the site. It's only going to be the sprint straight away, just trying to deny him, while Devi, great round from him. He's going to make sure that does not happen.
Got a little bit scary. It really did. He had the opportunities, and there was a moment where something went down, right? He's 26 HP. One more bullet landed precisely. He could have been out of the game, and then that 1v1 might have even been taken on the spike. But the round ultimately falls into the hands of PAPERX, 3-2. Wow. Jing was lucky to avoid that in the first place.
Yeah, I think good ultimate from Forsaken, managing to cause sort of some disruption while Jing goes to swing. And then also the fact that he escapes, because I think Jing is almost immediately traded out from that mid lurk. And that is, again, something that G2 are doing very well, is just selling false information, like breaking that turret from a player further back, a clear plan to give space.
Turret up top, did it see him? Well, it doesn't matter. Something's got the kill anyways. It was broken from further back, and nice setup for PAPERX. And then they fill in the space. You know they're not likely to challenge that a second time. The push-up, though, it's going to be a little risky. Something's being surrounded on all sides. Jing's kept control over main, but they've lost the site itself. A nice kill by Mindfreak makes this a little bit more competitive. G2 down and out. Icy's the last man standing. 1v4, 5 HP on Mindfreak. That's probably the only thing we can look to as a positive. He's got some utility. That'll buy him some time. The wraparound up towards heaven. And they still think that he's pretty close. The alarm bells should be ringing, and now, well, now they've got the information on exactly where he is. Got to deal with this guy, but a double swing should put him in the ground. It's a little early for Mindfreak, but he hits the shot.
This guy is popping off in this round. Again, I feel like there were players getting caught out by the Reckoning, like forced out of position. The G2 players knew exactly where they were, but they're just hitting their shots. Like Mindfreak does very well to have that aggressive push initially, a fallback that still catches the player mid. And again, I don't necessarily mind the adaptation from G2. It's like, okay, they take an aggressive B control. Let's try and quickly split through mid. But it seemed like even though that control had been given up, PAPERX were very aware. And wow, Mindfreak just playing with absolute confidence. Don't expect anything else.
Well, yeah, at this stage especially. Something as well with the early picks. He's been up there. You can see the reality behind that operator buy, why they wanted to go for it so early on with the light shields. Good setup in the last towards B. Now an opportunity for him on the A side. Early aggression coming out. All pushing up, covered by Jing yet again. Always has that second man behind him, but the wall's going to concede the space. They fall back, set up for another pick. Good space taking.
The guns, it has to be a faster pace take. Yeah, Jonah P's the only one that actually has a rifle. They haven't spotted him. He's got way too far, but it's only going to be the one. And now the rest, well, an immediate res to bring another back from the fray.
Now the shorty kill as well. Something farming them up. It's Icy left alone. Again, a 1v5 this time, and not one he'll find. But a little mistake from PAPERX. Probably good they got it out of the way in this round, but Devi moves out of range of that alarm bot, and at just the right second, someone walking past it. And Jonah P's flanks have been definitely something that's going to get in the back of PAPERX's head if it keeps up.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's unfortunate for the side of G2 is that's now 2 rounds that's happened. Again, maybe at some point you'll see it mentioned if there's a pause or something like that.
Yeah.
But they've not won either of the rounds.
Yeah.
Like, and that's going to be frustrating because you've had the right timing, you've had the moment to get the space, but the reactions of PAPERX are so fast. You get one kill and it's instant, the response each time. 4-3. Lead taken by PAPERX. Something, as said, if this guy's online, it's terrifying. And wow, Jing's going to push over the top of the poison orb.
It's a double push, yeah. They've got something as well, straight down the tube. We saw him sprinting right at the start of the round. They might be ready for the man up top, but will they wall off something? Yes, they will. Yeah. Sending it out. Ops blocked, rotations are in, and they're crossing that angle for free.
Also, Jing and something are like a package deal. So a lot of the time, if you've seen Jing, then you go, all right, there's probably an operator here. Let's be careful with it. The early rotation, though, from PAPERX is great. 3 players on this side of the map. Again, they haven't spotted any sort of cross back, and with Thrash about to clear out some of the closer angles, but that's irretrievable now. Can't be utilized again.
Yeah, they've got to get the kills to take the space if that's going to be a factor in the late round, and by then you won't really need it. Mind Freak tucked up close, orb goes up, blocking off that avenue. They're going to go back to the yellow push, and Viper's Pit, yeah, there it is. It's activated. So it's online for both squads. Curious to see if Jonah P is going to decide to activate his with a lockdown in play to push them out of the pit.
Mind Freak stay.
Take the space. No, he's out of here. And I think the pit's going to drop because of it.
Yeah, I don't think there shouldn't be enough time for him to get back into that. So that's actually huge. Removing that from play. There's a lockdown on the other side. This is just what I like to call an observer's nightmare. Ultimates being used all over the shop. We're going to get the third person as now they do what was done to them. But I do believe just with the corner, you might be able to hold on to this ultimate. And I feel like G2 are going to try and do that.
They are, but you could see the pings from PaperX. They want to compete for that back angle. Haven't had any success. Jing, something, Forsaken, all falling. Icy's having a round, and now with the pit still standing, there's no chance. Surely, PaperX likely to head for the hills. Maybe looking to stick around and make this a bit more costly, and eventually delete their enemy of Icy. Pick up the operator and look to save it. Being challenged on the way, though, there's no free escape with Devi falling. The op will not be carried through to the next, and this has been a costly round for the side of PaperX with G2 equalizing.
Yeah, I like the way that was played by G2. I feel like that was a game of chicken. Like, you had a couple of ultimates in play, either side using basically exactly the same thing, and just having their lockdown to remove the pit, putting it in a place where they had to fully retreat, but then being able to hold on to their own because of the space that hadn't quite been taken, and making sure that there was defense outside of the pit to make sure that nobody could really get that move. 4-4. Economy, although damaged, not broken, and there will still be an operator for something, and we've already seen that when he's in position, when he's able to be put into play, which I think he will be here, things are much, much tougher for the opponents.
Well, G2 are wasting no time in the A main control, sending Jonah P out to the B site. No surprise, he's on the lurk. The success, he's had a lot of success, but whenever he does, like you say, Tom, the main push is always the one that fails. Jonah P does well here, lighting Mind Freak down to 46, but fails to get the kill on the jump peak, and the rotation's on its way. They're focused on the B site. Well. PaperX seem to have an idea that this is where it's coming through. You see the shift from Devi. He's closer by now in Kitchen to help out.
Jing trying to keep his teammates safe from information, but the Dizzy likely going to do that. The immediate swing. Mind Freak still gets one, and now trying to play over the top of the site. Leaf picks him out of the air. It's an angle that I feel like a lot of players would miss, but not Leaf. And now the retake's looking tough.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The numbers against them, and there it is. Thrash was online, activated now. Valyn tucked down below, manages to catch Devi and something off guard. And there's no need for any further aggression from this G2 side. Forsaken's out of here to try to save, but they've already got him boxed in. Like you said, Tom, Leaf right up behind him. Whoop, the timing, he might actually have seen the barrel there. Yeah, now he's got a good idea, but
okay.
That's one way to do it. The lead back in G2's hands, 5-4. Attack side really heating up.
Yeah, looking like a very competitive game at the moment. Now for, I think both of these squads, a lot of the time when they've had big success, it has been on that attacking side. So I don't think PaperX is going to be too worried about this just yet, especially having that additional duelist. I am starting to think, though, how many times we've already seen that Thrash available. Like, they have been farming that up on Icy. It's been used so many times throughout this, and the impact it has just being able to clear a lot of those close angles early on. It means that the pacing of G2's takes just goes through the roof. And it's one thing I would actually quite like to see a PaperX attempt to run in the future, because I think that the Gecko in particular on this map is so ridiculously strong, and you already have the likes of Something who has shown that he can use it to an incredibly high degree. I will say some of the angles he's taken he wouldn't be able to get to if he wasn't playing the Jet, but I don't know. I still think there might be more value in it for him.
Yeah, it's curious as well how quickly, and you saw in the replay, I didn't hear what he was saying, but I have an idea. Leaf seemed very happy to have picked Jing out of the air. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday, right on Ascent, how many times did we see that Sage Wall up in main? It caught so many players off guard. And that's a bit more of an unusual one to see in play. Yeah. So fair play to Leaf for reacting after just a few shots coming this way. PaperX had a timeout here discussing what they want to do, but this is a very, very light buy from them. Some Guardians in play, couple pistols. I expect a much more direct defensive side aggression to start this one off.
I feel like they've gone for a lot of early A control throughout this game, and it's not really been met by anything. It's a lot more passive from the side of G2, and obviously a lot of the goal is just to try and collect the orbs. I don't think they're going to be able to get the one on the B site, though, because G2 have been, again, very heavy on the B lane. A lot of the time when it's gone in the other direction, it's been lower purchases. They just have an incredibly clean B execute and post plant, and they are abusing it.
Look at how cautious G2 are being. Playing early, we saw on the A site, PACIFIC took the control for free, like you said, and they grabbed themselves an orb. But G2 do just the same. Now pump the brakes, stand in a firing squad, a little bit of danger on the push, but it's dealt with immediately. Forsaken, able to step up for one. Second shot not going to land, and 64 HP. He's out of here with the Sheriff. Rotation off the A site leaves Jing alone, but he is tucked down below. An uncouth position. One Leaf has to be cautious of, but he was watching it as the peek comes in. Now Jing tagged low. At least get himself a little bit of a heal and drop Leaf. Okay, this is not.
I don't think the heal played any part in that.
No, not at all. It got him back to 76 in the end, but they're set up in a decent position.
Yeah, both Hunter's Furies online now as well. Forsaken got it from getting that extra kill. If he can be disruptive here, that would be nice. The spot comes in from something. Dizzy not going to play a part, and now there goes that Hunter's Fury from the flank. It's not really going to do too much, but the time is an issue. 15 seconds now for the side of G2 to try and make their way in towards the site. Up above, it seemed like Jing may not have been paying attention, didn't hear the sounds, and even though it comes super late in the round, they're going to get that plant.
This is not a comfortable anti-eco, but they've managed to make it work. 3 versus 1. Forsaken, known to be behind. He threw out a dart a moment ago, had his Hunter's Fury. Nice shot to start it, but
wheel
jumped a little too soon. 6-4 now. G2. 2-round lead, chance to extend it even more before the half is over.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to want to do that. We've seen them, like, not too long ago still have some struggles on this map, but it was normally the attack side when they played versus Lev that looked decent. So I think they're going to want to try and extend that to an 8-4 lead. And as I said, like, PACIFIC on the attack, you've always got to be careful. But it has seemed that over the last few rounds, a lot of the early success they were having, the something Jing show of those aggressive pushes, I think G2 have done well to adapt, take a lot of early map control. You can even see it now, throwing early flashes. They want to try and make sure that there's no angle that something could just be sat on with an operator. And well, for now, he's back on the rifle. And again, it seems like every time we have the early aggression from PACIFIC, they're a little bit unlucky because they're always on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they've pushed up on B this time, ready for any aggression out of G2, but players are going to be spotted outside of A. Maybe just the one scene, no. It's not a ton of information to work with. They're conscious of the flank that's been coming through relatively consistently. The push up now on B. Well, the wall actually slows them down. That utility from Valyn has bought them a few valuable seconds. It's got the rotations off of A as well. A is wide open, barring a little bit of killjoy utility. And now that they think there could be a play towards the B site, Divide toyed with the idea of pushing mid. Luckily he didn't, because Jonah P was waiting as always.
But also it would have taken as a alarm bot down if we went too far. So at least they'll get that extra little piece of information. Now have the players in at the right time. Something though, again, it seemed like he was caught off guard, maybe waiting for a slightly later push off the back of the Reckoning instead. Another easy post plant. And Jonah P's just waiting, watching, knows that right now the flank is clear, even has support from Trent. It's going to be a very one-dimensional retake from PACIFIC.
He's heard the steps, but he knows that turret's still online. That's going to be a problem. Has to break it and give it away, but in comes the Hunter's Fury, taking down Forsaken. Divide falls too. They eventually deal with the flank they knew was coming, but there's still so many more to drop. There's Jing onto Icy. A chance now. Life breathed back into the side of PACIFIC, but look, right down below, a sneaky spot from Leaf that gets his 3rd of the round. That may well be the final nail in the coffin of this. With Jing left alive, time ticking away, and he just has to save that weapon, run for the hills, and concede a 7th to G2. A strong lead for the attacking side, and it isn't over yet.
Yeah, and also even just the casualties are meaningless. There's so much economy left for G2 that they can toy with their opponents in the late round. But no, it has just been, I feel like there's been some stellar positioning from the side of G2 when it's needed most. Like, we spoke about those lurks, but Leaf here just playing a patient game. Something that, to be honest, he was seen. So they knew that he was around there, but I guess assuming that he'd fallen back for the late round post plan.
Yeah.
And now, well, with the extra kills he got in that round, 1 away from a lockdown, something I'm sure they're going to want to try and get online. In fact, already challenging early for the orb, but I was going to say it's gone all right until the extra swing in. Valyn again.
Doesn't need the orb either, does he? Leaf's got his ult online from that pick. Yeah, that looked really good. The staggering utility from G2 pushed PAPERX back. They decided to stick around in the choke point, which is often a mistake, but they won the fight despite the util being thrown their way. But now the fact that Leaf got that pick, has the ultimate to work with, it's going to buy so much time. And then you've got to root these players out of position. Trent still has a shock dart to work with. I believe there's a nano on the spike alongside an alarm bot. This is going to be a very difficult round, as it has been for PAPERX in all of these retakes. This one feels that little bit more stacked against them. Shock dart, the one to find the kill, and Device looking the wrong way into heavy traffic. 8-4. This has been a stellar first half from G2, and PAPERX better hope their attack can make up the gap.
Yeah, no, I think there was a bit in the middle where we had some sort of good disruptive play coming out of the likes of PAPERX, but G2 the last few rounds just stabilized, slowed things down, had these really good takes, so I think it's going to be a tough second half. We'll see if PAPERX can turn it after the break.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back. If you weren't with us before the break, you missed 5 straight rounds from G2 on the attack. PAPERX tried their best to disrupt, but it's them that have been left in the dirt. Now for G2, a defensive side start to the second half, and, well, they've got quite a lead. A pistol here. It may just be into the home stretch. The pressure is on if you're a PAPERX fan.
Well, it's dangerous as well because this is the map choice of PAPERX. I don't think they'll feel too uncomfortable going into Lotus. Like, it's been a strong map for them recently. I think Jing's Neon is something that always enjoyable to watch, but ultimately you're not going to want to lose your own map choice at the beginning of the day. And I think they're going to have a very strong attack side. Now, they normally do. As said, when they win this map, you're looking at, as said, I think 10-2 attack halves versus the likes of DFM, even DRX, the prior time to last. And a lot of this comes off the back, well, the 2 players we've just witnessed, Jing and Forsaken. Jing and Something. A terrifying duo on the entry. But just look at already the aggressive stance that has been taken by G2 in mid.
Yeah, they're looking for the triple push off the back of the contact from Trent. And they're even hearing some of the steps that went around towards A main. Some information there. We'll see how quickly they get on that flank. The retake setup, though, certainly in play. You can see Leaf is just backing off, conceding this space. And in fact, the flank abandoned after breaking the turret. Now look to play this as a more conventional retake. Wall buys a little bit of time, and the plant should be in. Shock dart, though, for damage.
They have so much plant denial a lot of the time on the side of G2, but now it's going to be utilized for the retake. One man still hidden in the corner, and he strikes. Mind Freak with a couple. Jing steps up with another, and in fact, he gets 2 himself. But it's left onto Trent. You wouldn't want anyone else in a clutch, and although he's low, he's almost taken him down. The shock dart may even kill off Jing, but it doesn't matter. It will be a last-second shot that ends up giving PACIFIC a much-needed pistol round.
Well, that came very close. Travel time of that arrow, all that made the difference. But it's enough. PACIFIC take the pistol, and this is a much-needed win. An injection of rounds early on, at least if they can manage to convert in the follow-up that they needed to close the gap after that first half. 5 rounds in a row before this for G2. Finally, we see a stall out to that momentum.
Yeah, I think important that they get that job done for this one. Get themselves back into the map, and it looks like the defensive side are almost trying to sell confusion here. They've got the Viper screen combining with the Harbor Wall. The thing is, it seems like PACIFIC, similarly to the last round, are just happy to play around their opponent's utility, like almost use it to their advantage. It's whether or not they can abuse the gaps more than their opponents can.
I mean, they've taken a big gamble. The turret is watching the back, but they're committing 5 players after making all this noise. The stack up is there from G2, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're being shredded on the site. With 1 man behind that wall, soon to fall, it's Icy down and Leaf to do it all. Let's see if he can find a 1v5 with a classic. No, what a surprise. 3 kills from something. Big round for him, farming up some orbs, and a solid one without a single player falling for PACIFIC.
Yeah, and the thing is, they invested in with 4 rifles. So normally you're expecting, okay, maybe you can afford to lose a couple of players. In that case, they couldn't, but they kept it so ridiculously clean. Didn't really struggle at all. Orbs kind of spread across the board, which obviously it's nice in the future, but right now will be a little bit more frustrating. But then they brought back up with an outlaw as well. Like, we see this quite often, having that lurking player just being able to hold down mid, watch anybody who's trying to push on the A site. For now, though, it's an important round for G2 because they lose this bonus, and it's a strong bonus. They're right back in the game. He's just full sprint. He's just okay, this W gaming. How could I forget?
Yeah, well, in case you needed a reminder, there it is. Man's lost his shift key. We'll see if he finds it soon. Running back down the tube. He's being hurt. Leaf has a vague idea, but look at the commitment from G2 to re-clearing out in kitchen. Player right down below him, and well, I mean, something is just playing an unhinged style here. He gets shot in the back, but it's just a tickle. And that actually spurs him forward to look for another fight. Jonah P.
They're
all
in
around B while the A side's taken.
They're so focused on him. They're so focused looking at him that in the meantime, they've just walked into the site and planted the spike. Like, you can't blame them. When a guy is running around like a lunatic, you go, okay, I should keep an eye on him. And you need to still keep an eye on him. There was a pixel there that maybe he could find something. Even spotting players around mid. They should know that he's still here. But it seems like they're just relying on this wall, the turret. Is he going to get past it? He is. He's past the turret. And now just going in behind them. Only the one so far, but they have to deal with this man. The whole round has been about dealing with something.
They haven't even seen anyone else. Getting towards the spike, sure, but the guy's still behind them, spraying away. Now the fight up in front. Okay, something falls, so too does Divide, but Spike not even half just yet. The sprays are good. Mindfreak gets another and a triple to close it out. All eyes were on something, but it's Mindfreak that pulls off the magic.
Yeah, a Red Bull clutch that was high impact for sure. But it is just, again, one of those rounds that you're going to look back on and go, well, they didn't forget about him, but it was like you forgot who he was, like what he was going to be doing. There was so many moments in that round where you just think, even though something, he doesn't get like the triple kill, he doesn't get the multi-frag, there was so little time left that it almost just became panic stations for the rest of the team because they're so focused on killing one guy. And of course you are, it's the solo jet running down mid. Well, you're not going to expect him to be alone.
I haven't seen someone play like that in a long time outside of rank. Hello, early fight. Valyn's not going to get anything, but Divide goes down. Early flank underway. Turret's much more passive, so Leaf will get pretty close. Not close enough to actually take anyone down. He could. Oh, of course. Divide's the one that fell right away. So yeah, he's able to make it all the way up, making it into heaven, grabbing himself a weapon, and now a serious danger down below. He's got something. The res is right above. It's free for Leaf. 4 already. A phenomenal round, and he's looking for more. Mindfreak has to do it again. This time a 4K against pistols, but he's 30 HP.
Oh, we talk about forgetting about something. I think they forgot the turret was down. He got so much space. Mindfreak might get an isolated 1v1, but now the Sheriff, well, we normally talk about hitting a headshot. They definitely don't need that. Body shot will do the job. He's trying to sell the idea that he's pushing into the A site, but that idea has not been sold whatsoever. And while Jonapi's going to hit the headshot anyway, the MasterCard Thrifty will be what brings a round onto the board for G2. And while it's a massive oversight for PaperX.
Oh, huge. The fact that Devi's first to die is unfortunate, like you said, dropping the turret, his position, given a free weapon down below. The fact that the res goes in up top, just as something dies, they panic to try and cover Devi so he doesn't die a second time, and that ends up giving a flurry of frags over the Leaf. Now 15 and 11. And one away from a lockdown. G2 have a lot of high-value ultimates coming online. Same can be said for PaperX here on the attack, though. This is where everything's going to be decided, 9-7. The gap either going to close or be extended massively by G2 here. Credits down to the last for PaperX.
Yeah, it's done a lot of damage. The only thing that's going to pad the gap is the Viper's pit. By having a stinger in a pit, absolutely fine. But they need to get into the afterplan. Look how quick G2 are already moving around that flank. They're in the spawn already. But by the time they get there, the post plant will be set. This time, turret should be available to give them the information. In fact, Forsaken is already watching, but he has Hunter's Fury. Oh, it's actually got past him, but the flash checks him anyway.
Reckoning going to clear a lot of space here as well. Give away that information. They know exactly where something is. He's stunned up, gunned up. Leaf able for one. Keeping it competitive. G2 3 versus 2. Having to fight through the pit, though, could be the advantage they need. In goes the Thrash, and Mindfreak can't quite dodge it. They know exactly where he is. The pressure is on Jing. He has to cover this man to keep the pit online, to keep the chances there for PaperX, and he'll get nothing. Bar the one. G2 now double digits on the board. Pit invested for PaperX, and credits are going to be, well, out of reach for a full buy.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an ideal scenario. Don't think that's quite... Not sure it works like that.
That's how the finisher goes, but...
Oh yeah, no, beautiful retake, but also the read initially. Like, the flank came through so fast that, although I was a little bit worried, this is the thing that's great about G2 is they're so methodical. They put the Reckoning through and I go, okay, there's a gap. And that gap is where Forsaken is. Flash, just around the corner, just to make sure. It's so clean with making sure that there isn't those gaps left. And while put them into a great position. Still though, Blade Storm, something, mentioned it in the first half. We know what this guy can do with it. Already going to take a lot of early space. They also have the Hunter's Fury as well, so if this can get into the late round, it could get dangerous, but that lockdown's available for the other side.
PaperX are so fast. Usually that drone will slow you down a bit, but they just sprint straight at it, taking control over the site, and that gets the lockdown into play. Shock darts to harass the planter, and they're back out of there. Flank was attempted for a moment. G2, though, seemed to have fallen back. Maybe assuming that the lockdown's going to send them in the other direction, but they might not know PaperX. This is a team that isn't keen to give up on the A game. Still looking for, well, the A side.
And now that flank starts to adjust again. Clearing in middle, getting all the information. The plant is going to be enabled, and something is desperately looking for someone to give them a fight, because the weaponry's such a huge disadvantage for the rest of the team. Devi at least has a gun, but everything else is going to be those stingers. He just wants to try and get something out of it revealed, but does have support.
Well, that flash sends all the support backwards. Jing's caught, still blinded up. Hunter's Fury goes through, though. Forsaken able to trade out onto Icy. Gets the push out of Devi. Back and forth the kills go, but it's still G2 with the advantage. If they catch Mindfreak for free, it could be something, but he's fragging out, gliding Leaf down. The defuse already halfway. He's sticking it all the way, and Forsaken had to fight. Valyn, on a sliver of health, gets it across the line with plenty of time left. It's 11-7. The lead for G2 cemented, and they're in the home stretch now.
He's never going to get to use it. He's trying so hard to do the finisher, but never quite gets it done. Always so low on the time, but this must have been just the biggest jump scare ever. 20 HP. It wasn't far away for Forsaken. Well, Alex, and he needs to breathe, needs to get the frustration out, because he's about to talk to the boys. That's what he always says. He's like, I get the frustration out, then I talk to them in a calm manner. Well, they've lost 3 rounds in a row. They're 2 away from losing their own map choice. And he's got to try and come up with something here, because there's been quite a few of these rounds, Mitch, where they haven't been far away. It's just right at the last moment, there's like a really solid flash or some great utility. I think every ultimate that's been used by G2 has been high impact. So I just think they're utilizing what they have slightly better, and I think a lot of that especially comes down to that Gecko. I think Icy has been incredible. Like, his flashes have ruined so many players over on the FadeBreak side. Like, even just think about the beginning of the last retake. I think 3 people were blind by that first flash.
Yeah, you know, I expect to be looking at players like Valyn coming in. Even Leaf, we've seen it in his heyday, but Icy really impressed me in that first half as well. He was putting up numbers, winning out his fights, his supportive utilities being up there as well. And on the side of PACIFIC, like you say, they've been close, and that's the most frustrating part about it. Having it within your grasp and then feeling it slip away with a 4-round gap. It's now or never. They've got to step it up. And no ultimates online, a res and a lockdown just one away, but G2 come in with the advantage. They have not only the Viper's Pit, but a Hunter's Fury as well, and those ults have been finding impact.
Yeah, as said, I think most of, if not all, their ultimates have been super high impact whenever they've put them into play. And what, immediately, you're going to see that Viper's Pit. Try and funnel them in a different direction. Drone yet to be put into play for Forsaken. It also has the dart, so they could opt to try and fight him, but there's always a massive gamble, especially with the position that Jonah P is playing.
I also love the super deep alarm bot that they put in. The shock darts went through to try and deny that utility, assuming that you would be playing that little bit more passive. That it'd be around the choke point, but instead it's further up, just covering Jonah P's left side, if you think about it that way, and he can cover the right. A really nice setup. It's going to leave him in a very favorable fight either way. And if someone touches the alarm bot, Nano goes up, and Jonah can just fall back a little bit and play more passive.
It feels like they're doing exactly what G2 want them to do.
Yeah.
Like, they're fighting for mid control just to make sure they can't split back towards the B site. You got the Hunter's Fury for an attempted plant denial, or to even clear something out on the retake. PACIFIC are doing what they want, but it's whether or not, as always, this team can make it work anyway. It's going to be something looking for those aggressive fights, but I feel like G2 haven't given any of them away. They've been so good at making sure that doesn't happen, and already there's the man advantage.
Almost extended on. That shot just swinging
Flank
through players, but with Mind Freak down, yeah. Flank is now wide open. PACIFIC don't have any ground to fall back to. They have to fight forward. That's exactly what they're going to try to do. Something in Forsaken, the sprays, just avoid it. Then G2 go on the push. Forsaken good for one, but Devi's fallen. The trades are there. Forsaken keeping it alive on the site, but he can't do much from that corner. And the spray, close as it was to a collat, it won't get it done. 12 rounds on the board for G2. 5 chances to close this one out. Lotus up next, and Bind if they need to go all the way. That's a really good safety net for them.
Yeah, but again, you're going into your map choice, and with the preparation that's clearly there for G2. As I said, this round, it looks like they orchestrated it. It literally looked like they handed them a script and said, this is what you're going to do, and PACIFIC went, yeah, all right.
But he even fired a shock dart for default, immediately popped the ult, and then fired it through so it covers as they run away from the shock. So no matter what, you're taking the damage.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice.
And that was all really the goal was. Get an opener, play the retake. They've had such stellar retakes and post plants. 3 retakes in a row now for G2, and they haven't, other than the one with the classic, they haven't had too many problems. There we go, though. The battle for B. I think the expectation was after the A hits, it's going to eventually fall back in this direction. Valyn is in a great spot, if not cleared. He's not been cleared. It's a bit of a mistake, and now he gets to just pounce on the remaining players. Even still, PACIFIC are keeping this one close, and the res actually puts it in their favor.
Yeah, I like the Valyn's just falling back, giving up that space. He'll use his wall to hopefully slow them down. Time won't be bought for the flank. Leaf still alive. Devi's still alive, pardon. You got the turret up. Leaf wants to flank, but he'll be giving away that information soon. Lockdown in play, gets them the space on the site. Advantage there, damage done to Valyn. This seems to certainly be a favored round for PACIFIC, perhaps the start of the comeback. Shock dart's good for some damage. A few of these players now lit up.
Ooh, okay, 1 for Leaf, but again, no chance with the trade. Jin gonna heal himself back up, and leaves just a couple standing. Valyn trying to bait them in, but they've put him into a tunnel, and it is a solid round. Forsaken with 3, and PACIFIC, well, they need 4 more.
4 in a row. It's doable. We saw G2 close out the half in just the same fashion. They can hit their stride. But for G2, the other thing is, you take a look at those credits. They're starting to run a little dry. This squad does have Reckoning to work with. No other ultimates close to being online. It looks like a light buy based around the Outlaw. Big fan of this kind of setup. Question is where it's going to be used. And for Leaf, seems to be a middle peak. He'll have his turret covering it. And they are moving towards him. We'll see if that Outlaw can have the impact. We hear the shots fire, but they don't find their mark.
Nope, not going to be anything. And it's the same again. Okay, nice shot. Someone's been doing their aim training, that's for sure. And even the trade's not looking good. Oh, not like this. This would be the worst way to let a map slip away. In fact, it's even...
What? It's
just,
misclicked.
Is he just fat-fingered
He's misclicked it. He meant to drone.
Oh, that's just...
Oh,
it's gone horrifically. But my freak just comes out with 3 in a second. This round was looking like it was falling apart, but maybe in the most uncharacteristic way, they might take it anyway. Flank coming in. That's the major danger. And now it's left all onto Jing. It's not been a great round. And now he's under real pressure. The spike going to take some serious damage. And he's, I think he's just got lost in the source. Leaf is going to be there to close out the round. Around the PaperX are definitely going to want to forget.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a hard one to forget, though. We'll be talking about that for a while. And MasterCard Thrifty closing out the map 13-8. And G2, they look very strong. That was PaperX's map pick, and they had them outclassed, outthought every step of the way. Now we look forward to Lotus, forward to Bind, and think, will they have a chance? Well, we're going to find out after the break.
guys, I'm here right now with Josh, coach of G2. Now, it's been a while since this Masters Shanghai rematch. There's been a VCT stage in the middle. So what is different about PaperX this time around?
I think fundamentally, they got a lot better in the discipline department. I feel like they were a little bit sloppy when we first played them, and we abused that fact. Now I can see a lot more coordinated play. I can see the logic in their how they're like moving us around. So we were expecting a tougher PaperX, and we got it, right? And like sure enough, like we've been working on our icebox, so like yeah, the score was as such, but I thought it was a much better PaperX.
Well, that score definitely, that map went to you guys, so we're gonna see if G2 can manage to close out Lotus as well.
All right, welcome back, everyone. And Kilios is in his feels right now. He's just having a day, aren't you, there, buddy? You want to talk about it? You wanna discuss things?
Woo! What a roller coaster of a game. So jazzed up, so entertaining, so exciting.
Yeah, man.
You're scaring me,
so damn
Seth.
frustrating at the same time.
Hey, look, I mean, we knew that this was going to be a tough game, you know, for both teams, right? And I think you heard even Coach Josh RT saying how, you know, he knew that they were prepped, they were ready to go. But G2, man, that coordination, Mimi, has just been so freaking good from them.
Yeah, they look incredibly clean with this Harbor comp. I think on the attack side, obviously, we know it's really good for executes, putting up that wall, fighting deep off of it. But I really like some of the walls Valyn was even using in the post line. You see this one here to stop the players from pushing through and fighting past this lockdown. Then they switch on over to the defensive side, and I think it was just as good with some fantastic retake protocols. It is clear what Josh is saying about putting in the work on this map, because they looked clean fundamentally.
Yeah, they truly did, and Valyn very impressive on that Harbor there. Just, again, this G2 lineup, man, every single time you think that maybe they're going to be a little bit weaker, maybe they're not going to be playing up to the caliber that we would expect them to, but then they shut up all the doubters every single time, and it's so freaking cool to see them do this.
Yeah, I mean, this could just be, you know, I think this is going to be the proving grounds for it, but just prove to be one of those teams that just gets to an international and then just locks in and says, okay, right, now we're in this mindset, now we're in this grind set, and we're just going to go ahead and just run away with this tournament.
For sure, and for all the credit Josh is giving for PaperX to make some improvements, I think we did still see some fundamental errors in that game. Players going off. I think Jing had a couple rounds where he was kind of taking some individual swings, taking some liberties, and I think G2 is always going to be good to punish that. And those small mistakes will really snowball in a match that should be as close as this one.
Yeah, well, look, while the day may not have belonged, for at least for map 1 for PaperX, so they do get the Verizon high-speed moment courtesy of Mindfreak's clutch in round 15. Mindfreak, again, every single time we get an opportunity to see this guy do his thing, always impressive.
And I mean, it wasn't just Mindfreak in this round. It was this like crazy disruptive idea with something like solo faking in mid set.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good ideas. I think you can see some of those improvements coming through. There's an attempt here at that backstab, getting ready to come in, something able to just go ahead and skirt around that turret, be able to dodge that out, and then suddenly it's like, okay, we think that we're protected, we think that we're safe. He strikes, can't quite find that second kill as instantly. Jonah P starts doing Jonah P things, starts popping off, but Mindfreak, this was, I think, a lot of there was a lot of displays in this icebox of Mindfreak being that stone cold killer, being that clutch machine. We saw him just trying to hang on. I mean, even in that last round, was, you know, trying to bail them out and keep them afloat in this one. This was a very good game overall from the side of Mindfreak, but there was still too many errors being shown here that just ended up unraveling things for PaperX.
In that round, though, I think we saw the biggest difference from the G2 that played today and that guard team who lost to them all the way back in Iceland. The round state kind of exploded there. I mean, something broke the turret. He was running around in mid. He was causing so much disruption. But G2 still had really good ideas to deal with it. They re-cleared their space in mid. They still set up for a clean retake. And they did end up losing to the clutch. But I think they've gotten so much better as a team at dealing with those unexpected round states and adapting on the fly, which is, in my opinion, the most important thing when you're playing against PaperX.
Oh, couldn't agree more on that one. All right, well, things are interesting in the PaperX camp right now, so let's go ahead and hear from Coach Alex, hear what he has to say as they get ready for map 2.
I'm here right now with Alex of PaperX. Alex, that was a really frustrating first map. What do you think the team was lacking on Icebox that you hope will be remedied or fixed on map number 2?
Yeah, we had a game plan going in, but we didn't really follow it on our attack side, so that's a little bit disappointing. And I hope that on game 2 we will, I think, calm ourselves down a little bit and step it up.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time, and we're going to see if Paper Rex can take Lotus from G2.
Pressure, of course, is on, and you hear Coach Alex talking about keeping those nerves, keeping the team calm. They're going to need to do that, as they're going to be facing the series point here between against G2. Lotus coming up next, G2's pick, and I'm curious to see what we're going to get really from both squads out of this one, without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if there's any pivots in the composition for the side of Paper Rex. I think that widely their Lotus has looked very good. Granted, yes, last time they played against G2 over in Shanghai, this was that first map pickup for the side of G2. That was when that download really started to come through for Valyn. So I'm curious if they're going to have something different to throw at them, a bit of a curveball, change that composition, maybe reintroducing something like, you know, the Killjoy into the mix here, or if it is just going to be straight up, you know, something back here on that Jet, as well as Raze there for Jing.
Yeah, for context, when we've seen this Paper Rex team play on Lotus before, they're playing no Sentinel on this map, a double duelist comp with the Neon and the Jet in the mix, which is extremely unusual here, especially when you contrast them with G2, who plays the basic Fnatic comp, but I think plays it really well. They're the best defensive team in VCT Americas, and I think that's really where they shine here. Their retake protocols in particular, and how they're able to kind of adapt with when they're going for the more aggressive forward plays, and when they're falling back, playing a little bit more passive into those retakes.
I appreciate you pointing that out, because genuinely that Neon is not something that we've seen too much from the side of Jing, but that it's been what he's been bringing to the table on Lotus as of late. So curious to see if he's going to be sticking with that or if it's back to Old Faithful.
All right, well, let's find out if this one makes it to map 3, shall we? We're going to send it back over to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our analyst desk. Yes, Tom, coming into this, Jing, right? He had an okay first map, but now we're going to look at him as having a fantastic one, assuming he's still playing that Neon.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he wasn't. I think it was a 28-14 performance last time he was on the Neon. I don't know if that will become the regular. But
DRX.
DRX, yeah, they're okay. They're kind of good at the map. But yeah, I think ultimately I'd be very surprised if either team makes mass changes. Like, I think it was a close defeat recently to Leviathan for G2 and a 3-map win streak for the side of PaperX. So I don't think, I would be very surprised if they were going to go, okay, we need to completely revolutionize everything we're doing within the composition. But ultimately, it's more so just some of the stuff we saw in the last map that I'm a little bit more worried about. Like, if there were opportunities for the likes of Leaf to get into really awkward positions, as it was mentioned on the desk, they don't have themselves a Sentinel in the comp that they normally run. So there's going to be a lot of potential gaps to exploit. Last time they did have a Sentinel and that happened, so it really does worry me, especially on a map like Lotus, where there's a lot more avenues that you can sort of take that control, where you can be aggressive, where you can take space, or even just where you can rotate. And if those gaps are left, it could be very problematic. The only thing I will say is that when you're running a Jet Neon comp, a lot of the time you're going to be more direct. You're going to be more precise in the way you're doing it. So I guess the main thing will then be is, okay, do you leave someone behind just to make sure that that isn't going to be a problem for you? Or are you going to be so heavy hitting into those sites that it almost doesn't matter? Like, you've done it too quick.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the reality I expect for PaperX. But then, on the other hand, just looking at the last map, the fact that Jonah P was able to find so much space, the fact that in the second half, Leaf was able to get behind them so many times and cause problems, that's something that they almost don't have the option to slow it down unless you are committing that player to stay behind. And thinking about the fact that PaperX, we just heard from Alex down the stage, he said they weren't following their game plan. That's a worrying sign.
That's a really worrying sign.
You don't want to see that. And now bouncing off of a 13-8 on their own pick, they've got to move on to Lotus, somewhere that, yeah, they're not uncomfortable on. We've seen them do well, but the reality is there's a lot then to adjust behind the scenes for them to hit their stride here.
Yeah, no, I'm sure, well, I sort of walked past them having a little bit of a conversation backstage. As we said, no surprise, neither team is really going to be making those mass changes. And another comment you can make about the pacing of it is when you do drop that Viper, a lot of the time you're going to see, firstly, the amount of delay on the defense that a Viper can bring, in the retakes having, like, especially on the B side, being able to lock off certain angles, but then also just the takes towards A. It's going to have to be, again, much faster, much less reactive, and you're not going to be able to play with rotations anywhere near as much other than Jing just straight up running it down. But as you can see, they've got the decent win percentage on this one over the last stage. So even though it is a choice of G2, and clearly they've come in with a game plan, knowing what they want to do, confident in their own map choice, it's still a very good map for PaperX. I don't think they're going to be too worried going into this one.
Yeah, one of the criticisms you heard, I think it was Mimi on the desk who was saying that Jing was taking a couple of fights on his own, a couple of individual duels. And sure, a lot of the time, especially in the first half, he had something with him. There was always that duo system. You're not going to see that most likely this time around because this whole composition is made to set the two of them up, to have them take the space together. And I think that solves some of the issues. For me, the difference in the last map, G2 were playing as a cohesive unit. They were a team, and it showed in every decision, in every moment, in how disciplined they were before the retakes, in clearing space. When you look at PACIFIC, we didn't see that same level. We saw them get caught off guard, and now I hope that won't be the same.
Think about the 3-man B pushes that they were doing, where they were able to flank so fast into all of those A takes because of the control they had. That's more difficult to avoid when it comes to a map like Lotus when you're not running a Sentinel. So it's definitely going to have to be something in the back of PACIFIC's mind that, okay, they're going to try and challenge us for space. Are they going to be making those like deep A pushes as we see so regularly? Are they going to have a sort of jump spotter on C that can give them that early information? And if they are, how do we shut that down? How do we make them play a little bit more scared? Because if you allow G2 to have all of that control on that defensive side, you're going to get blasted, I'll be honest. So you can't allow that to happen.
No, you really can't. For PACIFIC, the pressure is most certainly on. This map and the next need to go their way, and G2, well, they seem to be the more refined team, at least on the first map. We'll see if that changes as we're about to get into Lotus. G2's map pick, and they'll start this one out on the defense.
Yeah, I'm ready to get into this one. I think, especially for PACIFIC, after having that map sort of slip away from them, starting on the attack is going to be good. Like, having the ability to set the pace, and that pace is going to be high tempo. For now, though, it's more of a spot. Jonah P's just looking for information, but he's taken the head clean off the Vike. Not the man I expected to be going first, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, last map, we saw him go first, and it was a disastrous round, but at least finding a 4K. The A site taken by PACIFIC, so at least they'll trade out the life of a man for the site control. Losing out on that Fade utility hasn't stopped them putting boots on the ground. But the retake from G2, quite quick. Paranoia is absolutely perfect. Something still gets away with one, and the nade is slowing them down. Nice disruption from PACIFIC to start this off.
Jonah P! He's just taken over! 3 headshots already, that Sheriff in his hand. It's looking like it has aim lock, looking for a little bit more, but the trade backs are still good. It might be all on Jonah P, a fourth in the round, and finally he's put down. But Leaf is there to pick up the pieces. What a pistol round. Now I know what the P stands for.
Precision. 1-0 for G2, and my goodness, yeah, we talked about Leaf, we talked about Jonah P, more so in their ability to get behind you and find those free kills when you ain't looking, but it seems Jonah P's stepped it up a little bit. Look at this. Gorgeous first shot, and then these follow-ups are absolutely clinical. Even grabbing another to make it doable for Leaf in the end. Might have come close, down to 7 HP.
Good
round, but it's not close enough.
It's literally only because Leaf has shields. That's the difference maker. It's unfortunate because, yeah, a hero that saves them, because PACIFIC actually did very well, and they force. They're going straight into the B site. They have got guns to play with, looking for those SMGs, and well, already speak about the pistols, but the trade from Trent gives them the advantage, and he backs away.
He's doubled up, still has a Prowler to work with. Icy needs to keep control over Heaven. He's under pressure. Something already up close. They know that he's there, and the swing in from Leaf closes this one out. A double on the Stinger to put 2-0 on the board. Weapons upgraded as well. Same thing as last map. It's a decent follow-up round from PACIFIC, but they force bought. That's the real problem. Like, round 2, that kind of damage, usually great, but now you haven't got the credits to capitalize on it.
Yeah, it means that likely into the next round they'll come in with a full buy with everything they could ever need. Like, there won't be maybe light shields or something like you might normally see, but it also gives another round for economy to be built up. So you can see a slightly better buy than what they had in the last round for G2. I guess there's also just the thought process of, it is PACIFIC. Maybe they do it again. Whoa, one of the only investments other than pistols is that Marshall.
They've still gone for the Sheriffs, though. You know, even though things haven't been going their way, PACIFIC are not going to lose their mojo. Still coming in, an opening pick towards the A site. Weapon on the floor. I actually think that was a Phantom, too, because there was a lot more upgrades than you might have thought in the last couple seconds before the barriers went up. Trent does well to manage the numbers of PACIFIC. The Prowlers cleared out a lot of close space. They'll get back towards the stairs, but they're conscious that someone could already be close.
Yeah, he's kind of good with the Bulldog, you know? He's kind of good with it. Valyn.
All three.
It's not going to overface. Not really any need to. Icy already reclaiming a little bit of ground. Something does have the gun, but he's desperately low on health.
You're dead.
Actually, it's Divide to go down behind him. That is...
cNed.
Yeah, a troublesome position now. Something needing... well, maybe one of the craziest plays with how low he is. Having the rifle's not even that much of a hit because a single bullet will leave him down in the dirt. And while Mindfreak's done well, that's at least a first.
Still hinging on something, and especially with Mindfreak going down. Once he finds the first, that's where things should stop. They haven't cleared him just yet, but, well, now he's being seen. Taken down, and the upgrade's just fine for G2. 3 players surviving. Phantom to be taken through to the next round. Some Bulldogs as well. At Bulldog, at Guardian. Perfect stuff. 3-0. Solid start for the defensive side. PACIFIC, they've certainly shown that they're willing to brawl and able. And that may stand to them in the next round, but not just here.
Yeah, the problem is, although they've kept the economy relatively honest, you're still going to have 5 rifles. You're still going to have enough to probably invest into the next round anyway. And you got a 3-0 start. So it really does just put them on the back foot almost immediately. I think if PACIFIC don't find a response here, this could very quickly get out of control.
Oh yeah, it could spiral. Trent, well, I liked his Bulldog. Let's see how much I like his Odin. Sat inside of tree, spam already, gonna light up Jing a little bit and slow down the rest of the squad and clearing out that space. Slowing down PACIFIC is something not a lot of players can do. He's just getting all the walls lit up, turning them into Swiss cheese, but PACIFIC have waited out the spams.
And in fact, they're going to fall back off it. Maybe just wanting to set up Mindfreak, but no, it's in fact just a ruse. No aggression on the other side. They've also baited out that they could have taken some tree control, and they are just going to full sprint their way towards the other side of the map. Now, it has been spotted. The deep turret gives Leaf the information, and they do have Nightfall to play with, so that's the other thing. It's possible that they're just going to look to play this as a retake, but instead, especially after the utility goes down, just going to fall back. I say that, still within the site, who hasn't been spotted again. It's Danger Man Jonah P.
Yeah, sat in the smoke, waiting for it to fade. It's going to be a duel between himself and Jing, and it's Jonah P to win it, and double up! Devi's gone too! That should have been the trade. And instead, Forsaken as an impossible task. 4 players coming his way, and cNed used alongside a reveal. They know roughly where he is, and now the rest of the util comes in. The C's saved until they had the information. That's an absolutely gorgeous play. And a solid economy farming round for G2. 4-0 up, 4 players alive. Those credits are going to be sky high.
Yeah, PACIFIC got more done with the low buy. It really was. And again, you said it, the way that they save a lot of their utility, like what they did there was put the snake bite on the left, so if he does manage to dodge the C's, he's getting vulnerable and then the player swings, or he gets hit by the C's and he has basically, I think it was 30 HP to try and fight versus the entirety of the team. They're so good at just putting their utility into the right place, playing really safe, because we've seen so many teams lose crazy rounds to Forsaken. You've got to give the man his respect.
And one of the things that often slows down those rotations is what PACIFIC attempted. They moved quickly towards A, slowed down with the spams, waited, and then went up and opened the door. Like you said, they feigned that they could have been in tree. But then once the door was closed, they just put a Prowler in on G2 and went, oh, no one's there. I think they might be going somewhere else. And at that point, Jonah P gets into position. He's ready for that hit, and he does not leave. The man plants his feet in the ground and says, I'm standing here. Takes down Arlong Park. 4-0 for G2, and a timeout for PACIFIC. They're already feeling the heat.
Yeah, understandably so. Like, you've lost your own map choice. Again, I think through fantastic retakes and adaptation from the side of G2 to deal with what was hyper-aggressive, fast-paced rounds. And now it looks like G2 have come into this one, knowing what they're coming up against. I don't think anybody expected PACIFIC to swap their comp on this one. And they look very comfortable. Like, again, like you're seeing, whether it's the early rounds where they just seem to be so good at grouping up for the late round retakes and playing as a squad, or even just in that round where you had a surprise player that actually caught PACIFIC off guard, which was the whole idea when we talk about PACIFIC potentially winning this one, is can you beat them with the pacing? And as Mimi said on the desk, she thinks it's a great matchup for G2. Right now it is looking that way. There needs to be some sort of response. And while with how many rounds they've lost in a row, the loss bonus is there. Bladestorm available for something. Let's hope this is the start of something.
Trent opening the door? He's trying to spot how many players are outside. And now he hears the steps up close, so a little bit late. But that could have been something. Still something to be afraid of on the side of PACIFIC. You can see them taking their time and closing the distance. They've heard the reload. They know there's another wave of spams about to go, and they think they've bypassed it, but there's still someone covering it on the walk through. They've seen that one man of something has already crossed. Nightfall to be used, but something's around the back. He's gotten closer than expected. Icy covering it from up top, though. Now they maintain their control, slow the push from PACIFIC, send them in the other direction, but Jonah P waiting as usual on a sliver of HP, and he triples up. Devi, the last man standing. Another unbelievable round from G2. They barely break a sweat unless Devi can turn up the heat, and he doesn't know that there's a player sneaking right around behind him.
They've got the spike as well. It was irrelevant whether or not he managed to win the battle over on the A site with the spike being down on B, but yeah, Jonah P today, it's just having one hell of a performance. We saw, like, he was pretty good in the last map, but this has been ridiculous. Like, being able to re-isolate each one of those jewels, it's just solid positioning. Dodges the initial utility, re-peeks back into the second player, and then just tries to catch a time. Like, he knows if he just allows him to swing, he's definitely dead.
Yep.
But that's got, yeah, it's got to be infuriating.
It's even the fact that he pulls back around the corner for a second. These players hit by Nightfall, running the other direction. They're thinking he's going to jump on the box. He's low HP. No, he just wide swings them again and again. Gorgeous play. And 5-0 for a reason. G2 are looking unbelievable. PACIFIC struggling to get even a round on the board just yet. A rifle for something and pistols to back them up. This is the kind of round where they have so far done the most damage. We'll see if that carries through and converts to a round win.
I think the Nightfall overdrive, it's a pretty nasty combo.
Yep.
But then again, look at the position that Trent is playing in. Like, just consider that right now. He is literally just playing full retake. They've got the Viper's Pit down on one side. They know that in these moments, there you go. They've expected the Nightfall. As said, sometimes it really does look like PACIFIC are just reading from the hymn sheet of the opponents because they've used their ult. It's not really gained anything, and G2 are very happy to play the retake.
Yep. They were ready for this from the get-go. One flank position from Forsaken, though, that could catch them off guard. Look at that. He's got a nasty angle. He hears the steps, and Jonah P, a taste of his own medicine. Dropped from behind. A rifle to be recovered. PACIFIC with a stance to fight from. Jing's caught off. The finger gun's not doing the damage. They'll concede the space, let them down the stairs and fight them on the site, but Leaf wins that one too. Now looking for control over Tree. They'll find it for free. It's Maine. They've got a fight, and the swing is good with Leaf getting his third of the round. It's another successful defensive side already guaranteed to be equal at the half, and I don't think G2 are going to slow down.
It's just how confident they're playing. As said, like, to just completely give up the site to PACIFIC, have that much faith in your ability to retake, but you kind of understand why. Like, look, well, 4 of the 6 rounds they have on the board are off the back of retakes. Maybe some less so than others in how the rounds were actually played out, but it wasn't even that close in the end with how much time they actually allowed them to set up. I think, what, like 2.5 seconds still remaining. They are looking super comfortable. Again, we're going to see an investment, but using that Nightfall in the last round to very little effect. It was more the lack of information that gave them that sight. Operator in for something is an attempt at a change.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that it's not like there's been big peaks coming out of G2. They're very happy to sit back and let PACIFIC push into them. Lockdown in play. Jonah P. Again, the positioning was perfect, but he positioned himself right in front of Devi's spray.
Again, good isolation of the duel, but at least PACIFIC have managed to keep this one even. One of the better opportunities they've had. Now, it's going to split the defense quite a bit more. Showstopper is available for Icy. So again, if they wanted to, they could lean further into these retakes, but you can see Valyn is just going to be jump spotting. Now, all he's looking for is information, which he should get now, and there you go. And I think that may, I'll have to wait and see, eventually switch the position of where Trent's playing.
If Leaf swings this and they get the kill, they will run back in the other direction. In fact, they're going to do it anyways. Something now moving through to re-clear this space. He hasn't gotten the peak he wanted. The patience of G2 is commendable, to say the least. This swing, yes, it works out. Icy's down, but the trade attempt is there. Down to the shorty, closing the distance. Something playing a crazy game, upgraded to the rifle, downgraded perhaps, and Leaf doubles it up, keeps it doable for their side. And Trent, oh, Mindfreak knows he's up close, but now the info goes both ways. The spray comes close, Mindfreak on the adjustment for the double. The first round for PACIFIC at long last.
Yeah, I think, again, a lot of it comes down to just being able to get into that site and find the opener. Something does well with the operator and then just playing off of that late round. And again, even just the trade out through the smoke was pretty big, because we've seen such high impact rounds from Jonah P. This will get them onto the board. It's just whether or not they can now try to extend things. Luckily, they do save that operator, so that's still going to be in play for this next round. And they have themselves the null command, which will have value in reducing Leaf setup. Instead, though, the defense have got aggressive on both sides of the map.
Usually you talk about the push and the pull, but this was just the push. PACIFIC found themselves the pick. It's being traded out on the other side. C-site left for a retake. Nano's broken already, one activated. We'll slow them down, section them off, but, well, oh, actually, I love this. I adore this. A little bit of damage done. Jing and Forsaken now decently low, but the plant will come through. PACIFIC have some ground to fight from.
Trent's trying to sell the ruse.
Oh, here we
Nade
go.
one side. Ah, he's been denied. Well, denied the ult. Maybe not. Denied the kills. Icy still going strong. Sees to the backside. We'll let them know that there's at least was no one there. And the rest of the team just looking to push together. It's all going to be on to one. And while Devi, try as he might, won't manage to get anything.
Yeah, they might have hit him with the knife, but he stopped the show himself. Gorgeous stuff from Icy. Really impressed by him in this series so far, and by G2 in general. We expect this to be a close one on a surface level. There was always the chance of a mismatch of styles or of PACIFIC. Look, like you pointed out earlier, Tom, on a downward trajectory in terms of international events. Last time they were at a Champs, Grand Finals, top 2. Now, they're being challenged in the first round. It's not a good look, but it's a fantastic look for G2. Coming from the challengers section of Valorant, the heights they've reached already, unbelievable. They may just be about to 2-0 PACIFIC, certainly if it keeps going this way.
Even a bit back before they made it into the VCT, there was conversations about could this team just beat them anyway.
Yeah.
I think that was answered fairly quick. PACIFIC again down to a shoddy by 3 pistols, a couple of Guardians. We haven't quite seen those same hero plays that we've wanted to, at least. There was 1 or 2 on the previous map, but I guess Mindfreak's double is about the best we've had so far. He did get them their first round. Now an attempt to just walk through. Well, that's going to be revealed. Solid utility. Maybe not the gun for it, or maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I take it back. Somehow Trent's made that work. Well, he's finally put down. Too little, too late.
Well, you say that. Maybe don't count Devi out just yet. 45 seconds. He's got himself a rifle now. His HP quite low. The chance for a big play. PACIFIC needs something. I think they'll take any chance they can get, but look at G2. We talk about the discipline. Good attempt by Devi. Baits out the first fight, knows there'll be a swing back sight because they've played enough rounds against G2. This isn't a squad that's going to send individual after individual to fight you. They group up, they play it together, and their reward is an 8-1 lead. But this man, felt my heart skip a beat.
It's the moment of realization. I think he sees the little bit of like smoke from the dash and goes, wait, what? Oh! Still manages to get the kill. Had a little bit of support from his friends. 8-1. Whether you were a G2 or PACIFIC fan, I don't think you expected it to be this dominant. They have looked incredibly strong. As said, on the first map, PACIFIC were in it at a point, and then the adaptations came in. At this point, it seems like G2 have been ready from the get-go.
And G2 are adapting again. Aggressive push-up on B. They hear that A main control, and they realize it's just going to be the same old playbook. They're taking control, taking tree, and fighting sight. And that early flank is catching them off. No one's ready for it. Look at Mindfreak. He's staring forward. Jing's just about spotted the And he will manage to at least do damage, making it doable for Mindfreak, who's grabbed the double. But again, the trades keep swinging in the other direction.
So good.
Thanks to players like Jonah P. I don't understand how he does it again and again. Devi now has it all to do. He's got the right gun for the job. Gonna try to brrr them out of this one, but it's gonna be difficult. Nice lineup. Good spam, but they're going right back. They're playing the same game. Diffuse already past half, and it's too far gone. The spray might be good for one.
He jumped across and killed him.
But one's all they get. 9-1 on the board, Tom. This is a devastating start to map 2. And well, G2's map pick for a reason, I suppose.
Yeah, even still, like it's been a solid map for PACIFIC. They're just getting shut down. As I said, last time they played Jing, I think it was 28-14. He's 2-10. Like, he's not been in the game at all. I don't remember saying his name once. Like, it really, and that never happens. That never happens. He's one of the best individually skilled players we have in Valorant, but right now it seems like individual skill doesn't matter. Whoever they face off against, they're getting destroyed. Like, this is a pure team performance. The reads are impeccable. Like, every time that Nightfall is online for Trent, he is out of the site, and then he's going back in. Yep. And they are so happy to do that. We mentioned the flanks. I think this is the first time the flank has really been a big issue because they haven't needed to. They've had the read so often to get players in the right place, so they haven't needed to go around the flank. They throw it in here, and it does catch players. They also have fights from the broken door. Like, there's so much cohesion from this G2 roster, and that is the difference. Is it individual skill winning them all of these rounds? No. It is the cohesion between the players that they'll be supportive utility. Okay, Jonah P has won them a couple of rounds with straight BS.
Yep.
Like, just
100%.
like unbelievable
100%. From
positioning and skill, but like, other than that, they're just outclassing.
Oh, 100%. Like, at this point, Tom, you know, people have been telling me for a while, Americas is so far ahead of EMEA. This is their number 2. I mean, they're playing a damn clean game. I'm getting worried. I'm starting to sweat a little bit, and I don't think it's just the temperature here. G2.
Well, I'll also say, I feel like there's even an argument if they are the number 2 because of how close.
The final, right?
Yeah.
It was OTs and
13, 15, 14, 16. Then they won 13-9 and lost it.
Yep.
This team is
number 2 on a technicality.
Yeah. And after their performance at the last international.
Yep.
Even less so. They have looked incredibly good.
But this is just every single round, man, it's just clean. The ideas, the executions, nobody is greedy on this squad. Everyone's just playing it for the numbers to win the game, and that's all you can ask for.
Valyn starts it off. Will be a trade, but he's taken a lot of damage. A more direct approach this time from PACIFIC, but I'm going to sound like a broken record. These retakes have been stellar. Something's trying to get ahead of it. I really don't mind him pushing up, trying to fight more aggressively. They haven't been able to hold, but again, an impactful double from Jonah P. He's left to fight this alone. Oh, it's a bit of a wide swing, but they'll peek it together. Forsaken puts the second round onto the board with 3 kills. At least something. Maybe they can start looking at curses.
Now, we're going to definitely hope that the 9-3 exists still, that curse. Well, it used to be a big thing, and PACIFIC's going to have to perform a ritual to bring it back. I'll need to find this round at least, and Tom,
maybe
so far,
PACIFIC can do it. I've heard he's pretty good at rituals. I've seen him with the DRX jersey. He's not in the building, so he'll have to. I don't know. It means he can go out in the street and do it. In fact, that's what I want to see.
You want to see Paper Thin in the street doing a ritual?
Yes, that's what it is.
All right, we'll see if we can arrange that.
That's the content I desire.
All right, well, I think you might be the only one. No way he's going straight through it. There's no way. Jonah P's positioning's been unbelievable. Trent, I love you, man.
Okay, he got caught.
Gorgeous play. Yes, he did, but look at the position of Leaf at this point.
No, he's going to get revealed.
Okay, he's revealed. He's revealed. He has to break it. Now they know. Now the flash goes through.
Good
Gorgeous.
flash.
Okay, there's the reaction from PACIFIC and the follow-up from Forsaken and Devi. Now they're hitting their stride.
All right,
it might be a little late in the half, but they've got the foundations laid. A pistol could bridge the gap, but they're going to need it.
Yeah, we finally saw some life in the squad, like reading what was going to be done by Jonah P. I think that's the first time that he's actually been caught. And then also Forsaken. Last couple of rounds really stepping up to the plate. It's a mountain to climb, but luckily there's a second half after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Trust in me like I do in you. I found you. You know that I'm so proud of you. After all the pain you've been through, you're the one I don't wanna lose. I found you.
Welcome back to half number 2 of map number 2. What could be the last of the series. G2 leading by 6 coming into the second half, Tom, and it has been a masterclass from this squad. Although PACIFIC started to wake up towards the end of that last half. See if they can carry through that momentum here.
But they have to. Again, this is a group where there's a lot of threats. Like EDG and FUT is the game that's going to be played later on, and if this is the level that we're getting, okay, maybe it has been an impressive level on the other side, but I do question whether or not we're going to sit there and go, can they beat either of the teams we'll see play later on?
Well, that's it. If they have a flat performance like this to start it out, but 2 rounds to close out the last half, it's a little injection of hope. The pistol round carries most of it on its back. If PACIFIC don't win this one, again, the home stretch for G2, and we saw it. It was just too far out of reach on Icebox for PACIFIC to come back into. G2 didn't slow down. Barrier's about to go up. The challenge, not to lose 4 players to Jonah P's headshots.
You know what, he doesn't have a sheriff this time, so I'm not a believer. Already, though. Well, yeah, see, it's not a sheriff. Not quite as controlled, aggressive from the defensive side. They've met them outside B, and well, just about going to be the retreat. Keeps things even, but neither team is shying away from this. They want to fight. And well, maybe I was wrong. Jonah P with a double. It's not going to be 4, you know, not possible. But it's still pretty good. Last man standing something. Wow. I believed in the post plants of G2 throughout the entirety of these series. And I don't think I'm going to start to not believe now.
No, I don't really care what the number is for Jonah P. He needs a raise. He's putting in the goddamn work at this point. Trent with a Bulldog, Trent with an Odin, didn't matter. I'm becoming a fan of this team very quickly.
Are you just trying to get the whole team a raise? Is that the goal?
At this point, Tom, you disagree? It's been unbelievable, and although something grabs 1, that is all she wrote.
The G2 manager's going, shut up, shut up.
10-3, double digits found in the first round of the second half. G2 certainly seemed to be in the home stretch. We saw a force buy from PACIFIC on their attack that didn't work. I'm not sure that we'll see it here, but
if they do it on defense, then I think Frey's almost just GG the game. Like, you're not going to have that extra injection of having the plant, so it's not. And the last time out, it was 1 player standing and they got a plant. This time out, it wasn't even close. So you're basically just going to go in with sheriffs or stingers with no shields or light shields. It's just not worth it. So it is just going to have to be the hard eco. Jing, a solo sheriff. And although, yeah, if they do lose this round, it will be a massive jinx. The way that G2 have been playing, I would be gobsmacked if they lose this round.
Absolutely. Yeah, they have been so disciplined. The teams that lose these rounds tend to be much more loosey-goosey, taking risks. Now you can see that on the side of PACIFIC, they're willing to group up and do a little exec play. All the util thrown outside of A at Rubble. All the dashes used, the space taken, and there's no one here. Now they've got to go to the other side of the map, which is wide open. Typically, you'll have your Sentinel on this side when you go for those big gamble plays, at least getting you the information early. PACIFIC will struggle with that, as they don't have one.
Already. They're just set up, watching for the door. interesting. He's going to be met by Leaf. It's only a pistol player, so not the end of the world, but we'll garner him an extra orb at least. For the rest, yeah, they've dropped a couple of players. This really isn't bad! Where did that come from? Again, Forsaken. Giving them at least a life. There's time for this. Like, they're going to have to move quickly, and they're desperately low. Valyn, a safe pair of hands, but not this time! All right, then. Maybe the caster curse does exist, because somehow they managed to win that round.
Unbelievable. 42 HP between them as well. MasterCard Thrifty pulled out of absolutely nowhere. Typically, when we see those, there's at least a small bit of investment, but this really came out of the blue. Double digits for G2, sure, but that lead not extended on, and now the economy in a tough spot. Hey, of all the ways to start this half out, this may well end up being one of the best for PaperX, surprisingly.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it as something you should attempt.
That's not a foolproof strategy, that's for sure.
It's funny as well, because the time they invested into round number 2 as a force buy, it failed miserably. And the time they didn't, they win with 2 players standing. It's the most PaperX thing on the planet. And here goes Jing, continuing that train of thought. He's looking to battle and brawl, maybe get some confidence back. He's definitely had a bit of a rough map so far, but I don't think anybody's doubting that he can turn it around.
Yeah, that was his 3rd kill so far. Push up from something, good space taken. Turret not watching this angle, and it's left open for a moment. He has the timing. He has it perfectly, and he's not greedy. Just taking the one and backing off, holding the position now. Trent and Icy, the last 2 standing, and it looks like PaperX have really found themselves a way back into this series, back into this map, more importantly. 5th soon to come on the board with this firing squad waiting for them. And it's nice and easy, just leaving Trent just a Sheriff, and if he wins this one, PaperX may just walk off the stage. 10-5, halfway there.
It's still a long, long road to go. And I think we know that getting back into the buy rounds is where the expectation changes. But I do think that just boost of confidence, like winning a round like that, gets everybody hyped up, gets the blood pumping. Also just proves, you know, we can take these rounds away from them. We can still get away with the stuff that we've been attempting and that has failed. I think Forsaken, a lot of the time, puts the world on his back when things are going bad. We saw that in Madrid as well, one of the craziest shotgun plays. No, the craziest shotgun play I've ever seen. Question now is, how far does that go?
Forsaken certainly not afraid. And you mentioned about the confidence. It's a big factor. Something certainly has it. Already going up aggressive on A. He's got backup. Prowler coming around, spotting a player close left, and he decides to back off. Yeah, this is a wise choice, knowing there could be a swing coming out from both directions. Can't see someone like Jing slow it down, even after a couple of bad rounds. Well, more than a couple. This Neon, he needs to be taking space, and he's done just that. Now they can start to rotate to the other side of the map. They'll be a little bit late, and Mind Freak seems to be just conceding the control.
Forsaken's knife not yet back online. He's put the fragment in, but it's only going to deny them the close corner. I think they're going to have to give this one up. Again, looking to play the retake. Plant. Not going to be denied just yet, as they wait patiently for everybody to arrive.
Taking the leaf out of G2's book. PaperX on the way in, and up he goes, but Jing not landing the shot. The trade is good nonetheless. He causes the chaos. Trent, though, manages the recovery, and Jonah P's there to help out. Forsaken, now the last man standing, misses the jump up top, or maybe he intended to stay below. He almost caught Trent off guard, but the reactions of this guy, unbelievable. Another triple for Trent, and 11 rounds now on the board. The home stretch well and truly in full swing for G2.
God, it's not like the other side where G2 can wait for their retakes and just everything falls into place. I don't mind the idea of the sort of the jump up from Jing, even if it's just the surprise factor of it. But again, whether it's Jonah P, whether it's Trent, like just having these positions to just almost maneuver around. That seems to be what's just so impressive about every player on this squad, is their positioning. Again though, financially, PaperX after the round, they won off pistols. Economically going to be good. That looked close, but no cigar.
Just a hair away, but it's enough. PaperX Don't claim the early advantage. G2 stacked up and ready to blitz out of this choke point. If they go for it, they could be in trouble. You've got Jing and Mindfreak ready to exact vengeance on them. Instead, the spike is shifting towards the B side. A bit of a split with some going C where they know that there's an op. You have to imagine there'll be deep utility used here to push them off the angle. Indeed, it's going to be the Prowler sent through, and it's caught him up close, got the op shot out. Now they've claimed the angle on the side of G2, but is the spike going towards B? I mean, Leaf's already taken the space. The door's open. Nightfall goes through. It's a confusing one for PaperX to read, and if they had an IGL, he'd be panicking about now. Forsaken, under pressure, manages the one, but they need a little bit more, and it's something in Jing to deliver.
That leaves Valyn alone. First goes his way. Now he can back out of there. Has the spike in his hand. They know exactly where he is, and something, well, a little bit too quick to allow him to get away. A 6th round onto the board for PaperX. A big one to win as well. It's going to put the economy of their opponents right on the back foot once again. And that is, again, the thing. Just how disruptive this team can be. The rotations of Forsaken selling the idea that, okay, he's gone down. Jing can now swing off the same position. And then this man at the back of the site, they give him anything, and he's not going to miss those shots. Still, a long way back. But these sort of back and forth rounds, well, at least winning one and then losing it straight back, it's probably the best thing that could have happened for PaperX, because it means that financially, again, G2 are in trouble.
Op reposition this time, playing on the A site to allow PaperX to push up on C and take that space. Problem is they can't commit to so many players on Mound because they have to go back to clear B. That leaves Jing isolated when the fight comes down. G2 able to take that pick for free. And now well, the world's their oyster. They can take it where they want. Turret's still covering their back, but it's about to be out of range. Looks like commitment to the C site, and it certainly is. Straight through his Icy. Has Showstopper to use, but not anymore. Mindfreak keeping control over the back. He's lit down by the spams and has to be a bit more passive now. The rest of his team on the rotation. 2 stack up on B and 1 further, but they don't know that the snake in the grass yet again, the Viper down below, is on his way, and he's just wrapping for free. It could be an easy kill. He's gone into the smoke, though. A moment of solace for Mindfreak, but he doesn't expect there to be a player there. Forsaken's blindsided, and Mindfreak low on the site will struggle to stop this plant.
He's trying his best.
30 seconds
At least
left.
one comes up for Divine. Now the time is ticking. This brings things back to even. It's whether or not they want to try and use the Viper's pit, but it might make it tougher to plant. Another one for Mindfreak. Leaf tagged desperately low. It has to be Trent. It needs to be him to try and get something done. And what, 15 seconds left. Plenty of players to find, and in fact, it's a man that started it all. Mindfreak with 3.
Reason to have this man's jersey at home, Tom. Phenomenal player, and a big round from him. Dodging the spams at first, his timing on the Shrouded Step was unbelievable. Forsaken was unfortunate to get caught blindsided as he walked back through, but the spams here, absolutely gorgeous. Not just taking down Valyn, not just taking down Jonah P. I believe it was there, you see it in the kill feed. Leaf as well. 3 players going down through the wall.
The play cam there is quite funny. It looks like he's celebrating before he got the kill.
He's gonna peek me, watch this.
11-7. PaperX are on that road to recovery. Now, the ultimates weren't used by G2, so they still have them going into this round. Viper's Pit, Showstopper, but they built up on the other side as well. A matchup that, if PaperX can win, they really are getting to the point where they're back in the game. Immediate teleport. Valyn, I was about to say, if he sticks that, that's a bold attempt. Instead, though, it was just used to give them the information. Nightfall used fairly early, but Jonah P's lurk caught by something.
Yeah, who could have guessed Jonah P would be lurking in this game? Seems something certainly hit the nail on the head. Now the steps are heard, leaving the B site, although, okay, the knife gets thrown through, so Forsaken knows there's someone outside B. He'll stick in position. C site, 3 players just outside it. They had success, 3 kills in the last round off just spamming the wall and denying the plant. Looks like they're not going for that this time. Instead, it's Jing running around the nade for Forsaken, and Jing steps right into it. He is farming them up. And on 9 HP, Brave to use this ult through a smoke.
Okay.
And Leaf
1v1.
now has a real chance. 1v1 against the op. This round was looking done. It looked like it was already in the bag, and instead, there is going to be a challenge. The op not going to be the best for spamming through that wall. Something has to hope that he'll find an angle. Leaf knows once this ult goes off, he has time to get the plant in. He's going for it. Something's wild, spams, perhaps? No. He's instead going to close the distance, keep the element of surprise up his sleeve, and try to isolate this man. Caught scoping in. It's a big danger, but he's picked the right angle. It's not over yet for PAPERX. They pushed up to 8.
It's just a back and forth. It feels like they've pulled G2 into the mania that is PAPERX, with battles and brawls, a 3v1 that Leaf almost manages to turn, but again, a safe pair of hands is something with that operator. Jing, though, just the fact he's playing, again, we've seen this earlier in the tournament, just playing through the fragments, and that is filthy. Just couldn't quite get it done on the last. G2, after losing 5 of the last 6 rounds, are going to take themselves a pause. I think a necessary one as well, because we've said in the last map, they were able to weather the storm. They were able to play up against PAPERX's style with them taking aggressive mid-control, them running it down. They were playing it perfectly in those retakes, and in the post plants, they were sublime. PAPERX have started to deny them getting those plants, and that's where it becomes a little bit more problematic.
Well, you're seeing the first timeout for G2. I haven't had to use any so far. Remember, this was, what, 9-3 at the halftime? An impressive, and the pistol went to G2. So a really impressive
This could have been
recovery.
over like 10 minutes ago.
In fact, with most teams, with most games, it would have been over.
Yeah.
But PAPERX have started to find themselves a little bit. And with 3 rounds in between them, it is definitely the time for G2 to touch base with the coaching staff. This round, not likely to be the one that they win. They've got pistols. They're very light investing. No heavy shields whatsoever. A few ultimates online. But, again, unless you see Jonah P headshot 3 people, or 2 maybe, you're not likely to see that showstopper pulled into effect, unless there's a big mistake from PAPERX.
Yeah, same for his Viper's pit as well. It's like you've got a stinger in case that eventuality comes about, but a lot more is needed. It's so aggressive. Already, immediately taking control towards that C site. It's left something alone. This could actually be the bigger problem for them. He's going to manage to dodge, but they're trying to pressure with a low buy, looking to get as close as they can. He's repositioned, but the shots are missed. He's now somewhat stuck in the mud, and they're waiting for that rotation to come back in. Shots connecting. Icy found another one, and he goes for even more. And not even needing that showstopper when he's got the pistol in hand.
Trent's behind as well. He was biding his time on B, and there's no way they expect him to be here at this stage. He's recovered a rifle, and it's the freest kill of his life with Jing down and out. What a way to push up to 12 from G2, a round that seemed like they wouldn't have a chance in. They had nothing but pistols for the most part, and here they are. Just Devi, 1 against 4. A Viper's pit to fight through. Icy, who's popping off everyone on rifles, bar Jonah P, who doesn't give a damn inside his pit, and a showstopper just for good measure. This is a disastrous outcome. And sure, he takes down 1, but that matters little to G2 right now. A 3K for Icy, a MasterCard Thrifty, and with that, 4 chances to take the series with a G2-0.
It's going to be the thorn in their side, a slip up. And one that it's unfortunate, like you put your operator on one side, and I thought that was going to be the main problem of the round, but it's mainly just the fact that Icy's able to wrap back in, and then I think he spots, that's it, it's just the shrouded step. He sees just a tiny bit of information and is completely ready for anything Mind Freak is going to do. 12-8, operator now gone as well, can't be back on the board for PAPERX in this round. It's been a huge part of what they have. Jing, he's gone as well.
And the showstopper's active, but Mind Freak's up top. No one was close enough to trade him out. Big swing from Devi as well. They'll double up on it. PAPERX now with the advantage. They punish the early rubble control. And the response seems to be to take it the other direction. The steps are heard as Valyn moves up towards B main. They know that he's on his way here, and something is more than ready to execute him. But Valyn starts to run back. Timing for something isn't great because the turret's still there. It's going to catch him and give the information. They know that push has come through, but it does get the rotation to the C site.
But that's the thing. If he doesn't peek that, it will have actually been a perfect stack up for them on the C site. Now G2 can call into question, okay, if he's pushed up, they know it's not B. They know the fake that we sold isn't going to be there. Forsaken under pressure, but he can't afford to give the game away here. And well, but now already they've lost 1. This is an awkward fight to take. He's just about going to make it around the corner.
Trent is so smart. He throws the reveal and then just swings it, knowing that they're probably going to go for the peak. Nightfall goes through on the back of that. Forsaken catches Valyn, though. A huge kill. But with the Nightfall hitting, Trent takes his moment to go for the flank, moving around through heaven, sees that it's clear. Now you know that the defender spawn is not where they're coming from. It refocuses Leaf. He's now looking towards the water, where he's already heard Mind Freak TP across, waiting for the steps, and he's turned at the wrong moment. A free kill. Trent now has to do it all. He's pulled out multi-kills so many times in the past, and the first is his, but he's got to swing in and deny that defuse. Not this time. 12-9. 3 more chances for G2.
Yeah, then, well, again, it's going to be a break back immediately after we see that pistol round victory. You got yourself what was a nice attempt to turn back around. After the early battles, it was looking rough, especially with the information that something was able to get with such a deep position. But even still, once Leaf went down, the position for the retake or the clutch for Trent just wasn't a good one. From the depths of hell again, PACIFIC look to rise. Economically, though, again, they're still almost fighting off the back of that pistol, and it's given them enough to purchase once more. And no surprise, we're seeing a push-up on A.
Yeah, they've had success taking it. Mind Freak alongside Jing. Forsaken early knife for info on C. And the aggression from something successful, at least in the last round for the information. First fight doesn't go their way. Mound control given over to the side of G2. Orb to be taken. 2 away now from a lockdown, and the push-up on A. The slide in from Jing is gorgeous. Jonah P didn't stand a chance.
It's got to be infuriating. The amount of times he's been picked off by an operator pushing him. And now Jing sliding into position. The B site looks to be the point of contention. Smokes out, paranoia, utility, but there seems to be a point where they might look to just push through this. I didn't expect that. Now Icy has managed to put down 2. It's not the play you expect to see with the Odin. And now Mind Freak's gone as well. The perfect combo. It's left onto the man who started this comeback. Forsaken, 1v4.
Devastating round. Let's see if he can do it. And no, immediately shut down. G2, 13-8 and 13-9. They were the better team here today. And the man on your screens, ice cold with it. This guy is unbelievable. His raise popped off, but you got to commend G2. They look like such a clean machine on the server. This is someone that and anyone in this tournament should be scared to face.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think coming into this group, there was a lot of doubt about who would be making it through, but I think most, if not everyone, should have looked at G2 as the favorites. This team has been on an upward trajectory all the way through the year, ever since making it in. For PACIFIC, hey, they woke up towards the end. We started to see the team that we wanted to see throughout this series, but it was just a little bit too late. And those individuals on the other side, the team cohesion, there was everyone needed to sort of fight versus the side of PACIFIC. And yeah, I think if you look at most teams, maybe you can think of, okay, this is their weakness, this is a weak link. For G2 right now, I'm stumped. It's up to their next opponent to try and work it out.
Yeah, someone's going to be losing sleep trying to answer that question, because this team doesn't seem to have a weakness when it comes down to players or approach. They just seem so far ahead. And I got to say, I am impressed by what I saw today and every facet of it. Icy blew me away with some of his performances. Jonah P, that man, he needs to be studied. He needs to be studied. I want to know what he ate, what he did in the morning. What's his routine? I'm copying it once there's no walking involved. And Trent, look, here it is. Here it is with the pistols as well, the 4K that kicked it off. And this set the tone for the map. And I don't think the tone changed. There was a little moment.
I would say there was a decent moment.
PACIFIC picked it up at the end, but
down,
again,
they made it competitive.
Just too far behind, and that was our fear going into the second half.
For sure. No, I think the retakes were incredible. Like, that was
Unreal.
What really made this team look like they shine. I think on both maps, but this map in particular, it was just ridiculous. Whether it was saving utility for the late round, just having it to combo a player out of position, or even just general cohesion and fundamentals from these players. Like, they are so in sync with each other. Their positioning and where they take fights, like basically optimizing whether there's a risk there or not. It was at times the polar opposite of what we saw from PaperX, and as it was said on the desk, this is why they came into this and it looked like they would have a good matchup, because they can deal with the craziness, and that's difficult to do.
If we've seen our fair share of teams struggle with that in the past, for PaperX, a team that was previously up on top now finds themselves with a loss to open up champs. We're going to go down to the stage, though, and hear from Valyn with our good friend Bella.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the post-match interviews with your host Bella. I'm joined by G2's Valyn. Congratulations, Valyn, on your win.
Thank you.
오늘 첫 번째 경기 G2의 발린 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이제 유일하게 G2가 어센션 팀에서 챔피언스를 진출하게 됐는데, 그리고 이전에 또 다시 한번 페이퍼렉스를 오늘 이긴 승리 소감 한번 먼저 들어보겠습니다. The only Ascension team in champs, and yet once again you took down PaperX. How is that? How does that win taste?
It feels very good to come out for our first match and come out with a victory. We know it's going to be a long journey, but to start off strong means a lot to us. We put a lot of effort and preparation for this match, so I'm glad that it all paid off, and the boys showed a great game today, so thank you to my team.
이번 챔피언스를 통해서 이제 첫 경기를 정말 좋게 출발하게 돼서 너무 기쁘고요. 이제 팀원들도 그렇고 이제 앞으로 이길 경기들이 많이 남아 있지만 첫 출발이 좋아서 엄청 기쁘다고 하네요. 그리고 G2의 이제 아이스박스가 점점점 단단해진 거를 우리가 오늘 경기에서도 볼 수 있었는데, 좀 IGL로서의 발리는 오늘 아이스박스 팀의 아이스박스를 어떻게 평가하는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Your icebox has been getting more solid by each game.
Yeah.
And how would you rate, or what are your thoughts? How confident are you about your team's icebox?
Yeah, so we've had some devastating losses on that map, obviously, some almost 13-0s, like really bad results, but it's always been a top map for us in scrims, so we don't shy away from it. We know it's a good map for us, and we just have to look back at the VODs when we lose and iron out some little details, because it always comes down to the tiny things for us.
Right.
And from there, you know, we just took it match by match, and now it feels really confident, so I kind of dare teams to pick it.
이제 원래 아이스박스가 스크림에서는 항상 탑픽이었기 때문에 뭔가 자신감은 항상 있었지만, 이제 안 좋았던 경기들이 몇 번 있어서 오늘 이번 이제 경기를 통해서도 이제 G2의 아이스박스는 준비가 됐고, 다른 팀들도 저 도전장을 내밀었으면 좋겠다고 이야기를 하네요. 그리고 가기 전에 마지막으로 승부 예측 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. One last thing before you go, EDG or FUT Esports?
I want EDG.
EDG?
Yeah.
All right. All right, good luck to you for the rest of the tournament. Thank you for the interview.
감사합니다.
And that was G2's Valyn, and we'll have to see if he's right, because we have EDG versus FUT Esports coming up after the break. Bye-bye.
나 이거 시작한 지 언젠지 하도 힘을 주고 있더니 지금도 뻐근한 내 어깨 내가 지금 뱉고 있는 가사는 대체 뭘 위한 건데 모를 거야 난 평생 내 선생 또 선배는 너를 정내 플레이리스트에 남들과 좀 다른 게 들어왔지 눈에 투면 내 same thing 비슷해 보이는 거 빼고 골라서 선택 It is the mistake For the cash, for the fame 관심 없어 난 내 가사에만 몰입해 계속 work on 믿었어 그럼 따라온다고 자연스레 근데 항상 따라붙는 조바심 내 버릇이 잡아먹는 강박 내 목소리를 팔아 남들 다 하는 얘기 말고 진짜 내 living life 다 끝내 눈 감아 뭐 접어 그 전까지 날 붙잡고 있는 것은 다름 아닌 사랑 It's love What is love? I don't know Nobody heard 어느새 내가 여기까지 와서 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 어디 up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay 어느새 내가 여기까지 와서 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 어디 up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay 이게 맥길로겐지 I feel right is block Oh can you see me take your stereotype A lot of time 도대체 얼마던가 내가 버린 수많은 것 생각이 안 나 중요한 것을 놓치고 있는 듯한 기분 말이야 쫓기고 있는 듯한 이 기분 말이야 걱정 마 여기까지 다 왔잖아 미안하지만 I don't give a it's my life 가끔은 be alone 근데 낯설은 맘의 위로 받을 줄도 몰라 혼자 견뎌내고 이게 나의 방식 가끔 시간 통하는 상식 돌아보니 고마움을 알기에 I believe in myself 시간이 흐르고 나는 익숙해져 be alone 믿을 건 오직 나뿐인 이게 내 인생 loan 이루기 전에 눈먼 감지 그래 내가 여기까지 왔지
Welcome back to Day 4 at Champions Tour. Our second match on this beautiful Sunday. It's going to be EDG taking on FUT Esports. Of course, Golden Boy here once again, joined by Achilleos as well as Mimi to break everything down. And I mean, before we jump into it though, I do want to do some quick reflection. G2, excellent job from them. Seth, I hope you're okay, buddy. You're reeling a little bit for a bit, but you got over it.
It's nothing I haven't been through before. And you know, they always, you know, they tell you that nonsense where like you'll never experience that same degree of pain again.
Yeah.
You know what? We've gotten past it, so I'm fine.
Yeah, that's right. You embrace the pain. You become one with the pain. Hey, but you know what though? An excellent matchup from G2. We'll of course see both of those teams later on in the competition. But for now though, let's focus our attention on the task at hand. Now these two teams are no strangers to the global stage and have had some incredible moments, but they've never really been able to get over that hump. 7th, 8th, 5th, 6th, but you know that the talent is there, Mimi.
Top 6 is the limit for both these teams. EDG has been to 6 global events, FUT to 4, and I think they're really paralleled in their story. Both a team that fully represents one country, EDG for China, and on the other side, FUT for Turkey, that have been the best from their respective regions at making deeper runs. But for EDG, after having their breakout year last year, I think this year it's been a bit more disappointment. Going home early in that first round at Masters Shanghai in front of their home crowd was a heartbreak for the squad.
No, it really wasn't. I mean, it was a year of elation last year, as you're saying. This year has been a bit of a rockier road. And I'm curious to see how they look because there's additional pressures that are kind of getting stacked on EDG because they have seen success, more relative success from the likes of FPX on the international stage, but they themselves still remain at the top here regionally. But now we saw with that matchup from Trace, the bar continues to get set higher and higher for these Chinese squads and for EDG in particular.
Yeah, no, of course. It goes without saying that you have a team in this situation that they found themselves with a ton of success, and it's only natural that when you're top of the mountain for such a long time, things are going to start to fall apart a little bit. This is where we start to see the resiliency we've seen from teams like G2. Let's see that from teams like EDG.
And EDG, I mean, they did more than that. They made changes coming into this event for the first time in forever. EDG has always been this same core, but after their first game in Stage 2, they benched their IGL Howdong gone, he's now filling into somewhat of an assistant coach role, still helping out with this team. They also had coaching changes. After is gone, Muggle is up now as their head coach, and a new player, Simon, has been added to the mix. And I think from watching their games, really reinvigorated EDG. They're back to dominating in China, and while they're still playing a similar style, they're showing a lot of new comps and ideas, at least regionally, and Simon has been a big part of that.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that time and time again for a multitude of different rosters, and how long that stretch, how long that reinvigoration can last is a different question, but I mean, it's very much the likes of, something joining onto the side of Paper Rex and then being able to take over Pacific last year. Simon comes in, EDG maintaining their spot at the top over in China. How does this look, though, on that global stage is the big question.
I think he looked solid regionally. He's playing, he has a really wide initiator pool, and he does fill in pretty much one for one for Haodong's roles. But what he's not doing is IGLing. Nobody who has been on this team for ages, since basically the dawn of EDG, is now picking up that mantle, which I feel like is a little surprising because he was so often known as a player who was making some of the more crazy, wild plays, running around on Sky for this team. But he's really locked in, and I think evolved as a player to now take on that mantle from Haodong of the in-game leadership.
That's what you need to do when you want to compete at this level. The best of the world are here in Seoul, South Korea, so you need to take it to that next step. But let's go ahead and hear what Simon says as we have Mika Fab standing by with him.
Hi, Simon. Hello. Can we pull you for a quick question? Now, this is not only your first, hi, Kaka. This is not only your first Champions, but this is your first global event ever. So I'm wondering what's going through your head right now. How did you prepare for this day? We have Luna here to help with some translation.
那这不仅仅是你第一次的冠军赛，这更加是你的第一次世界赛嘛？那你现在脑海当中在想着些什么呢？以及是怎么准备今天的比赛的呢？
在想什么？就是有点紧张，然后就想着努力拿下吧。
A little bit nervous, and we'll try our best to win today's matchup.
Well, I'm sure you guys are going to do great. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, not what I was expecting. A little bit nervous, but you know what? I mean, maybe a little nerves might not be the worst thing in the world to have, right? You know, trying to spin that.
I think it's really expected, and I think that, frankly, it's better to just be honest about it rather than maybe trying to lie to yourself and say, like, no, everything's going well, I'm going to do fine, the team's going to do great, whatever. Sometimes just accepting that you have that nervousness is going to, just help you be able to overcome it. The team knows what you're dealing with. They've been there in that position before, so he's got a good support group around him
to be leaning on them.
And I also don't think he's alone in those feelings. Nobody in an interview was talking about the fact that he, having to pick up the IGL mantle, was feeling anxious himself about it, was honestly feeling overwhelmed by the new responsibilities, the new role at times. But I still think that the team has looked good. They looked comfortable when they were playing in their own region. They played a similar style, but the calling was solid. And I think that Simon, well, he wasn't a superstar. This isn't a player that we're going to expect to go out there and light the world on fire. He was really solid. And he's in a good team of very experienced players on this international scene. Remember, 6 times they've been to global events before who can make him feel comfortable on this stage.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, when you're nervous or you're not sure how to feel in those moments, you lean on the rest of your teammates there. And who better to lean on than a guy who loves living in that spotlight? It's Kong. And this is a guy who we have always known to step up in those clutch moments. He's had many incredible moments on the global stage, but this is certainly going to be a tough challenge for Kong. And for the rest of EDG, as we had alluded before, Seth, because they are kind of figuring it out right now. And Kong, well, he's still Kong, so.
He is still Kong, but we haven't gotten those highs from him this year compared to what we've been used to seeing in the past. You see how he's been comparing regionally against, up against cNed. The main thing that I want to see is just operators in both of these guys' hands.
I think that's the big thing about the matchup. Both these guys are some of the players who like hopping the most in their respective regions. For both these teams on their defensive side, getting that star player set up, they'll both call a lot of the rotations around leaving their opera alone on the line, and both of them definitely have that experience taking over games. Kong before on the international stage, and cNed, one of the 4 players who has won a Champions before. He's been a world champ, so big pressure for both these guys, I think, to show their best here at Champs 24.
Hey, well, pressure makes diamonds, right? So we'll see what ends up happening with this. But ahead of Champs, we sat down with Kong to talk about his return to the global stage, who maybe hoists a trophy over his head. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hey guys, we have a very special guest joining me today for a quick interview. We have Kang Kang of EDG and we have Luna to help with some translation. So nice to see you guys. Now, Kang Kang, you've been at every global event since Champions 2022. How different is it being here at Champions 2024 from the first time that you've stepped onto that global stage?
会有一些感觉吧，就以前可能会觉得一切都是很未知的，然后现在可能就是只需要准备好我们自己该做的那些东西，然后去尽力的去面对下一场比赛就行了。
I think there's a difference because previously we just felt that everything is unknown, but now you just have to prepare your own thing just to try your best.
Yeah, well, we know, of course, that we're going to expect the very best from EDG. But now the team looks a little bit different. You have Simon now in the roster. You have Muggle now as the head coach. And Haodong is now assistant coach. So with your top seed finish in VCT China, how would you say they impacted preparations going into this event and on that global stage?
我觉得就更专项一点，然后现在更做东西更基础，然后只是构建一下团队的道具跟协同吧，然后其他就可能风格有一些转变，然后跟之前训练的东西跟针对的东西不太一样了。
I think we have the things we have changed particularly. It's more about our basic, more about our synergy, our Kate, and our thing. The difference is the style because we have changed a little bit. So I feel like the things we're changing is in different style right now.
Well, we know that you and EDG, you have a massive fan base. We saw that in Master Shanghai. Why do you think the fans connect to you so much, Kang Kang?
我觉得可能更多的是活力吧。我觉得我们一直以来就备受关注的一点就是我们充满活力，对，所以说怎么说呢？其实。然后再加上可能是舞台上或者赛场上我们的发挥，然后跟表现吧。
I think the first thing is about our energetic. I think this is one of the most important reason, and also plus on our performance on the stage or in the server. I think that's why.
I think it's also your epic poses, right? You who can forget that. We're eager to see more of it on that stage. So thank you so much for this interview and best of luck.
EDG burst onto the scene and really made a name for themselves right out of the gate. Kang Kang obviously being at the tip of the spear when it comes to that. But, I think, that energy, that excitement, that's what makes this EDG team so excited. And
the classic pose was at Champs, wasn't it?
Love it, yeah.
I think it might have been Tokyo.
Was it?
No, I think it was LA.
I thought it was LA too.
I'm sure it was Champs LA. I mean, he had so many different moments.
He's an icon.
It's really easy to kind of get confused and conflate them all together. Either way, for me, after last year, Kang Kang was that guy. He was the one I feel like everybody should have been looking at.
Yeah, for sure. But then on the other side, his counterpart there is going to be cNed and the rest of this FUT lineup here. And this is a squad that, again, another team similar to EDG who have not been able to break past that glass ceiling, and they're right there to be able to do so.
But the last event was their breakout. They finally beat one of their demons in Fnatic and made it into the top 6 at Master Shanghai. It was their best appearance ever at a global event. And these guys have come back in, honestly, looking solid. They did end up losing to Fnatic again and went down in the EMEA playoffs, but I think they stuck to their guns. They're still a team with a lot of somewhat unique but really well executed ideas. When I think of them, I don't think of crazy util set plays and combinations, but I just think of really solid teamwork, players swinging together, everyone in the right place, and just some fantastic Turkish aim from players like cNed and Yetije.
Yeah, you love to see it. Oh, well, look at that. I lost that pen. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from a world champ, shall we? We got cNed standing by with Mika Fabs.
Hi, cNed. Good to have you back. The team is back for another Champions, and I feel like you guys are the team that everybody is sort of healthily wary of. So what do you think this roster, FUT, can bring to the table that you think will surprise everybody on that stage this year?
I mean, we are come to here to, I think, as underdogs, so we can surprise everyone, I hope, and become champion.
Well, eager to see it. Good luck out there.
Both these teams, I think, are coming in with a bit of an underdog mentality, right? They've both had their breakouts before on the international stage, but both these squads, I think, approaching their opponent with respect, but with real potential to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, Kong, he's always been that guy getting out of his chair, getting in your face. We've been seeing that more and more from cNed, so now with these two clashing for the very first time, I'm curious to see who's going to be left standing at the end of this all and who's going to be sitting in their chairs.
Yeah, for sure. But another player, though, that I'm really excited to check out is Yetuje, who also, another one, who came into the global stage and really shocked us all with his performance. And I think it's safe to say, like, this is a guy that you got to be afraid of when you face off against him in that server.
He's such an important player for this team. He's almost always going to be locking in this Cypher. And I think they have so many of their defensive ideas built around him about disguising the strong side of setting him up in a lot of positions where he's left alone on the site and has to do a ton, but his mechanics and his individual form is so good that he's almost always thriving in those situations. And on top of that, you just see the energy he exudes when he is playing well on stage. Him yelling, it'll echo through any arena.
Yeah, this guy is loud, and from the outset, just joining in the offseason, you could see that the impact was there already. FUT, you could see that this was going to be a very different team, that they were going to be able to reach new heights, and so far they've been able to do that, but how high can they go? We're about to find out.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got two teams here, never faced off against one another before, and I'm expecting a damn good match. So let's go ahead and send it over to the stage and bring out FUT and EDG.
FUT Esports. Edward Gaming.
My favorite thing about Valorant at the global level is you get to see matches that you never thought you'd be able to see. You're getting an all-Turkish team going up against an all-Chinese team, a truly international battle, and it is going to be fantastic.
Both these teams are the icons of their region for a reason, looking to break out here at Valorant Champions. As we look at the map veto, we're starting things off with, I think, a pretty good one for FUT. They've played a lot of their Lotus in EMEA. It seems like almost every EMEA team favoring that map quite a lot.
They quite like themselves some Lotus
I
out
think
there.
what is interesting, though, is that they don't play the standard Fnatic comp. They've been locking in instead a look with the Jet and the Breach. Well, they have shifted away from like only playing KO. cNed still only plays Jet and Raze for this team. They haven't picked up any of the new stuff with Neon, any of the Yoru ideas. They're very much a team that is committed to their read.
Yeah, whereas on the other side, we have actually seen, kind of for some of the first times, Kong flexing over to some different roles, picking up some different things such as that Gecko and whatnot. So curious to see if there's going to be any big changes in the overarching compositions from EDG, where they want to just really force Kong back onto those hard-hitting duelists where he can have that monstrous carry potential, or if it is still going to be a bit more flexibility coming out of this superstar.
And even on those carry roles, he's playing new ones. This map, we're likely to see him lock in the Neon, something that we did not really see until stage 2 of VCT CN. They also play a unique comp. They have a Clove in the mix and an Omen as well, playing a double controller with no Viper, maybe taking somewhat of a leaf out of their CN brethren FPX's book, who favors a lot of those kind of like Omen, Clove, double smoker ideas.
Mr. Fallen out there bopping his head quite a bit. I got to know what the deal with the octopus is, but there you go. The lock-in comes through here. You're getting Clove. You're getting Kong on that Neon. I'm excited to see him break some ankles out here potentially, but what we should be expecting with this compositions?
I mean, the big thing that I'm looking at is going to be Kong and that new player of Simon. That Breach is there to help set up the Neon on these pushes alongside the relay bolt coming through. Get those dazes out, get those slides going, and get that pinpoint accuracy on display.
On EDG's attack, watch how they'll slowly kind of clear through space. When they go towards A, they're going to smoke close, take that space early with their stunts, and then kind of set it up into a 2-stage fight with the amount of smokes they have. Normally, when you're only playing Omen, you don't have that potential. This Clove adds an extra little bit, and you're combining that with the Neon too. There's a lot of cool ideas to show here, and FUT is never played against a comp like this.
Oh, I'm excited. All right, let's go ahead and jump into map 1, shall we? And send it over to your casters, who, by the way, are taking a break from getting rinsed on the Pacific servers. It's Brendan's
I
never played on the Pacific servers.
I've never been rinsed in my life on the Pacific servers.
Yeah, you
I'm
definitely
taking
have.
over.
You
No,
definitely
that's a lie, actually. Singapore servers after 6 p.m. demon time. don't play on those servers. I'm telling you now. We got FUT versus EDG here for our opening matchup, really, between these two teams. The first signs of life that we're going to see at them in champs so far. And there's a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss at the desk. It's already been bringing out, but we are jumping straight into the pistol round. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to break down all sorts of narratives circulating around these teams. But the big one is that EDG are under a tremendous lot of pressure. They need to have a good, strong opening.
They absolutely do. Those Chinese fans can be brutal, and EDG have seen so many other squads from China have success recently. They want a taste of that themselves again. FUT was stacking up over towards C at the start of this pistol round, and it looks like they're playing A towards a bit of a retake setup. Both teams playing a breach, seeing Cracks hold the fault line.
Yeah, just in cases here, Simon's going to go for that plant. Full stick, nothing to push that away as well. Plant against the backside of the wall, holding the flash as well for backside fight with Kang already in that spot and position.
EDG love to get aggressive on these Lotus post plants.
Let's see if they got anything clear in the one-way fault line. And the paranoia, right clicks, a bit of panic settling in. G2 trying to cover it just over the shoulder as well. Kang still alive. It's off to the side here, making sure that he can hold this one back, but already getting overwhelmed and swarmed by the FUT players with that front side control. They've taken out almost everybody. Smoggy, last one to be alive here, and Crack sticking at the fuse. No way! That's a lead by Smoggy, and what an opener that this EDG team needed.
Great play there towards the end. He got enough chip damage on the first try of going at things. Both of those players super weak. It made the frenzy very useful in that spot. Nice Red Bull clutch that Smoggy pulls out early on. Like you said, very needed. Other than that, their post-plant aggression didn't really work. It looked like FUT's coordination on the retake was working as well. EDG needed somebody to come up huge.
Smoggy was the man for the job.
I'll tell you in general, FUT love contacting around places. It's not a high utility composition that they're running here. You don't have the raise, you don't have the fade, you just got a breach.
Yeah.
And they normally save that utility for like big retakes or big executes, depending on what side they're on. So there's going to be a lot of raw gunfights happening. And when you have that kind of clash between teams like this, form is crazy important. Whether the EDG and FUT players are feeling it today and can access their full potential. And in terms of the peaks that we've seen, players in this server have just put on absolute God mode tournaments occasionally.
See if those individuals are firing off. EDG are making this one. It's quite cautious at the beginning into this eco round. Of course, they don't want to give away any lives unnecessarily. cNed gets at least 2 chances there to potentially rip off some heads, but he's back at the site here, and with only the Sheriff in hand. Shouldn't be too much danger. Yeah, he's cleaned up, so EDG going for that plan at this point here. There's a bit of time as well. I mean, we've already kind of briefly mentioned how unorthodox these compositions are. These teams, you know, FUT and EDG, they have been playing it in their regions. It's not like we've seen this for the first time.
No, but we haven't seen them clash against each other.
Yeah.
EDG's comp, in my opinion, is really attack-sided. Crazy attack-sided. And then when EDG go onto defense, they try to save up, get an operator into Kang's hand, and they're like, would you mind winning us a few rounds with the op? Because the actual compositional setups are not that great on the defense. So I'm expecting EDG here to run up the scoreline at least to a comfortable level for them. And if they don't, they might be in a bit of trouble.
EDG just going to be going down to the spike here. So another one followed up by EDG, putting that second round on the board.
I also think it's really remarkable that, I mean, maybe it's not remarkable because they've got G2 and PaperX in their group, but the community had both of these teams as like 25%ers, 3rd and 4th in the group. Only 25% of people thought that they were going to exit the group, basically.
Right.
For both of these teams. I think this group could be rife for upsets. PaperX is waiting. Whoever loses this, I don't think PaperX has an enormous edge over either of these two teams, but neither of them are going to want to be in that position.
Yeah, looking to grab a win nice and early in their group here. Bonus round for EDG. Definitely a lot of danger towards it. Big stack and group up by the FUT players. A fault line and a paranoia gives them access to that A-Robble control. Might be looking to cement it, but already you've seen a fast pivot and EDG just trying to play off of that. A lot of util being used. EDG barely alive, but a stun still applying, and he's able to trade out these kills. Kill trip played off of this guy is electric right now. EDG, anchoring player, stalwart defender. And EDG now going to be licking their wounds, I think, looking for options and ways back into this round.
Already I can tell that FUT have been watching the VODs. That aftershock comes out from Simon every time, and EDG made sure his trips did not get broken by it. That was massive.
And now FUT just hold, waiting for it. Signs of life contact, the head's just peeking up and over. Ripped clean off.
Such a clean round, and so important for FUT to showcase early on in this defense half that they can hold on to a site when there's only one player and, you know, a flood coming through. It was just EDG there. Ada Captain comes to try to reinforce. To be honest, Kang should probably be favored in that kind of situation, but if EDG is hitting, I guess the stun is cosmetic. But yeah, pay attention to where these trips are, because Simon's aftershock is supposed to break those trips. And EDG is putting them down in spots that'll avoid that.
And now Robinson into the skirmish, both of these teams, but nobody considering that Chichu could have already got past that line with the TP with cNed removed. Robble control going to be made that much more easier here for EDG.
I think it's going to be a mistake for FUT to opt into these Robble fights. EDG's composition is much better in those spots.
Yeah. Like we were already talking about, I mean, the utility that FUT have to work with, it's pretty low. In terms of if you're trying to go, you know, pound for pound against this composition that EDG have, you know, the double initiator, the duelist. Neon stuns are just brutal for trying to find that one early. And a contact reclear is called here by FUT. Had a captain just holding the one line. EDG.
He's got a good idea.
Very good idea. Just sees the jiggle as well, but already gives it up, doesn't he? Spoiler. And already stands up, gliding forwards. Kang can't follow up. Out from Mounds and ducking, weaving, dodging EDG only with the two before the trade comes through. Still, two left to stand here for FUT, and that does give them chances and opportunities, but they want to make their way back over towards A now. EDG. Chichu didn't give up that position earlier, so just holding on to that A control for most of the round gives them that option.
It's a nice call. Coming back over to Chichu, who's inserted there. Mr. Fallen might have an opportunity. Shut down.
Yeah, crosshair placement just wasn't quite there, already adjusting.
And that should secure the round up. We'll have to be keeping an eye on these kind of mid-round calls that are going on for EDG. I feel like a lot of the time things are extremely hectic in the EDG camp, especially since they've decided to bench Haodong, put him into the sixth man assistant coach kind of vibe, and bring nobody in to make a lot of the calls for them.
Max is trying to make a go at this. I don't really understand the logic behind it.
Probably needs his weapon.
Yeah, he really does. He's got no money to buy another one. The rest of his team does, so he's going to get out of there. Not going to get punished for the hubris of trying to make that attempt. But you're right, you know, EDG, there's been even comments from themselves. You know, I was talking about Yinsu ahead of this match as well, just trying to get that extra information heading into it about EDG. But, you know, even Kang was talking about how they get chaotic in the mid-round sometimes. They lose track of, you know, what decisions they should be making.
Frankly,
gets a little bit messy.
That doesn't surprise me whatsoever when you put a player who's known for his unorthodox plays and strange read on the game and feast or famine play style, and you put him into an IGL position. But it feels like Edward Gaming are just trying to figure out what their mentality is, what their ethos is, their style of play. All right. cNed's going to pick up an operator. Go to look for an early pick out here towards C. Got to imagine there's util to push it back.
Yeah, I mean, they have boatloads of it, but okay. Unscoped as well. That is so damn dangerous near-sighted just by the Prowler. Was not broken up by EDG. It gives it full sight over towards the C mound angle. Core's going to be even opened here, not even contested, at least with that Nightfall. Scatters its way across. There's no follow-up, though, with the wall in their face and the Haunt. And the Paranoia, plenty more where that came from. EDG, Ghana, and gain that access into the C site. But the question is, are they going to come out unscathed? Need to get this plant down. Plenty of shots and opportunities handed to cNed, but he's not quite grasping any of them. Damage done to Smoggy. Not quite the kill he was looking for, though. Still has the Blade Storm, so the retake potential is there.
That was a hit.
He's definitely making a decent go of it. Teams grouped up now. 5 versus 5 onto the retake, backside control. Aim to be held, Kang. It's an off angle, just down onto the ramp as well, but he needs to land it. Shot down with the rest of his team. It's Led just firing through and follow through with the kills. Beautiful work by EDG.
Very nicely done there. EDG, when I was watching them in China on this map, they loved fighting aggressively in the post plant for waterfall control. This time, they planted, but they all stayed on site. They didn't push for an extra piece of map control, but they also didn't back off over to mound, which means it's massively important that you stand your ground, hold crossfires with each other, and hit these important shots. That's a really crucial one to take down cNed, who had knives online. This is putting EDG well ahead now.
Right there. Yeah, ults are starting to get generated already. See the rolling thunder. Simon holding on to it. And Captain's the only one to hold back this A approach. It's a weaker buy by FUT.
Yeah, the attack side operator is now coming out as well. Kang picking that up. They tend to play a lot slower when Kang is AWPing.
FUT just trying to abuse the fact that there's no Sentinel on the side of EDG, but Smoggy will happily fulfill that role. Even just with the raw aim and gunfire. I mean, listen, there's always danger. The sheriffs are in the hands of these FUT players. They're demons with it, but it's all cleaned up. Safe pair of hands of Smoggy.
It's pretty nice for the next round. You now have Breach Ult, Clovault online. Smoggy can go really deep off the back of it.
The last 2 players as well. Caught off into the corner.
What?
Whoa, cracks! He's given it the lifeline and a chance, an opportunity that it's just opened Pride. Wide open, 5 health though to his name. It's a 1v1, isolated down in the blink of an eye. Expecting already the cross-up from Smoggy, the pre-fire, no. But my God, did it get dangerous.
There's just a taster of what this match might end up devolving into.
Listen, man, I said it could get dangerous and they got the sheriffs in their hands.
It's absolutely bonkers what these players are able to do with light weaponry. I mean, the first shot is labored, but onto nobody and onto Simon.
God
and
almighty.
It's so clean. If Captain hadn't leapt face first into the aftershock there, they actually could have had a 2v1. Maybe secured the round.
All smiles on the face of Kang though. He's taking it in his stride. No worries, guys.
FUT are going to take attack timeout here. This side is going to be very difficult for them. I really do believe that EDG's composition is massively attack-sided. And when they have ults online like Clovault, Breach Ult, it's just going to be so difficult to hold them back. I think FUT should be aiming to put a little bit of pressure early and then fight a kind of rolling retreat as they back up and then play retake onto the sites with their own Breach Ult. It's really important, though, that you contest EDG early on because you want to drain them out of utility. You want to make them use the Breach Ult. You don't want to give away that you're just playing full retake setups. Otherwise, they're just going to walk in and then they have all the ults for post-plant.
Yeah.
So I would like to see, we can see that cNed is picking up the operator. I'd like to see cNed try and take an aggressive angle. You know, maybe over towards C, maybe even fighting from the kind of A site kind of area, but something that forces out that Breach Ult so that then his team can play retake. It's just so important that he at least creates pressure and then gets out alive.
And that's the difficulty, I think, for FUT as well. Their competition is... It's hard to walk that tightrope of not over-investing into some of these fights. Seen it again. Operator already being just accosted off onto the corner. Stun already connecting. cNed just trying to get the hell out of there. VNJ, nice. He does cover it. Like you were mentioning, Josh, as well, that rolling retreat, they're just backing away now. The rolling thunder of itself cracks. He lets it loose, lets it rip now. Everybody pushed up back into the corner, but cosmetic stuns is the nature of this game sometimes. Smoggy not dead yet. Back into the fight, but Valyn from the side, instantly traded once more. The pause, scattering, running away. EDG, they want to try and make their mark. Moves over towards the A side. cNed, he's fast onto it, but players up into his face as well. Up and down the ropes, they're making this one dangerous and awkward. cNed's lucky to be alive.
Spike planted.
Bit of calm for once in the middle of the round. FUT sure to play this one together. Holding just in case. Flank possibilities, but a contact peek, doubled up, not quite ready for it. Seen it again, missing the shot. This is many opportunities now that he has missed. 2v3, EDG, smoke in their face. Chichu could cross this one up as well. And for FUT, the pressure's on them to try and push past this one without a captain low. Haunt not seeing too much. Jumping peak. Swing is there. EDG finally, but Chichu contains. 1v1 and a tap. Issue has forced Chichu though. Ice cold. Backs away. Knowing EDG is not playing towards this one, and there's a 1 round out. Beautiful work once more. 4-piece to finish and wrap it up.
Immaculately played clutch there by Chichu. He really had all of the info, knew exactly that EDG was just going to be tapping on that first one. There were so many missed opportunities there, though, from both teams. I'm talking about the form of the players and seeing which team's sharp. There were so many spots in that where there was missed opportunities. cNed probably should have died way earlier on if we're going to look at who had more chances to kill each other. But EDG continue this spiral up and onwards. Can't be stopped.
No. It's relentless. Nothing to break the Haunt either, so again, peace of mind granted to EDG. They're giving up that front section of A.
Once more, it looks like a bait and switch setup where cNed's designed to take contact, dash back out, and then play in at a captain and EDG, very similar to what he did on B. At this time, Kangkang's not even in the right area of the map to take that carrot on a stick. Poison carrot on a stick, I suppose it would be at that point.
Smoggy's task with just holding down the flank here. Valyn and cracks not too much in terms of the weaponry that they're holding on to. Trip broken. Prowler out too, just trying to bait out the potential of that trap play. Gliding and sliding Kangkang. Listen, he's not going to take no for an answer. He wants this sight and he wants it now.
Brilliant way of using the Neon movement there against the eco round. It's so difficult to hit Sheriff shots when the Neon's running at your face.
Oh yeah.
And then wiggling around on the floor.
Smoggy just catching that contact on the players as well. It's a little bit disjointed here from the FUT attempt. It's not going to be able to get this one over the line here. For now, EDG are in full control, 7-1, and now is a great time to just to bring up, you know, talking about the pressure that they had. I think coming off the back of that Shanghai performance, obviously the expectation is going to be much heavier, I think, when it's in their home region playing that tournament a few weeks back.
But they bombed.
They did bomb out.
I mean, yeah, they didn't even have one of their, ooh, they look good, but then they don't make it.
Yeah, it was completely flat.
It was extremely flat, and the Chinese fans wanted more, demanded more, and made their voices very heard. And so you got to expect that was one of the reasons why EDG ended up making changes. cNed tries to get value again.
And this time will succeed. Pluck Smoggy out of the picture nice and easy.
And a wallbang through onto Simon there as well. Yeah. Look at the health, 15.
Unfortunate not to get a collat. But that is exactly what FUT were looking for, honestly. The first kills have not really been going their way. Prowler again in the face with the op shot fired off. They now know exactly where cNed is. Kangkang support up, chewed up. At least by the trap. Valyn in a bit of danger. The paranoia is good though with that connection after Stroke. He's going to be dodged. He needs some help from the rest of his team, and the overdrive is just swatted away. Kangkang does not stand a chance, but Simon quick on the next approach. We'll trade it, slowing it down. Patience has to be played now because it's still a 2 versus 4 for EDG. Risks might need to be taken for any chance of them winning this. Pre-fires onto the corner, 2 players into the pit, just holding it. Chichu trying to take that. What is that? Adjustment, flick to the side. EDG barely puts him to rest. Simon, 15 health left, tagged up by the cam. Not long for this world, and so FUT finally going to be able to get another one on the board up to that second round.
And that's a massively important one for FUT. They're very, very good on Lotus, so don't get too worried about them just yet. But if they end up going down 8-1 and their economy's broken, doesn't matter how attack-sided EDG's comp is, at that point, you've set yourself up for a very, very rough ending to Lotus. So that's important, stabilizes the economy, gets them into a decent spot, and they know that cNed can find those opportunities with the op. It's just about putting him in the right place, trying to figure out where EDG might go next. And EDG are headed towards A on that classic rubble kind of fight again.
At this point pretty much being handed over for free. cNed again. He's going to make another go of things, isn't he? It's where he found success last time, just peeking through B main.
May catch nobody.
Jump spot. Does he hear this? Pre-aims? Nobody though. Already crossed up onto the spot, barely a shoulder, but this time cNed is starting to hit. On fire with it.
That's so sharp. At some point, you got to imagine Kangkang is going to feel like he wants to go for the ego battle. It might be too late in this half, but certainly on defense.
Back towards the rubble with the TP here. There's a lot of players though. Does he get that confirmation, Mr. Valyn? Not liking what he saw. Smoggy on the meanwhile. He's making sure to take this one slow and steady. Has got them a lot of control up towards C. Door opens up. EDG making the call here for the mid-round pivot. 40 seconds left. Stunned up. Mr. Valyn has to let loose with it, but with Smoggy spotted, he might have just given the game away with only 36 seconds left. Had a captain. He's going to reinforce this sight up. Still has a snake bite in his back pocket. Smokes are up as well. Orb up to respond. Fault line though. There's no molly at the feet, so EDG are going to be able to get into this one essentially for free. It's all about whether or not you can get this plant down still. Simon, not just a tap, a full stick, doesn't want to try and bait out any of that util, and there's nothing used as a response. No spam on the side of FUT.
No spam, I think, because they're worried about EDG pushing Waterfall. Like I said, they do that all the time in China.
Smokes placed, propped up. Kang. This one going to be dissipating though, does need to be worried about it. Retaking with the op, never quite ideal. Kang. First casualty, Chicho's there, right through the wall. EDG is frying, farming, Cloudburst to try and get them into the site. And the last player left is Simon, overwhelmed. Too many targets to really overcome.
And suddenly, a map where EDG were fully in control, and now FUT making a decent little comeback. Those 2 rounds, they might not look like much, but with how EDG's composition is so reliant on getting their economy flourishing and getting an op into Kang's hand on the defense side, any kind of damage done here is going to add up. These last 2 rounds, crucially important. They make all the difference between a 7-5 half or a 9-3. And that's either a close half or a blowout.
Yeah.
And EDG's been feasting. He's got 12 kills currently. Anytime they've hit the C site, he's been good for it. Hitting shots while stunned on Kang to open up the map twice, and still then continuing to find success elsewhere.
He's doing it all right now. As you mentioned, the anchoring's good when he's handed the chance to do so, but it's really the trading, I think, that's been most impressive. He's always following up off of, cNed taking that first point of contact, maybe dashing over the op, which you saw in that prior round. Very consistent.
I'm interested how FUT are going to disrupt the ults that are about to come online here. Quick peek for those of you at home. Nobody and Simon 1 away from Nightfall and Rolling Thunder, respectively. So they're probably, EDG, going to be looking to try to play for one of these ult ops, right? So how do you deny them? FUT can't really win a rubble fight, so that's probably where EDG are going. And you can see here that FUT making the read to stack over towards A, because they expect, I would believe, EDG to be looking for this ult orb over here.
It'll be a hard task trying to win it.
Enormous hard read.
Yeah, skirmish will be occurring. The question is who will be the winner. Now, last time Chichu TP'd back Rubble and it did put the punish onto cNed. We'll see if that happens again, or FUT has something to counteract it. Paranoid looks like it's pre-aimed just for the middle uncentered piece of the choke point. Fault line slows them down. TP through the back again, up and around with the updraft. cNed barely alive here, still blinded up. Inside the Cloudburst, wants to play inside of it. Chichu running and gunning. Reign Supreme wins out the day. Cracks, you are hard committed into this spot, son, and there is really no escape. But the captain will help him out. Shot from the side and a follow-up again. He can't be denied. FUT just absolutely smashed them into dust.
Can we have a look at the stage? Did cNed just jump into Krax's chair for a moment there?
What happened there?
Possess his body, take him over. What are those 2 up shots? Coming out from a player that I've only ever seen with a rifle in hand. That's nasty. Krax was completely stuck. The door had not been pre-fired, so he was trying to use a classic to get through it. He's like, please, let me escape. Get me through the B. And he decided to turn, stand, and fight. But now EDG have those ults online. Yep. Now in the final round of the half, they've got massive tools to work with.
We're seeing again the same fight taking Valyn though. Oh my goodness, revealed up by the Horde as well. He needs to get the hell out of their door in his face. TP through into the smoke and the bullets just won't connect into the end. EDG not to be denied that space, and they have a lot of ults to make usage of. Nightfall primed and ready, finally let loose. Valyn drops the smoke. cNed anti-synergy almost, but the Blade Storm now the stuns connecting up. This is chaos and anarchy occurring. Updraft will not save you. Kang hunting them all down. Finally put
A stop to all of it. Rolling Thunder does not deny the plan. Might be able to get at least put back into it. Nobody tucked to the corner, tight and close, and they still can't remove him with the upgrade occurred finally. A trade online. EDG though, no off will reveal everybody's position into the 3v2, and with the fight isolated now to 2v2. In through tree, Smoggy out wide, and what an adjustment it is. Couldn't quite catch that final kill. It looks like he just whipped that rifle all the way around for the 8-4 finish.
Didn't even need his ultimate to close that one out. And it would have been a checkmate situation towards the end, I think. So it's a good half from EDG, a very good half. 8-4 on FUT's map pick, but their comp is attack-sided. Who knows where this is going?
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Just what I could know what I meant. I feel you distant. I feel cold, but I don't know why. With love some context. Gave my heart, you said goodbye.
Well, Edward is definitely gaming at this point. I mean, 8-4, like we said, you got to come out the gates swinging at this event just because of all the expectations that were laid onto the shoulders of all of these young players. But they are turning up to the challenge here against FUT. Still, there's all these, question marks, I think, when you see two compositions clash on a map where, normally the meta is set in stone. And these are two different, very, I guess, identities that these teams are trying to go for on this map.
Absolutely, and EDG's composition, it does struggle on the defense because they can't occupy 3 sites at once. They don't have the Sentinel, they don't have the Viper. Now, in China, they left the C site very, very weak. I think now you're seeing them leave the A site weak on the pistol to avoid that anti-stratting that FUT would have done. Do FUT care? Are FUT going for the C site? No, not at all.
That's all 5 players grouped up.
But I think EDG are going to end up on attack here.
Flipping the map. EDG. This guy is about to be receiving either a world of hurt, or it might just win the round for them single-handedly. He's the one who's going to try and lock this one down already. Early fight taken, and almost lost out. Kang drops him down to at least 11. A slight tuck into the corner. No way.
He dodges
the bullets. This guy is a fox in the pen, but he is going to be spotted and finally rooted out. So there's our first kill advantage. EDG, maybe something to work with. Door again, opened wide. Molly's a little bit delayed and laid out here. EDG are winning this one with a massive player advantage. Mr. Valyn and cNed to do the most here, leaving it just down to Valyn. And now overwhelmed at the back. Knives are out and swinging. We are getting scrappy.
That's a major pistol round for EDG to be able to get. They played it really nicely, but there were so many spots there where a FUT player could have had impact. EDG tucked into the corner, couldn't do anything. Great shutdown from Kang. And then also Adacaptain, another spot where Kang probably should have died. He's vulnerable, swinging through, but Adacaptain can't get his weapon out in time. FUT letting that one slip a little, a fumble that they can't afford with only 4 rounds in the bag. EDG, this is perfect for them. Again, their defense strategy revolves around getting an op into Kang's hands. Winning the pistol, you're loving that.
Yeah,
you're going to be able to get your economy flourishing.
But we'll make a go of things here. Slow spread default into the Rico. Maybe just aiming to hopefully farm up some ores. So that's the trouble with their own composition as well. You can't even rely too much on the ultimates they've got available. Chichu, Paranoia, Flies forwards. A couple of shots fired out as well. He's going to be blind himself. He needs some help and backup. Has arrived in the form of Kang, but he's swiftly dealt with. That was the rifle. Dropped down. Chichudo still a problem. And Smoggy happy to deliver the death blow from the side. EDG classic in hand. There's enough to dismiss them, even just repping loud in the process, I guess, because they couldn't make it themselves.
Weapons down over towards Rubble. If he had the spike, this would be a great situation to threaten that he was heading off elsewhere and go and try to pick one of those up. But like you said, where is he going? But where can he go? He has to be predictable here and go over towards A. He's just trying to orb max.
Yeah, of course, that really important neural theft.
Hey, listen, on the attack side, it actually can win you some really important rounds, especially when you're playing against a no Sentinel comp. He gets that down, he's going to figure out where the gaps are.
Alert timings here, but nobody's going to keep watching. Yeah, just for the smoke peek.
I think the question more so than what is the neural theft going to do is, what is a round going to do at this point for FUT? There's 6 behind now. Not only do they need this one, they need to then break the economy of EDG and start a spiral of their own. And FUT's comp, while they've had quite a lot of success with it, and it's been good for them, it's not an alt snowball comp. It's not like you have the lockdown and the showstopper and the nightfall to be able to work with. So this one's still going to be scrappy, still going to be difficult for FUT, even if they get on a roll.
Early push back there on the EDG. Standard attack side here for FUT, but you're right. Rifles in the hands. This is where you really need to get going if you are FUT. You are being pressured like hell. EDG needs some support, needs some help. The squeeze is occurring, but heads to the side. Nobody really watching for him. Smoggy at least will get that trade.
Felt like EDG was calling for help. Ada Captain came back and got counter-called, and FUT went into C instead. EDG strung out to dry, but takes one down. EDG like these kind of setups. It doesn't matter if they're playing full retake every time, as if they have the entirety of the map control.
Time for mount control. Ada Captain just needs to spot this one out. They realize they flipped the mount.
Mound?
Yeah.
You can't plan for mound when they're coming mound.
They already have control of it, but we're kind of being caught. It's a little bit easier now. Only one real direction to pay attention to. Smoke in their faces. Util's going to be exchanged. Aftershock in through the choke as well, and rifles reloaded. EDG just primed and ready. Without a kill. Finding it lacking that initiating power, I think, to even get themselves in. Already time ticking away from them with the spike and with the position it's placed in as well. There is no more chances to win this one out. They're looking to do that economical damage, if possible.
Chichu did force into this round, so the fact that he keeps that rifle is going to be important for EDG. They can keep rifles up for round 16. At the moment, what we're seeing is EDG leave one site completely open and pushing heavily the other two. They're trying to condition this idea that they are always going to be pushing, even on the defense side. But FUT are finding the right reactions here, which is to go into the free area and play a post-plant setup where you have space somewhere else.
As long as EDG just make it incredibly obvious with what they're trying to push and fight over, FUT's decision making is going to get that much more easier here. Kangkang though, push his way up, fault line, does catch, off onto mound. He needs a little bit of help here. He's quite hard committed. They heard a TP, they think it's in the one way, but Valyn's already crossed up.
FUT at this point can tell it's not the same as the previous rounds. Prowler's coming out A.
A peak caught here by nobody. Side by side with Simon. Aftershock's there, takes a good timing with it right as the wall was going down, so FUT actually don't get any of that space, but on the opposite side of the map, that's Smoggy gone, taken out.
I mean, that's through a smoke, surely.
Not too sure, but a decision's now made here. Down to that 50-second mark, Chichu cuts it up onto the corner, Neurofeft. If they wait this one out, they will spot him. Paranoia is going to be forced as a result. Chichu knowing he can't play there, repositions, backs away. EDG is split up though, they can't hard anchor onto this side, and with that util saved into the back pocket, Rainy Day, it's called for. FUT starting to barrel their way through and over onto the seaside, but they made it quite obvious at this point. 30 seconds now, EDG getting some bodies into the fray, into the fight, but it's still that 3v5, and Krax is not pushed back from that plant. Getting themselves into it, Flash to at least get Chichu and playing inside, Cam up into his face, can land and adjust the shot in time. cNed dropping him, full control towards the back of the site. Need a miracle from EDG, you need mistakes from FUT. Stun into the back. There's no swing attempt off of the back of this here. Almost lining up for some sort of potential from nobody there. But FUT once more going to walk away with another round and starting to string them together at this point. That's 6 on the board.
And you're seeing the weaknesses of EDG's composition on the defense side. There were 2 players there ready to anchor the site, but they can't really do too much. Chishu's already used his paranoia to try to get out of the really uncomfortable spot he's in, and that neural theft that you were poo-pooing earlier on came through fairly handy, didn't it?
It did help, yeah.
It also gave them an amazing paranoia that knew where both players were and blinded both of them too. FUT are back into this game.
Cage triggered. Interesting. That is real interesting.
Disguising where you put the cam so that it survives for a little longer.
Yeah, it's a real interesting way to take that C mount control. Early fight there, taken. kangkang, I believe, had the Marshal in hand. Just to see if you could potentially get that first kill advantage on their own half. By EDG have stacked this one with quite a lot of players. cNed is aware of the possibility, and even just pre-firing into tree. Won't catch this guy sleeping, not right now. Yeah, he is popping off after a relatively slow beginning. Smoggy going for the peak.
Don't
use
using
the
that
ult.
ult.
Yeah, do not use that one. Save that one for another round here. This is a close and shut case here for FUT.
If we want to talk about the ults just for a second, while Smoggy has his as well, it's going to be very difficult for Smoggy to find good opportunities to use that. If he gets picked in a spot like this, even if it's rifles online 5v5, he can't sprint at FUT out through mouth. So he's kind of got to save it for retake scenarios.
Yeah.
And what we saw from him on the attack side is, often, if things are going well, well enough that you would want to use the ult, then you didn't need to use the ult. kangkang finally gets op in hand. The economy damage that FUT did early on, and the fact that they've been winning these rifle rounds, has stopped kangkang from getting that weapon that he's known for. He is a sniper at his heart. He's picking it up and playing over towards A.
The amount of targets that are going to be afforded to him, few and far between. It's only EDG, and he's not really going to be choosing to opt into that fight as well. The horns and the stun will push him away. Smoggy willing to disrespect control over towards C mount. TP across again. Cloudburst and a flash over the top. This is a beautiful takeaway. You need to kill Smoggy in this spot. He's getting away with murder right now. Only 4 bullets left, but will he opt into using the ult to get back into the fight? Doesn't look likely.
cNed's got 2 health. What a whiff from him after he's been playing so well this map.
Yeah, real scrappy.
Oh, they know he's
messy. Nice cue, given away by the cage, and Simon gives up his life. This is all over the place at this point here, but FUT are still in that driving seat despite the damage done to cNed and Ada Captain.
EDG need a huge play from somebody now.
And kangkang, 1 kill offered up. Question is it even enough? Valyn, plant, stuck and committed. Extension now into the round, into the post plant. Paranoia is set up, Prowler as well. That gets the confirmation and acknowledgement, but a shot missed. Overdrive round to the side in the corner. No one to play off of it. In for the back of the side, lining them all up. kangkang with 3. Nightfall is beautiful. Cracks. Last one left, and he is gone.
They needed a miracle, and kangkang delivered. Of course it was him. The op shot on the entry, the pop of the overdrive, following up off the back of his initiator utility and dodging that breach ult. EDG got completely stuck there. Not a great post plant setup either from FUT, trying to play very heavy on-site against that Nightfall. Difficult to make that work. But there you go, as soon as you get the op into kangkang's hand, suddenly the defense looks like it works.
It's value earned. EDG stem the bleeding for just a little bit here, and they still, of course, hold the advantage in terms of rounds. This time, adjusting and moving up that positioning. kangkang opping over towards C, wants to play in front of the Viper Orb.
And the cage did not defend the cam this time. It was broken. FUT are also jump peeking this at the start every time. They do that jump peek from on top of the boxes where you can just get your head over the top and see if there's an opper playing C.
In
They
the
decided
meantime,
to go A.
Yeah, full control over towards A, but the question is, can they clear Chichu? Cloudburst, it's an intelligent way to try and get your way and slip past into the side as well. Chichu still set up, still lands 2! My goodness, he was under a tremendous amount of pressure. For EDG now, that lifeline is delivered, and this could be their 12th round that they were looking for. TP, evacuation, backing away, Pit into the post, and Smoggy's fast, rapid into it, ult, not dead yet, he's back into the fray, back into the fight, pressing forwards, that is absurd. Sees though, connects onto the feet, and now the captain rooted to the side, needs that bailout front, spraying and praying. kangkang left alone now. In a 1v2, just the operator in his hands, you might have to call this one quits.
If he goes for it, he won't be able to buy an up again. EDG are at 11. They're already in the lead. You don't need to take risks like this and potentially lose a weapon that's so important for making your defense function. So as heartbreaking as it is, he's got to just let this one slip away. EDG is creeping.
He's hunting it out.
He's hearing.
Yeah, but the question is, will they be able to catch him? This guy is going to be lightning fast, getting all the way away from them here in the sound cues. Got to keep the up.
That is absolutely maniacal from Smoggy and nobody. The lack of coordination on that play is baffling for a team that has otherwise been playing fairly well today.
Yeah, I mean, this here.
This push forwards, nobody's supposed to trade this, right? And
Yeah,
instead,
exactly.
nobody backs up and throws a seize. I mean, get on the same page, please, if you're going to be making a play like that. They're chuckling about it now, but this gap is lowered to 3, and they're on an eco.
A little bit of bite towards the round, at least the Guardian, the rifle, the up, but as you said, Josh, the gap is narrowing. Odin spam away from falling just to cover the retreat. cNed, dash expended nice and early.
I think the reason that this composition works for EDG, though, is that they have good enough players. Someone gets them around. And in a situation like this, the economy doesn't look good, but FUT are going to be cautious, they're going to be slow, and EDG are going to be taking risks. You will often see Thrifties converted in high-pressure moments like this.
EDG already trying to set themselves up to succeed. Looks like they wanted to commit to a push deep out here. Up onto the site, this is full committal occurring. Nobody right into the back of the site. Classic in hand, and Chichu. This position right here could do some damage and potentially cause some harm, but really no worse for the wear here from the FUT players. They do survive and get that plant down for them.
Planted.
EDG with a difficult task ahead. And a question of what they really want to commit into this one. With Simon's ult in the back pocket, do you save this one still with the gap closing? Swap around with the weaponry. Rifle now into the hands of kangkang. Smoggy holds the approach. Perched up, gliding forwards, an attempt to play off of that util, but now the counter spam.
How do you get the op out?
And the counter play, how do you get the op out? It's hard committed, deep into the pit. Simon, where's this flash landing, man? Flicks it up to the side as well. Time is ticking away from it. Will collect at least the 1 kill, but the peak of the util is perfection. And right from behind with the wrap around, the op will not survive another day. Up to 9 now for FUT. The gap now just 2 rounds away from equalizing.
That's the risk of taking a weapon like that, heavily committed into an eco situation. You're unlikely to win. One player's coming in there without a weapon in hand. You don't want to use your big ultimate on Simon because you want to save that for the future. The same logic should apply to the op. So all right, they don't have that to work with. Can they make the ult work for them? The gap closes to 2. C completely open. I mean, look at this. The defensive side has holes in it every single round.
Insanely as well, this hard read. I don't know if it is a hard read, but FUT just already making a move over towards the C side. EDG wants nothing to do with the A contestation. He can feel the pincer. They tried that move on him before. He's not going to fall prey for it this time. He survives and tries to play for his life.
So last time, they also planted towards Mound, didn't take any spawn or waterfall control.
Doing it again. This time trying to play for Mounty here. So many footsteps, EDG, you absolute madman. Paranoid up though, blinded, he needs some help, and bailout will be afforded and wrist played. Now as the squeeze is coming in, Rolling Thunder at least to relieve that pressure. Smoggy is ridiculous. Can't quite squeeze himself right through the doors. It just closes shut between him and the site. It's going to be flipped around once more. FUT though, only 2 of their players surviving. One ways, blooming and blossoming. FUT are scrambling now. Players rummaging and rumbling towards the site. This is just absolutely absurd for Valyn to deal with. Damage done. Dodging and weaving. Phantom in hand. cNed last one left, but not for much longer.
I don't understand how FUT can have seen that exact idea come out from EDG before, recognize it in the first 10 seconds of the round, and decide to fight mound control.
It's perplexing.
That's bonkers to me.
Yeah.
The door's going to get opened. You're going to get pushed from the back. Why not reactively yourself push forwards and plant for spawn? Go and take spawn control. Go and take waterfall. Plant for those positions that you can fight over. And instead, FUT are getting caught both times, planting for mound and trying to control that area, playing exactly into EDG's hand. That was the round they needed to put them onto map point.
It forces the timeout now from FUT.
And I mean, guys might just be saying the same stuff that I am, which is, guys, what on earth are you doing? Flip the map. You know, go and take some of their territory. You know it's undefended because you know they're all behind you. A back-to-back tactical timeout.
Back-to-back timeout?
EDG also taking a tac timeout off the back of this?
Not too sure. Could be some confusion from us in terms of actually who initially called it, but
possible.
We'll get it cleared up.
But it's looking long.
Yeah, it is looking long, isn't it? Yeah. Says EDG timeout.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, well, EDG
time to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, they probably need another strategy here, right? FUT are gonna learn from their mistakes. You can't just run the same push out B, push out A strat to get to 13, probably. So what do you do to be able to get over the line here? They've been winning about 1 in 3, 1 in 4 defense rounds. I mean, 1 in 4 puts them at overtime.
The pressure is settling in because EDG, they do just need the one. As you already mentioned, it can come from any one of these players. They're talented and skilled enough to be able to do so. cNed rips it away, stun connecting though, and a bit of counter spam. Just the rifles in hand. That's nice work. Spike's going to be dropped down hard, committed and past that point of really no return. FUT though have to make some compromises. EDG opening this door with a paranoia swing. Rifle play, EDG. This guy is a menace. And he is going to save the day, isn't he? Simon quick on their trail, right from behind. Will FUT make the same mistake again as the doors open wide? Got to flip the side, and this time they do plan towards it.
Yeah, now they're planting towards spawn. But Mr. Fallen doesn't feel confident about getting over there. He has a teleport. They've actually planted for spawn and playing waterfall, and no one's playing spawn.
Deep Sea's close, Haunt as well, smokes in their face, EDG, chances, nobody's primed and ready, and now the ult's let loose. This guy might have found that chance, follow the trail, and you might be rewarded just with the map win, but as it fades away, classic in hand, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me! Nobody! My God! That's how the map finishes!
Ridiculous fashion. EDG take FUT's pick of Lotus. It could come from anyone, it could come from anywhere. I think the C's that he threw pulled EDG off the high ground.
There's no way.
I think so.
There's no way.
EDG ended up being dragged down to the floor.
Listen, that's a 0.25 in YouTube job if I've ever heard one, but that's map 1 wrapped up. What a series. Electric all the way through. And guess what? Plenty more maps left to come potentially. We'll see you soon.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Muggle of EDG and Luna to help with some translation. Now Muggle, I think everybody was like really hyped, they're really surprised with that, especially since Lotus isn't exactly one of your strongest maps over in VCT China. So can you tell us how were you guys able to adjust and look that strong on this map?
大家都非常的惊喜，因为大家可能很多人都会觉得说，在新人赛区的时候，莲花古城并不是我们的强途之一。但是你们今天打得更好了，做得很棒。你们是做了哪些调整，能够做到这样的成就呢？
没有什么特别的调整，因为这个图就是我们的强图。
We didn't do adjustment especially because this is our strong map.
Ooh, I like that. It seems as though EDG is well equipped and well prepared for VALORANT Champions. So let's see if they can close out this second one.
Well, I can tell you one thing. If you like slinging some mud, you can enjoy that matchup with a lot of glee because that was, at moments, a beautiful mud show. Lots of great moments there. Obviously, EDG pulling through at the end there. And can we please talk about my boy Smoggy for a hot minute here? This guy absolutely lit the server on fire in that one, Mimi.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was just ridiculous on this map. They're playing this weird comp with the Omen and the Clove, and I think Smoggy, well, some of the utility was impactful with like the one-ways and things like that to scale space. He defined this game by these individual moments. His mechanics were absolutely on point, and he clutched some really critical rounds to keep EDG in control of what was quite a close game.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely frying. Remember when this guy was a sub?
Yeah.
When he wasn't on the starting
roster? What was that,
roster?
Champions 2020? That was their debut match?
Yeah, that was when they were playing over in Istanbul. And yeah, Smoggy, he has just very much been at home in the starting roster ever since then. This guy performing, and I think he's kind of summarized it and set it up really well, Mimi, was with saying that FUT had never really played against anything like this. And I think we started seeing them figuring out the machinations of this comp as time had gone on. But that start of the map, that streak that EDG was able to accrue, I think they just did way too much damage early on. That FUT, even though they were starting to figure out how to pilot against it, it was just unrecoverable from there.
I think the biggest thing with the attack was that EDG was constantly getting space in a lobby or C-Mount, whichever one they wanted to fight for. I think the smokes are really good for that, and the scaling off this Neon was really nice consistently. So FUT had to play a lot of these rounds where they were either like hard anchoring or playing into the flood retakes, and this comp for EDG actually had like a lot of tools to, I think, especially counter out and like fight past those like retaking players. And honestly, I was really impressed. I thought the implementation was pretty good. It wasn't an insane game from Kong Kong, but I think he did his job on the Neon, and they played some real solid Valorant to get that map won.
Yeah, for sure. Did have some pretty nutty moments.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Just triple sliding around that ace site, just hitting headshots.
I just wanted to see him break some ankles, and that's what I got.
He got a couple.
He did a few, so to me, job done. But the thing is, though, there were some great moments there for FUT. Actually, one of them in particular, this is a HyperX Reflex moment of the day, round 11. Reason why I like this round in particular was because the way that it started prior to this incredible couple of shots from Cracks was really just some awesome aggression that we were seeing from FUT, really just not allowing EDG to get any kind of ground whatsoever. They were using their utility perfectly well, and then you had obviously really, those individual moments shine, and just cracks was cracked here.
I mean, we kind of, you know, we heard
I'm so proud of myself for
Brennan
that.
Sideshow saying it, just, you know, had cNed just changed seats, had he just taken over his PC, and that moment had he possessed him, because it was just an incredible
That was all cracks, baby.
Shots.
That was all cracks. You know, and I want to keep seeing that, honestly. But that does make me very excited for what we could potentially be getting into map 2 here, maybe.
Yeah, we're heading into Bind after that, which I think is an interesting one, right? We saw both teams play kind of an off-meta comp on map number 1, and I think that's going to continue into the second map. It's another one of the ones where we've seen EDG experimenting. They've really broken out of their shell in Stage 2 China, so excited to see what both these teams are going to lock in, and if FUT has what it takes to bounce back here.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what we end up getting out of this one here, but for now, let's hear what the FUT coach had to say, guys, as we get ready for map number 2.
I'm here right now with guys of FUT Esports, and we have caster and translator extraordinaire Scarlett to help me out as well. And now, guys, so that was a really intense first map. I'm curious, what part of the game plan didn't exactly work out, and how do you feel going into Bind, which is EDG's map pick up next?
Çok sert ve başa baş bir ilk maçtı. Sizce ilk haritada oyun planınızda neler yanlış gitti ve Bind'e giderken kendinizi nasıl hissediyorsunuz?
Yani alışık olmadığımız komptu. Biraz oyunun başına zorlandık. Ondan sonra biraz daha oyunun ortalarına gelince, pistolde verince biraz daha rahat açıldı. Tekrardan kapattık, tekrardan açıldı. Derken bir half eko'ya ya da eko'ya map'i kapattırdık. Kötüydü. Bind tarafında da bir soru vardı galiba. Bind tarafında da son zamanlarda en çok üzerine koymaya çalıştığımız harita. Ne kadar onların piki olsa da umarım bizim için güzel olur.
In the first map, they played a comp that we were not that much used to. So they put a lot of points between us. Then we managed to catch up, but then we lost the pistol and the gap got a little wide again. We caught up again, but then they managed to take it home. And in terms of Bind, I can tell that it is the map that we study most on. We try to definitely improve ourselves on Bind, so we will see how it goes on the next map, despite them picking it.
Well, it sounds like you're well prepared. Thank you very much, and we're going to see if FUT can manage to take this map.
All right, great words there from Coach Gaius, but let's go ahead and send it over to the casters. Get ready for this second map. Will we get a map 3? Brennan Sideshow, it's all you.
Yeah, Bind is what we're looking at already, seeing adjustments. Just on the composition side here, FUT moving away from like the Omen is a bit more unconventional from them, and also the KO, and they're going to the box standard stuff, trying to really just mirror match it in terms of that metacom that's really just dominated this map.
Going to be a completely different Bind compared to Lotus, where on Lotus we saw two teams with non-meta aligning identities clashing against each other, trying to figure each other out live. This is going to be who can come up with the better game plans with the Bind comp at the moment that almost all of the top teams are playing. And they're playing it for a reason. It's got really good reclearability, plant denial, all of this kind of stuff. It also, roughly speaking, fits what these teams want to be putting their players onto. So now it comes down to execution.
These teams have had plenty of time to discuss and talk as well. I mean, there's nothing really to carry away too much from that initial map. As you know, we were hearing from the coach interviews. You know, barely a pistol round getting away from FUT that really would have made them even competitive to even drag it to OT potentially. But smallest of differences, and now we look towards Bind to see if we will get that map number 3. Or is it all just going to end here for EDG? A nice, great beginning, to be honest. They'd love to win this one in a 2-0 fashion after the kind of horrific beginning that they had in Shanghai.
That's absolutely true. And FUT did have a really strong Shanghai performance. They beat Leviathan, they beat Fnatic. These are big scalps for FUT to have taken. But they were 1-1 against the Chinese squads. Don't forget, FUT lost to FPX. And with Trace beating Vitality and FPX close to Team Heretics at this event, might be time for EDG to take another big win of their own.
Let's get to it then. EDG with a setup here, nice early haunt up and over the top. That's not going to be pre-aimed. I mean, I think it's supposed to be landing on top of the grate as well, but ended up missing and still getting the value here. Spam, shots fired right through the smoke. Getting through a short, jump spot not punished, Kang over the nade. Push them back and away on either side here. It's a battle on multiple fronts and a wrap around by Mr. Valyn, unexpected. Here's the footsteps, pitter-patter of it. Simon, noise bait,
There's another one coming though.
But yeah, Valyn, a lot of areas to look for. He just can't quite manage to just get a handle on any of them. At this point here, pistol round. Distant dream for this FUT team. They got cNed and EDG still holding on standby. Oh, and with that fight lost, really no chance in hell. cNed would have to toggle. But the players' positions, EDG not giving anything away, just a slight jiggle, and Simon, he squares up to him. Enough to deliver that final blow, bullet to the brain. And a pistol round again gained here for EDG.
A nice one from EDG, they kept it fairly simple. That horn lineup, actually, that is where that's supposed to land. Simon throws that one all the time. It is weird, because you can throw one on top of the grate. DRX kind of do. But the fact that FUT weren't ready for it, to me, is a bit of a worrying sign for the Turkish team.
Yeah,
because,
red flag raised.
Yeah, because that's the one that Simon throws every single time on this map. And so if you're not ready to pre-aim that, you're probably not ready for a lot of the other stuff they're going to bring to bind. It's probably not a map that you've done a lot of anti on coming into this match. Because the middle of the map pools for both of these teams are very similar. It could have been Bind, Sunset, Icebox, any of those maps that EDG ended up picking.
Nobody just needs to survive with this rifle into his hands as well. He's got plenty of players that are trying to bring him down with a horn, pointing him out. So offsets and hands that rifle. Here's the adjustment and reaction out of EDG.
Chishu could go down here as well.
Okay. It's already into their faces. Chichu could have gone down, but now he's going to be trying to sink this one up. cNed running them down with a shorty. Kang, quick to respond. Dropping all of them. Bulldog here had a captain's grasp, but 2v3, you're smoked off. Horn's going to be available in at least 4 seconds, but predictable with the pathing, so EDG get the sight line set on it.
Ada Captain should want this Bulldog to remain out of EDG's hands. If they go for this and they die and it's recoverable, that's a problem.
Kang eager to hunt down these kills as well. Built up 3 already. Spike's ticking, yeah, you got to respect that one now at this point, but already steadily building up towards that ult. 4 away, you got to think you farm up some quick orbs. If FUT were giving up extremity control that easily from what we saw in the pistol round.
And EDG, with a bit of damage done there to their economy, are going to be able to take 1 less gun into this next round. Somebody's going to have to go onto an eco, but they'll still be fine. They'll still put a pretty dangerous bonus. Kankan at the moment is finding a lot of value out of the Sheriff. He's just running around body-shotting everybody.
One enemy remaining.
He's finding value from it.
Yeah. He's sitting at the top, so bonus round. EDG looking to try and convert this one as well. Get off to a blitzer and start. cNed's postured away. cNed held here, but really what's the contact? EDG already going to be offloading that one. There's a mosh pit through the TP, not much else behind it. EDG are happy to wait most of this out. Dizzy up and over the top. Nade rebounds. Smokey's all the way in there as well. He's the first point of the contact. Rifles though, that is ridiculous. The Turkish aim classic rears its head for a flawless shutdown of the bonus round.
Very nicely done there from FUT. EDG are going to mostly be running when they exec A, 4-1 execs. They have Chishu, late backstab showers, and the other 4 come down short. Slightly different how other teams do it. A lot of other teams will be running their fade, kind of coming through showers, like Simon did this time. It's not standard for EDG. But FUT dealt with it all the same. No problems whatsoever. But that was a weaker buy. And arguably, the site that FUT are looking to lock down the heaviest. They've got 3 players on A defending. Whereas Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain quite alone over here on the B side of the map.
Very much alone. There's no punish as well on the ore pickup. Prowler and a boombot is going to be used to try and take that B-long control mosh pit on top of it. Nobody just making sure that they can hold on and take that space there. Chichu is also trying to feign like there could be the potential of the lurk, but it does lock 2 of the players at least onto that angle on FUT's side. Wrapping all the way around. Is nobody going to try and sell a fake here? What's the play?
I think the fake might be on B here, actually, and then they go through the teleport. Just judging by where Chishu is.
They don't have that prior showers control, and someone's going to have to break that.
That's not bad, though. I mean, knowing that there's 2 players over there, Krax is still going to rotate, though. He smells a rat.
Yeah, he feels it, doesn't he? The them losing that shower's control. Here's the TP now. FUT going to be asked the question, can they hold this one back? Nade's already rebounded nice and early with the C's. Good connection and a good answer. So Satchel's a little bit iffy there, not able to get out of dodge as the Haunt wasn't pre-fired, revealed up most, and they've lost a little bit of control of this one. EDG will have to respond, and he will do so, wrapping it all the way through. Beautiful control with a rifle. Smoggy trying to go straight back at him, blow for blow into the 1v1. Time getting against him. Kang got to get this spike planted down.
He gets
Showstopper. Puts it online. Showstopper here and ready. Satchel's away still with a rifle. Now lets it loose. Another captain you've got to be fearing for your life. Not a sound, mate, not a peep. Doesn't want to give anything away. Just has to wait this one out along with the fuse, but the pre-fire into the corner. Misjudged by Kang. It was a gamble in the end, but he does reposition with her now. Ada captain, hello, sticking this. Have revealed, but a bullet to the dome. Enough to deliver that third round now for EDG.
It's Kang there who wins the clutch. A little fortunate that he had that showstopper, because otherwise, Ada captain was breathing down his neck. But it's not Kang really that secures the round for them. The Smoggy 3K, it just comes out of nowhere. Smoggy over here, being able to get the kill onto cNed is fair enough, but then beautiful 1v2 onto Mr. Fallen and Cracks, and that makes the round winnable for EDG. Otherwise, FUT had the read. Their macro play was better.
Viper's Pit online now for FUT as well. Should make it a little bit less complicated for the defensive calling. That has been a problem, as you've already highlighted.
It's the
Macro's been
rifling,
good.
really.
Yeah. Winning the fights out.
Yeah, rifling and also some of the micro stuff.
Now the captain is hyper committed. Over towards that B-long angle. Cena just watching too. That's a nade used relatively early. To no avail, to be honest. I mean, EDG are happy to just sidestep it out. A bit of spam, though, and bullets. You can't really disrespect that. And here's an attempt that he executes. A mosh over the top. It actually cancels the ult. Mr. Fallen loses control of it. The Thrash will get a second round of things as long as he waits it out. 7 seconds and counting, but EDG going a bit slow and now attempting to speed it up. The tempo increased. That popping from Kang. No results found. Rifles in the hands of FUT. They want to put a stop to this one. The battle lines are drawn into the sand with the TPs here. And now a Thrash as well to try and at least collect a few more. No, broken just before he can step past it.
2 spotted though, I think.
Yeah, and Chichu and Smoggy. The positions are noted now. Just down to Smoggy. 41 health and the pre-aim onto the ankle, EDG.
Not a fan of that hookah flood from EDG. I think working the outsides of the map, making sure that they have B-long control is going to be crucial, critical against the way that FUT are playing. The defensive setups are remarkably good, actually, from FUT. This is the first time, well, not the first time, but this is, you know, a different composition to what they've played most recently. Almost all the time they've been playing this KO Gecko comp, where you're using the flashes, actually, to initiate off the back of. Here, FUT have to hold their ground a bit more and work that space denial utility, the mollies, the walls. Slow pace to open this round out.
Yeah, EDG just going to be focusing on farming up the ults.
And I think the outsides of the map should be favored to EDG, the way that they're defaulting at the moment. This kind of like 2-1-2 approach.
Chichu even just going for a couple of peeks down A short. Now, there's not too many chances into this round for EDG, but with the more map control is given up for them, the more I might start to become a believer, even if they're working with the pistols. Smokes are now down and out. That's going to commit towards the mollies. The Dizzy did not get broken in time, so we're going to be pushed out of the back of the side here, but they still, EDG forced to respect most of the mollies coming their way. Plant from Simon is committed. The C's does connect, but there's nothing else again to follow up with this one, so we see that extension into the post. The only difference is they don't have the rifles, but again, that might not stop EDG. Sees, I should say, Dizzy, Satchel, up and over now with a showstopper pre-fired. He was just following the trails there, and the rifle spray down. Kang trying to relieve that pressure. Fallen, sticking, have onto the defuse. Needs to be something to offload and push this one back, but sticking it all the way to safety. Despite the kills that are flooding in from EDG, damage definitely done to the economy, but a round win FUT will be happy to walk away with.
Absolutely the case, but FUT should not have allowed it to get that close. They also would have liked to win that round without having to use the showstopper, because now they have an enormous ult disadvantage heading into the rifle round. So I think, all in all, even though the scoreboard would disagree, that's a bit of a win for Edward Gaming.
Yeah.
EDG's ults in particular are the thing to be paying attention to here, but also a massive clash over towards Sand.
Yeah, this one is about to be a brawl in the skirmish. Prowler disrespected EDG. He's way ahead of it. He's traded. Thrash just biting at the heels there. The captain's going to be detained, caught. Orbital strike collected, slowed to a crawl, and no more. Brought down. Not expecting this though. Mr. Fallen just anchoring, holding it down, locked down the position, but finally struck from behind. But it's a little bit too late here for Smoggy. Brings it to that 1v2 with the spike hard committed into the site. Again, hard task ahead of him. Pre-firing away into the corners. Doubled up is all it takes from FUT, that discipline.
It's tough to criticize, but I think EDG, I mean, they're going to take a tag time out here, but I think they needed to call a cancel, a slowdown in the round once they got that ult combo.
Yeah.
They had an enormous player advantage, but they just made it super obvious which side they were hitting, and the rotates were already on the way from A. They also had a very late player coming up B long, and in the end, that anchoring player of Mr. Fallen did so much to win FUT the round there. That's huge ult investments. They had plenty of time when they were coming through hookah there. They could have slowed things down and just been happy with the fact that they had them on the back foot, had a Thrash orbital strike combo. A bit of panic, chaos thrown into the calling there for EDG. Small things, but they're going to make the difference when you get the champs. I think nobody had a blinder of the game on Lotus too. Just the utility and the way that he was setting up his teammates, and also minimizing his feeding plays, which are, like, that's a genuine thing when it comes to nobody.
It is,
getting
yeah,
value.
sometimes he's...
But right now he's 0 and 7 on bind, and it's not because he's throwing his life away. It's just he's not being able to find those kills that his team kind of relies on him to get. Those like trade kills, being able to get a random pick in one of these tumultuous situations.
Yeah, right place, right time.
Gonna need to see that newcomer to the IGL role step up for EDG.
EDG opted into the attack side operator here for Kang. This is, they do pull this out from time to time. From the footage I've watched, the trouble is they sometimes don't really know what to do with themselves when they're not offered these easy pickoffs.
They do tend to play quite a bit slower with Kang's op, but
okay,
immediately it finds value.
Yeah, it gets it straight down. Almost to get at him out, A short. And with EDG gone as well, at this point, could make a few plays, but risks have to be played here by FUT as well. Seeking to offset the disadvantage. Chichu, it was almost there, man. Almost good enough, just dancing around the bullets for a moment, but just couldn't reset the aim in time.
I like the call here to drive it quickly into B. Mr. Fallen's got to realize quickly that that's what's going on. Captain might be screwed here.
Yeah, he's fully revealed up here. There's too much to deal with the Dizzy overloading him. Damage done potentially through the bodies as well. He's played Mr. Fallen in, but again, tip-tap at the rifles. Tip-tap at the shoes as well. Great movement from the EDG players, enough to survive into this one here. Kang will lock down that sight line. Nobody to be able to step past that one. Elbow control has been given up. cNed might be the playmaker. No, brought down to his knees. So just the one and it's cracks. They seem to be acutely aware exactly where he might be playing from. Chooses to back away, knows it's an impossibility.
Bit of a misread from Mr. Fallen. He thought that the EDG team was going to react by going down short, the player where they just managed to take down EDG. He was running over to the A side to try to reinforce that spot. Didn't realize everyone on EDG barreling towards B. Nice call. Right when we were just talking about the macro, nobody needing to find his moments. Mid-round in there ended up working quite nicely. A reaction to those two players pushing out showers.
Let's take a look at this one. Ah, beautiful.
Did you need the headshot?
Yeah. All off the back of that one. So when EDG do get those opening pickoffs with Kang, the operator played a slower round. It does work out for them. But now with a buy, a little bit all over the place. You know, you see cNed, he's got this outlaw. You'd have to be precise with it so you get real good value. Horn's not broken. EDG know that Showers has given up, but the timing's off in terms of FUT, just trying to make sure that they crunch that one. So mosh pit through. alongside the cNed. It's all committed nice and early. That's a lot of big tools that FUT would like to use to try and stunt and stop a fast exec. Not that's really any time coming soon with EDG playing his attack side op.
No, they're going to be slow. They're going to be looking for picks. And FUT at some point may peek for info. Similar to how EDG was going for that jump peek, he'll have thought he was safe there, trying to take the safer option in the previous round. But of course, there's only so many ways that you can grab info without facing your body into a dangerous spot. EDG is working his way forwards again. What a risk.
Yeah, super risky. Just don't know where this operator's going to be, and not just that, you don't know where the players are going to be. Chichu, there with a punish. Make him think twice about it. EDG going to be paying with his life yet again. Cracks. So he's going to play spoiler inside the smoke. Has to dodge most of the util coming his way, including the bullets. Nobody with the plan as well. Here's that reload, but sprays away and does reveal his position. cNed up and over the top. He's praying that a head will be revealed to him, but nobody graceful enough to oblige. So this Lamps controls the aim of the game here for EDG. Haunt wraps his way through into the back. Nobody's going to be spotted. Orbital straight from Ada Captain. Good to clear this one through and away. Dizzy, but over the top at the wall. Gives him that cover. Kang full running. Get the hell out of here. It's a ridiculous adjustment, and Simon's still locking down control. FUT have no more chances available to them, and cNed has to concede the space, has to concede the round.
FUT are giving away too many early kills. I mean, EDG in this round taking an egregious risk, I think, getting caught by Shishu. But then also, what a whiff from Ada Captain coming around the back as well. Yeah. There are opportunities for FUT to be able to get back into these rounds, or to, you know, just stabilize and not give away the advantages at the beginning. But EDG are playing patiently, playing slowly with the op, and it's getting so much value because FUT are getting antsy, and it's forcing mistakes out of them. Maybe not even forcing the mistakes out of them necessarily. It's just the sheer lack of information. And FUT make the unforced error. We haven't seen a cNed Kang sniper battle yet today.
Yeah, not quite blessed with it. Might be coming up soon though. Both players in position. Much harder shot to land though. Walled into the face of cNed. You do not want to be peeking through that one. Kang looks his way up. Chichi was already there, way ahead of him. Making sure to cover. Firepower's there. First picks. Slow and steady as you go for EDG. So far, it's worked out in their favor. Just barely spots the leg. Damage done to Cracks. Drops him down to 5 HP.
Ada Captain incentivized to go aggressive. In a round like this, you got to take risks. It's not similar to the previous, where you wanted to minimize.
Bring them.
EDG putting a slow squeeze on FUT right now. It's working.
Both Prowlers going to be committed. They know that there's at least some presence out towards the hook angle. Util going to be used to push them back here. And the Captain is very much alone in this spot. Without too much to work with. Another round wait. EDG to get this plant down. Ults are really starting to become a problem soon as well.
Yeah, massive issue. I was wondering if Kang would even get the plant here, actually, to get his showstopper online, but I'm pretty sure he feels comfortable being able to pick up an ult orb. Captain going for a dance, seeing if he can get any closer to a range where the Stinger's favored.
He'll advise, though, to really just tango with this guy, Kang. Again, just so keen to lock down those angles. Earns up the showstopper. One away from a multitude of ults now, too. Nobody close to the Thrash. One away from the orbital strike as well for Smoggy. EDG, at this point, are primed and ready to run away with a half.
Yeah, I think this should be them dominantly winning the half here. The last two rounds, they do have to drag some ults out of FUT. I mean, last time FUT pitted towards short. EDG might want to either have some counterplay around that, go in the opposite direction. We can see that EDG is going to try to mix it up and pit B long.
Very aggressive. So Dizzy going to be using a showstopper. Smoggy shuts us down mid-air, but it's exchanged evenly. 4 versus 4 now, and with that play being made, you could call for the fast pivot if you are EDG. Simon, this time though, choosing the creep and crawl his way in through showers, taking back that control. Swapping it around with the weaponry, no noise made. Control gained, and as EDG just seeks to get that mid-round information, he will be punished. Ada Captain Molly has to rebound, and they know exactly where it is. It's blood in the water, and EDG are keen for it.
Another situation where EDG gets punished going for that. And EDG's ults looking insurmountable at this point. FUT backing up. Their economy's in shambles. They're about to enter the final round of the half. They need 5 rounds. It's not looking likely, though.
No.
Ever since EDG slowed things down, FUT have had no answer. Their ability to gain information on the defense side here has not been through coordinated util retakes and reclears of areas. It's just been peeking in. And I think that's because EDG have been doing so much contacting. They're contacting around the map with Kangkang's operator as the tip of the spear.
You already know that's a bad idea. Money is blooming and blossoming. I mean, Kangkang does not care about giving his own life away. He just wants to take the guns away from FUT themselves. With nobody dropped as well. Believe he has his ult online. Yeah,
if cNed had the money at any point in this half, a defense side op would actually be a good idea. But he's never had the economy to get one online. It's a great kill from Smoggy. If that had gone down untraded, you know, maybe the round's a little different. But to be honest, it's just all looked like EDG in control.
Yeah, it has. As you mentioned, as soon as they slow it down with the operator in hand, I mean, sometimes, you know, that's the thing that beats EDG, is that slow play, running out of options when they don't get given those easy kills. But, I mean, FUT have been handing it to them.
Yes. And this tack timeout, it's the final round of the half. So, Gaius is already going to be able to talk to them during the halftime and talk to them about when they move on to the attack. So this tack timeout is being burnt just to try to get one singular round. Does that mean they're going to come in with some kind of set play, or is it just to try to readjust the overall strategy? I think not putting your life on the line with these info peaks is super important. They haven't forced EDG to exec with the op yet, because EDG have always got into an advantage player position before they're required to do that. But even if you force EDG to go for an execute and Kangkang swaps the operator back onto somebody else, they're going to be running at you with Thrash and Orbital Strike and then Pit in the post plant. It's going to be so tough. You've put yourself in an awful spot now.
Money's at the point now where EDG, look at him. I mean, he's flexing his wealth. He's swapping around the weaponry like nobody's business. Rifle at your feet.
You get an op. You get an op.
Exactly. And they are grouped up fully over towards A here, so EDG potentially thinking about cooking up a play to punish a defensive pit if it was laid down by EDG, but he's nowhere near this A site. That gives free ground for EDG. Smokes it down. Thrash now going to be used. Orbital Strike to clear just out that potential player. Snakebite up and around to the side here. There is no showers control for EDG. That is it in the danger zone. Plant down now. Nobody going to be aiming to get that one, but it's pre-fired down and away. And the pit, a bit preemptive here from EDG.
Very much so.
Yeah.
It's going to stop them from controlling really important sightlines. It's going to make it much easier for FUT to deny plant.
The A side is just entirely split up in twine.
If they go through the teleporter, EDG is waiting.
This is really where it gets awkward. Start to see the untested nature of these compositions as well, because, I mean, hesitancy to me right now is looking like a bit of just uncertainty of what to do into this spot here. They know that showers is a problem. They can't quite clear it again. Nobody going to go for a second round of things. Wingman back online. Nightfall called, but want to fight. This time held down as the rifles in hand. Running and gunning at a captain. Brings down nobody. Right from behind, though, Smoggy strikes back. And one left alone. It's EDG. Once more asked to do way too much. They don't even want the A side. Taking it. Okay, I mean, TP.
That's so tragic from EDG's point of view. He was in hookah the entire round. If only he'd waited there, maybe he could have caught Kangkang, but of course he rotated.
Spike planted.
He is going to be unexpected. Having said that, Smoggy's watching.
Yeah, he is. Might have even spotted him there. Unorthodox angle. EDG's got a lot to clear. Lot to clear, not enough, not just with the Bulldog in his hand. So an 8-4 finish, felt almost preordained, I think, from the way that EDG were playing that one. Another strong showcase here for Bind.
Lovely performance from EDG. It really is. They're looking strong to try to close this one out.
.30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Questions now laid at the feet of these FUT players is, how do you manage to overcome this? Again, a 4-round deficit. If the pistol round doesn't go your way, you can essentially call it curtains, because your room to move and wiggle and buffer in terms of rounds, it's not much. And so far, this map is looking quite untested. I mean, I know that they've said in interviews that they've put a lot of work into their own bind, but when you move over to the new comp, a lot of extra elements that go amiss for them. So far, it hasn't looked convincing.
And EDG on defense on this map are very convincing. Their B setup in particular, I think they play around Nobody's Dizzy excellently. EDG have been putting in the work. It didn't look super convincing in China. It looked like the other teams were catching up. But maybe that's a sign of the entire region finally ready to take scalps in a major way at Champions. We've already seen Trace do it with Vitality.
Oh, yeah.
This is another EMEA team looking to fall here to the #1 seed from China.
And EDG looking to shut down the naysayers, the doubters, but bullet straight to the dome into Kang Kang. Be holding your breath a little bit longer.
Certainly looked from our perspective like that was through a smoke.
Gone here.
cNed wants to square up to this one here. He's trying to be cool, calm, and collected with the aim, but not really enough to survive. He did get the one before the trade comes through. Instant reaction, FUT make their way over towards B, but the Spike is, I guess, different ideas about it. Mr. Fallen's moving in a different direction. They know that A is completely opened up here with the TPs heard and called. EDG now have lost all semblance of map control.
And FUT planning for backside here. Flipping the map in a way that they really struggled to on Lotus, but here on Bind, understanding how important that is. Krax is in a great position to backstab, as the rest of EDG should be focused on going down short.
You can hear the footsteps. Fallen catches it, sees the two of them. Mosh still available, ready and waiting for this, and striking from behind. Krax happy to deliver the death blow, at least to Chichu. Flashes in util, a little bit too much to overcome. Tapping away with a ghost in hand. Smoggy is crouching for dear life and even just returns the fire himself. 2v3 though. They need a lot more where that came from. Time starting to get away from them. Ada Captain again will ward them back. Dropping the two of them. Pissed around for FUT. Grants them that lifeline.
They needed that if there was any chance of coming back into Bind. Pushing things to sunset, which would also be a brutal map for FUT. I think it's probably EDG's best, the decider here. A nice opener from cNed. That one starts to get the job done. cNed himself is going to pick up a Vandal heading into the next round too. And EDG full stacking the B site. Now, when I said earlier that their B defense is good, this is not the standard, but I think their B defense is going to be pretty potent here.
Drop it up holding. Even trying to take that fight straight up.
He won it.
Yeah, he did win it, but the rifle's going to be retrieved. But you have to worry about this, cutting up these angles. Ada Captain, Molly at the feet of many of them. Smoggy, hello, that was just not coordinated in the slightest. Ada Captain is having a field day. He's farming up multiple kills. Just needs to keep this rifle going.
He really does need the rifle. He's got reinforcements coming back along, so they might be able to recover this.
Okay.
Or throw it away, perhaps.
Yeah. FUT tried to supply the reinforcements and already did supplying the bodies. EDG now. An opportunity. They don't want to let this one slip. It's FUT that are already the ones who have
Made it nice and open. Possibility for them. Backing away this time, though. FUT want to play this one with more discipline. Crossfire set up nade. Just rebounding. A lot of angles to clear. Simon's going to be trying to take that first point of contact. Diffuse. Trying to stick this half. Dizzy dealt with again, but the adjustment and a rifle aim not quite there from the EDG players. Definitely did some damage, don't get me wrong.
FUT will be very happy that the Vandal got delivered back to them as well. Kankan picked that one up, and so FUT can save it into the next round. It is going to mean, though, that 2 players have got to sit there with pistols. Whereas if the bonus had gone a bit better, they would have had full 5 rifles online. EDG doing damage to the economy. The only downside was, Adacaptain got so many kills, he's kind of getting close to that orbital strike. He's only 2 away. Could get into a good position with it, and then make a very unwinnable post. What a shot from cNed.
Okay, if he's firing like this, it's not just a chance. They might even be able to take this map. Shutting down a star player of China. Growler gliding past, could bait somebody right in here in the footsteps, maybe. Simon's back onto the angle.
He knows this is fake pressure in showers now. This is great information for Simon.
And he's moved right past it. Yedajay might be getting a closer look and a tango. Simon does not expect it. Gave it those timings. They both thought that they had the read, but it's Yedajay who comes out on top. Even if he did just have that pistol in hand. Never to push this one back now. No plant denial, so Mr. Fallen gets that extension. EDG is scattered of only 3 of them left. They've already made the call to just not even play into it.
Wow. What a disciplined decision there to just save in a 3v5. I mean, obviously, you've lost 2 players. It's going to be very difficult. And I think the other factor that might be playing into it is that if you go for this, you take the opportunity and you lose. Well, between that failed retake attempt and the eco that would come afterwards, Mr. Fallen, cNed, and Adacaptain are all going to get up to their ults.
Exactly.
So not only would you lose the round, likely, but you would also send yourself spiraling away.
If you've been watching Valorant at any point this year, you know it's going to be a death blow sentence. You can't let this composition get going, generating the ults, because at that point you're generating execs. Possibilities, plays to be cooked up. FUT convert that bonus round, the economy booming.
And off the back of that guy there, cNed.
Yeah.
And this opener was fantastic. We've seen a couple of odd moments from cNed today where he's missed some spots where you expect him to get it. But most of what we've seen from the Turkish superstar is excellence. I mean, he's been going around, taking shots, opening sights up for them on the entry. It's the rest of the team that needs to step up around him, I think, if they want to make this comeback a reality.
Rolling back the years a little bit, cNed. These kind of performances. One of 4 players at this event that could potentially lift the 2nd Champs Trophy.
If FUT are the team that lifts the 2nd Champs Trophy.
I mean,
cNed wasn't favored to lift the 1st one. That one came out of nowhere with Ascend in 2021.
Very, very true.
But it is Champs. I mean, that just shows you the fact that cNed has that trophy, shows you a lot of it is about turning up at the tournament. Having that form, having that excellence when it matters. That's what all the Chinese fans are hoping EDG can do as well. But Kankan's going to get shut down. That light armor not helping.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication, I think, as well, that sightline was open. Right for the taking here, FUT. They're pouncing on the chance. Another plant down, 2 players left to stand. Smoggy might just want to save this rifle. Simon can go hunting, poking around, maybe see if he can take some guns out of hands of them. But again, the question remains, do you want to be generating these ults for them? Because 1 away, cNed, Mr. Fallen. They're holding on to these angles. Fallen's got it.
And cNed could play for an ult orb, really. I mean, both are accessible to the attackers. So I don't think it's necessary that he goes and hunts this down, but he's going to go for it anyway. A death is fine here, by the way.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, he's got 5K in the bank, so ult for the next round. Happy with it.
And EDG probably going to be able to get a buy together even if Smoggy does go down, so it's not do or die for FUT to chase this Vandal in spawn.
But the trouble is, EDG at this point are losing track and grip of the series, or at least the map, I should say.
The map, for sure. The series is still looking good with them taking away FUT's map pick on Lotus. Like I said, Sunset, EDG, they'll be feeling really confident about that. At the same time, you'd love to close things out in 2 if you are EDG, who are currently taking an attack timeout to make sure that this doesn't snowball even further out of control.
I mean, so it was already an 8-4 half at the beginning.
And you win pistol, you win bonus, and suddenly you're right back in it as FUT.
Exactly.
And this is where the ults are massively important, because as much as EDG can come up with a game plan here, it's got to be one that takes into account that cNed's got a showstopper to burst down, you know, if he wants to go hookah or if he wants to go through short. And he's going to have a Thrash clearing the way from him as well. And if you decide to play retake setups, first of all, those are difficult on bind, and secondly, FUT are probably going to sniff that out and just save one of the ults for post plan. It is really tough to deal with rounds like this, where it's an eco swing round. If EDG lose it, they're back, broken economy. Normally, teams will decide to try to take aggressive fights, because if you can challenge FUT before they get into position to use their showstopper or their Thrash, then maybe you've got a chance. If you can get that pick early enough, you got to take risks in rounds where you've got a disadvantage like that.
Question's going to be asked, I think, of the playbook of EDG on the defensive half. So, you know, as much as we were singing the praises of it,
a lot of that was them letting teams exec into them.
Yeah.
And anchoring against that. You're not going to want to do a strat like that when the other team has massive attack ultimates.
That might be occurring.
Oh, what a read.
Yeah. This is a high-low setup out towards Truck. They might be just trying to beam down cNed if he tries to make the move towards it. Mosh, unconventional location for it. Jump spot and Haunt. Right, bound and through. Thrash is going to try and lead the way, pave a chance potentially for them to get themselves into their site. Kang forced and pushed back and away. Chichu playing spoiler. Rifle spray down. Barely escaping off to the side as well. This fight's happening all over the bloody place with a spike in his laps. Chichu might have done enough. Just needs to back away and survive here. Barely getting around the corner. Rifle reload on point. Spam through the corner. This guy is low. But the damage done, as I said prior,
he's going to get caught.
Might be enough.
Can he take another
one? Yeah, I mean, there's fire from every single avenue. Reclear cord. EDG trying to go with this one. A bit more pace as well. That's a Dizzy and TP. Reclear around. cNed, he's offloaded the ult as well. And now everybody scatters right to the win. This is just sloppy gaming.
He's one shot as well. One Vandal body shot. And he goes down in that situation. He's popped the ultimate there just to try to stabilize the round. So it's a 3v3 at the end of the day, and I think EDG will be super happy about how this one has turned out. As bonkers as it seemed, they've actually reset into a situation where they can win. They've even got the read correct. 2 players defending A.
With 20 seconds remaining. Time becoming an issue. Rotating away though. Simon Haunt didn't see anything. He thinks it's towards B. And there is that Marsh, nobody waits it out. EDG's planting, there's nothing to clear this one away. He's just trying to walk up onto the angle. He does spot him, weak enough. Bullet to the chest, as you already mentioned. Now down to that 2 versus 3. Mosh overhead, Dizzy alongside it. All combined. Wingman, get that first tap, force them out wide. Simon, that is a Ferrari peak on the swing. Coming straight to the defense, jumping, hopping up onto the box. EDG, they stem the bleeding.
Frustration for cNed. They had massive advantages in that round, and EDG took it away. Did they play something proactive? I mean, not necessarily at the start of the round. They had 4 players stacked over towards A, recognizing that Thrash, showstopper, most likely going to be used either hookah or short. Pick one, short, all right, we'll stack A. But then, the escapades through the teleporter.
Yeah, cue to Benny Hill theme, I think. That's just...
But it worked out.
It did. It did. Sometimes that's what you need, an injection of that Chinese chaos that the region is known for.
And now very different ults to come online. FUT close to ones that are good in the post plant, not ones that are good to open up a site. Whereas EDG are just starting to get to their first of everything. Double stack up towards hookah here. Going for a push, EDG. It's all about timing.
No way. Trying to take this one again. Contact play, once broken. Good adjustment with the rifle lane, but it's traded. So 4 versus 4. That's where we stand in round 18. Smokes up in their face. FUT, they have the position. Could try and explode out into this one, and they're going to do just that now. Nobody's got to push this one back and away. Prowler in his face nade as well. Got to respect that. Tiptoeing around most of this util. Falling with the plan as well. That's Wingman sprayed. Down and away.
Another chance here, but do they have a second wave of util? EDG might just try and put a stop to it. No, out of captain, gets that extension and an ult earned over the strike to carry forwards into the next. It's good into this post plan. FUT might be favored.
They still have Molly as well.
Control over lamps. Held down, pre-fires around, C's dropped, and players alongside it. This is EDG winning this one out, forwards and away, rifles, crouch and spraying. Out of captain, he has no time or rest to take this one. Simon with the tap, it does force out over the strike, but Kang, my God, man, running them down. And EDG, they take away another one.
Very tight spacing there from EDG. Good coordination, good discipline, and hitting their shots when it matters too. If FUT had maybe been able to respond in lamps, the round could have been very different. But they weren't. Two players, one caught by the C's, the other flicked onto. cNed could not trade. In terms of the rifle skill today, EDG have turned up to a higher degree, I think, than FUT. Not every player, EDG and cNed still holding their own, finding good timings. But as an entire team, EDG are being able to win these team fight scenarios more often. Tag timeout, suddenly the shoe is on the other foot.
Yeah, okay. All right, mate. Be looking for a new co-caster at this rate.
Not even intentional, but I mean, that's even worse, isn't it?
It's even worse.
But EDG have got massive ultimates, right? And these are good for defense. And Kang has got enough money to pick up the operator, which, spoiler alert, he has. So, cNed guys, they're all going to be there trying to figure out how do they get past all of the tools that EDG have to now close out the map and close out the series.
And EDG would love to do that. Again, reiterating, they've got a very angry hometown crowd after the back of that Shanghai performance where they just bombed out entirely. But maybe this event could be the event for China. We're already seeing upsets occurring, as we already mentioned. You know, Trace the other day over Vitality, EDG. Well, this wouldn't necessarily be an upset. I think most people were panning this one to be quite a close match, but a strong start for them out of the gates is kind of necessary for champs here.
EDG 1-4 across Madrid and Shanghai. So that shows you how desperate they are for a win.
It's been dire this year. EDG drop down and lay down that pit. FUT do not have big ults to try and clear their way through this one.
And they're just kind of looking at the pit, wondering whether they should be going inside it, pressuring it. They have no showers control. Normally, if you're going to pressure a pit like this, you need showers.
And this is where I think the weaknesses in terms of the amount of time FUT has put into this comp might be showcasing. Wide open just from the inability, I think, just to pass through some of these defensive setups. Kang with the op. Posted back up. Chances now out of captain. Top of the fountain. Needs to stay alert. Doesn't know which angle it's going to be. Barely a leg spotted out and through.
Even if you pressure him, though, he's got the showstopper in his back pocket.
Yeah.
So you can't run him down this time.
So we can afford to play this one a little bit more close. He doesn't even catch onto the corner. I mean, seeing it's failed to even clear this one here, it's used as a response. At least EDG going to be getting util pulled back out of them. B-long control is conceded and given up. Wingman spots it. Nobody. You're really going to try and take this fight. Live and true here. It's a showstopper. It's already used preemptively. 25 seconds left. The door's open, wide open. FUT. Doesn't matter, man. Slow play all you like here. Stumbling EDG. Struggling to even put a stop to it. TP pivots though, round and round we go. Smoggy, he's ADS'd, he's locked it up. Pit dropped down to try and get them into spot as well, but the molly stopping them from even getting this plant down. Barely enough time on the clock to do so.
But now that they have secured the plant, the round almost unwinnable. Smoggy was the last chance, the last hope for EDG. Their B defense collapsing a little, and FUT with a nice pivot through the teleport.
I'm just scratching my head at that.
At which part of it?
I mean, EDG's defensive B, I think, is that they had every single tool necessary to stunt and just stop any sort of exec, and they used it all preemptively.
Yeah, normally, like I say, normally they're really good at being able to hold multiple cycles of that util. I think the big problem in this round for them was that nobody tried to hop back inside.
Simon,
I mean, there's no
way. There's just no way, mate. Yeah.
Our first ninja defuse at a global event. I don't think that's likely. Yeah, the hop back into hookah from nobody, I think, was our first, listen, the first that I've seen first nobody feed of the day. I know he's 4-15 at the bottom of the scoreboard, but he's he hasn't been throwing his life away too much. But this one, walking back into the haunt, back into hookah, instead of backing off with the rest of your team, I think he was worried about maybe the Brim ult at his back.
It's a strange one. Bit of a head scratcher. EDG, now they're the ones who have to make the risks. Deep smoke, Prowler, Dizzy, through, gets that connection. They hear the footsteps ring all the way around, ring around a Rosie. Mr. Fulham with a rifle, try to pre-aim onto the corner, but he's going to get postured and pushed back. Out and away, EDG have control, deep flanks occurring all through the middle of the map here. Might be looking to try and take that fight, and the call is made by FUT to refight. They don't want to flip the map at all, just trying to take it with the weaponry, but it does open them up to risky plays. Kangkang's from behind, Prowler in their faces. Other captain's watching, no way, the timing's just about missed, and he hears it. Sound cues around, chaos incarnate occurring before our bloody eyes. Stingers away, Molly dropped down, noise and time, born, but the shot's fired and missed. The sheriff in hand, Kangkang just cannot make it work. And this is, as I said, all over the place. Chichu, you know where he is. They know they lost control of this one, but it is controlled in the end by FUT to bring it to that 10-10.
Both teams winning vitally important rounds and then being able to secure follow-ups. So that the ults, I say secure follow-ups.
You have one bullet left. Hey up, Chichu. There's no way, right? There's absolutely no way. 1v2. Taking a peek at a captain's way ahead of it again. He pokes his head out. 1v1. You can't be letting him get away with this. Not in the slightest. Pre-aim into the wall. Again, another reload online. But this is so damn precarious. Retreat by Cracks. Backs away.
At some point, Shishu's got to go for the spike.
When does that timing come? Peeking through again. Uncertainty at the back of the mind of Cracks as well. Spots it. But just a fade away shot, man. It is so damn messy.
Don't count him out of any round. My mistake there, assuming that FUT had got that one sealed up. Wasn't familiar with EDG's eco game, apparently. 10-10 though. Both teams have let slip opportunities. It looked like FUT had a huge one to be able to get back into the game, and it looked like EDG had it. You know, they were 10-8 up, ready to run away with things. Both teams fighting tooth and nail to stay in here on bind. And this is looking like it's going to be an A execute.
Or at least a shower's take.
Well, the Mosh as well. Lineup thrown.
Now a Nightfall as well. Going to be used to supplement. In through the back of the side, Kangkang. It's an off-angle hold, in through Lamps as well. Has to be cautious, and he's worried, but still takes the peek and the timing. Trying to make a go of things here. The call is made to try and fight this one. Showstopper in the hands of cNed. There's the danger. Kangkang, though, he's weaved his way past most of this, and it just glides straight past him. Whistles through, a tap away. EDG able to offset it, at least with the movement. Survives another day here. Chichu, though, rapidly approaching out for the side. There is chaos. Again, occurring before our very eyes. Chichu, he's isolated, caught into the corner, out through showers here, just trying to make this one a bit winnable. Nobody to defuse is going to be pushed back and away in a rifle spam. Not enough, no players are FUT surviving. EDG get that one round lead now, up to 11.
Another one of those scrappy situations where EDG come out on top. Eventually, situations like that just come down to individuals and how much you can get value from your position. Could you have imagined Kangkang getting more value from his spot? No. Swings out from Lamps, manages to delete Ada Captain, evades a Showstopper, gets another pick inside as well. cNed trying to make a similar thing happen by walking inside the one-way, seeing if he can surprise EDG. The impact difference from the two Raze players was enormous in that spot. And then FUT on top of that lost a bunch of just straight up duels. They're going to need another big one, and they're set up for a B execute. They have Thrash. Last time they tried to take it short. This time, looking somewhere different.
You just got to be scared of this. Here's that one. Snakebite dropped. Let's break it with the Thrash there. A lot of bullets, though, going to be gliding right past, along with the Dizzy. That's a connection haunt. Nothing to offset any of this util. FUT getting full value from this one, but they can't get into the back of the side. Doesn't even matter. They'll let the util do the work.
to seize. It's Molly's all going to be used in conjunction on one another, and with the rifle aim in hand, it's the only thing that could steady the course. EDG got to put a stop to this. Uncertainty here still. Kang rattling the bars. This guy unleashed and had a captain now to do so much more, pick up the pieces. One player left still onto the side. He's got to know that Smoggy might be here. Haunts there, picks up the spike, reload. Not even tapping, doesn't even expect it, but now knows. Isolating the fight into the 1v1. And another tap here, Smoggy. How the hell do you play this one? Out of captain, not expecting, still trained onto the angle, but Smoggy finds it. And the 12th round, eventually, it was a laboured course to get there, but EDG smiled on their faces.
Smoggy is putting on a masterclass in terms of his smoke utility here as well. The smoke that he's putting down on the left side towards Cubby is actually allowing them so much control over backside. Look how difficult it is in these replays for FUT to try to break through that. When they peek, they're not going through the smoke. Smoggy pierces the Merc, is able to actually be able to deliver them the final kill in a 1v1 clutch. Kang back to the old classic, the old reliable of the op and the showstopper. They're leaving him B-side completely to deal with on his own. Everyone else on EDG stacks A, making the read.
Does he still get that connection? Nobody will pick that one back up. They're leaving lamps nice and empty just because of that orbital strike. Had a captain holding on to it. Don't want to fall prey to it.
How are FUT going to get the read that there's 4 players on this site?
Nobody's hard committed. Smokes are primed, now going to be dropped down here, and now the orbital strike alongside it. So, space does have to be given up with the Haunt up and over. Reveal onto the 2, Nade's going to rebound. cNed, you are so damn vulnerable. Up still, trying to play off this util. He's been dropped, orbital strike now going to be earned and now going to be used on either side here. There's a skirmish occurring, Shower's control is EDG's, and with it, the round, almost inevitable. Ada captain, a mad dash away, but into the open arms. EDG, a 2-0 finish for their opening game of champs.
What a way to start things off here in Seoul. Instantly dispelling all of the bad vibes that were acquired during their flat performance at Shanghai. When they were in front of their home crowd, they go straight into the next event, instantly 2-0, dismiss another EMEA team that's fallen to a Chinese squad. This one not necessarily an underdog match. I think a lot of people would have favored EDG in the game, but a 2-0 where they looked like they were in control, honestly, of both maps?
Yeah.
It's impressive. It was scrappy, but we knew it was going to get like that. When you have players on both sides that love taking the aim fights, I think EDG are going to be confident out the back of this, and they've dodged that fated matchup against PaperX.
They did.
Another reason to be happy.
A lot of the Chinese fans as well flying out just to cheer on their own home crowd teams. Take a bow. Well deserved after that one as well, despite how tumultuous that second map looks. You can't argue with the results. 2-0 finish. Not bad at all for the opening game.
And for FUT, they didn't really turn up today. They were struggling with their adaptations on Lotus. Struggled to be able to turn up on an individual level, I think, over the course of this series. They'll be disappointed. And for them, a meeting with PaperX offers no easier players to go up against. This EDG team is going to be the story of the day. I wonder if we'll see big performances coming out from FBX as well. Just to keep talking about these Chinese squads, that game against Heretics was super close.
Oh yeah, it was.
This could be the event where we finally see breakout performances, not just from one team, but actually the whole region catching up.
That was a question we had at the beginning of this match as well. You know, with EDG getting pushed regionally, you know, is that just a result of them slipping, or is it a result of regional parity, of the other teams actually getting better? And with every result, with every win that China as a region is able to accrue and build up at this event, the more it looks likely that the region is finally coming online, paying dividends.
Absolutely. I'm excited now to see the rest of these games. I mean, EDG themselves are going to be going up against G2. That is a tough matchup. They're going to be tested, but they're going to be confident after what they did today.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, so far, stellar performances from a lot of individuals, but we're going to send it down to the floor now for the Verizon post-match interview. I believe Kang standing by.
Hello everyone, I'm back with the post-match interviews. Champs with EDG's Kangkang. 你好, Kangkang. And I'm also joined by our lovely translator Luna. Hello, Luna. 네, 오늘 EDG의 캉캉 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. EDG의 챔피언스 첫 경기를 통해서 이제 승리를 거뒀는데 오늘 상대를 하면서 사이먼을 새로 이렇게 영입한 후에 첫 챔스인데 좀 어떤지 팀의 조합에 대해서도 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Hello, 캉캉. It's your first time coming to champs with Simon on board, so I want to know what does he bring to the table and how that's been like for you.
那其实这也是你第一次和 Simon 一起来到世界赛嘛？那你觉得他为团队带来了一些什么，以及跟他在一起打比赛的时候有什么样的感觉呢？
带来了更多的青春风暴吧，对，就感觉大家都现在 Simon 来了过后，就团队可能协作更好了嘛，因为他是一个比较主动的一个人，所以说这可能是。也不说是主动吧，就是他给道具的时候很主动，所以说这可能是对于团队的一个润滑剂吧，我觉得。
I think after Simon joined in, he's a super young, energetic person, and after that we are more play with our teamwork and synergy. Seems like when he deal with the initiator, give us a skills kit, everything is so good. So that's kind of like that.
사이먼이 정말 이제 젊고 밝은 분위기로 새로 합류하면서 팀에 정말 좋은 뭔가 스킬이나 다방면으로 좀 보완하는 데 도움이 많이 돼서 정말 오늘도 그렇듯 좋은 결과를 얻어낼 수 있었다고 하네요. 그리고 아까 첫 번째 포스트매치 인터뷰 때 제가 G2 발린 선수한테 누구 만나고 싶냐고 물어봤더니 EDG라고 이렇게 대답을 했었거든요. 그거에 대한 좀 반응이 궁금해서 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Before for our first match, I asked G2's Valyn who they want to meet, and Valyn said EDG. So what's your reaction to that?
那之前可能他提问了说G2的 Valyn 说想要跟谁来打比赛，他回答是 EDG。那你想要说些什么呢？对此？
你要战我便战。
你要战？
Yeah, if you want to face against us, I will face against with you.
Oh, okay. 만나고 싶다면 만나주겠다 했습니다. 진짜. Alright, and it's gonna come true. 네, 마지막으로 EDG의 캉캉 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 콩시 캉캉.
감사합니다.
Thank you for the interview. Alright. That is all for our post-match interviews today, but we'll be back with more VALORANT action on Tuesday. So see you then. Bye.
Thank you so much for that, Bella. Always great to hear from Kong there. And wow, I mean, so impressed by EDG, really showing even when FUT were catching up, starting to gain a little steam, shut it down right away. They had to, right? They had to put that nail in the coffin, and they managed to do so here. Big performance from them.
Yeah, I think this time around, it was a little bit more control early from the side of FUT. We didn't see that really big early breakaway that EDG had over on Lotus, but when it came down to it, just a little bit more drive there from them being able to finally get that separation, get themselves up to double digits, and then to map point to be able to close things out. This was a very good effort from the side of EDG.
Yeah, it wasn't a perfect game, but they bounced back on map 2 and had a pretty clean map 1. I think that's a testament to the new system working with nobody IGLing. And also, I think it was a solid debut from the rookie player in Simon. You heard a little bit about the new guy from Kong in that interview, but I feel like he didn't have an outstanding performance as an individual, but I think that Simon did what he needed to do. His breach utility was really good on map 1, and I thought he had some solid moments on the second map as well. Actually, a couple moments where he was getting close to some of those clutches, things like that. It's exactly what you need to get comfortable on the big stage.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that, honestly, you don't need him to have a god-tier game, right? You just need him to go out there, get the kills he needed to get, do his job, and get the job done, and that is exactly what EDG and Simon managed to pull off here.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that you're looking for in a player in pretty much any position is just being able to get value with the util that you have rather than dying and just kind of inting in before you're able to find that impact. Simon, like you said, able to find the kills when needed, but widely. He was just there to facilitate the success of the team.
Yeah, and facilitate it, he most certainly did. But one of the other players that we always have our eyes on there, we heard from them in a Verizon post-match interview, Kong, who back here at the global stage is always going to be fun to watch. I gotta say, Mimi, that ending with him just coming out of the TV, running to the loving hands of Kong with that up, absolutely glorious.
I mean, map 2, it was real, honest to God, Kong at a global event. This guy was playing great once he got that off in hand, especially. So many moments. And you see how much energy, how much fun he brings to this team as well, especially when he's playing like this.
Yeah, and I think that we are just kind of seeing the first few steps here from Kong as he gets geared back up into that form, into that real showman that we have seen from him in the past. It's been a while since we've gotten to see this team be able to come in, look dominant.
It's been a while since they've had a good start, too.
Exactly.
Yeah. March was the last time they won a match at a global event. And I mean, going winless in Shanghai was brutal, but this is what you want to see if you want them to bounce back. And especially facing off against a former champion like cNed, seeing him step up today was really important for these teams.
And, you know, and on the FUT side, real fast, before we move on to what EDG is going to be finding out next in the future, you know, I think like for FUT, they certainly came into this one, it didn't feel like they had, you know, their foot on the gas a little bit a few of these rounds. Yeah, you know, they weren't really figuring it out a few of those times there. And
FUT on the gas.
You
didn't even realize
I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it. Okay, well, that was a missed opportunity for me. And look at you with the dad jokes. I'm proud of you.
You said it.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't mean to.
I was just reminding
I didn't mean to do the FUT thing. Anyway, the point is, though, what is next for this FUT team? Can they bounce back, I think, is the question. I want to think they can.
I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup because it's two teams, and we're asking the question, can they bounce back? And it's really going to be about which one can have that preparation and really find their form a little bit faster. I think that FUT put a little bit more on display here today to maybe have a bit more hope for them. For PACIFIC, they still are always that wild card team. You flip that coin, suddenly everyone, you know, they're in high gear. This could end up being maybe the scrappiest series that we have the whole tournament.
But in terms of what should be, I think, a cleaner series, G2 EDG in that upper bracket, I think, should be a really good game. EDG hasn't, at least that I can remember, played against G2 before at a global event. I think that's a new, interesting style for G2 to deal with. They did really well against PACIFIC today and had some great prep into that match, and I'd expect the same against EDG.
I'm looking at my tea leaves, I'm looking at the script, and from what I can tell here, it does feel like PACIFIC are likely going to be coming out on top of that series versus FUT, because I suspect the G2 are going to have the upper hand versus EDG, and EDG versus PACIFIC just have to clash again. So
yeah, they have to.
It's got to happen once more. It's going to be another elimination.
They can't avoid each other, man.
It just feels like it's in the stars, so I think that's how that's going to shake out.
All I'm going to say is you put it out there in the world, so I don't know. You know, I mean, it could be jinxing it.
I want G2 to win, not necessarily because I'm a giant G2 fangirl, I am, but also because I just want that match. That'd be so good.
Yeah, I want that match as well, and I too am a massive G2 fangirl. In any case, though, guys.
The biggest.
The biggest, some might say.
Second biggest.
That's true. That is going to be a wrap on the 16 teams starting things off here at the group stage. So here is the bracket and how it breaks down.
We gotta reflect a little bit. I mean, like, biggest surprise has got to be Trace staying in that upper round for sure.
That is definitely the biggest surprise, but look at these matches on the right-hand side. Kind of like New Age El Clasico in the bottom there with Genji going up against Heretics. So we get that Shanghai Grand Finals rematch between them. And then DRX versus Fnatic, two teams that have clashed time and time again at, I believe, maybe even every single Champions to date. I forget about last year, but it happened over at the first one in Berlin. It happened again in Istanbul. DRX were the ones that sent them home in that instance. So these guys getting ready to clash once more with two very different looking teams. I am very excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, same.
I'm terrified.
I'm stoked. And honestly, I'm kind of pumped for Lev versus Trace.
Yeah.
I want to see if Trace is the real deal or not. It's going to be a tough one for sure. And of course, we got to see if Leviathan are, you know, back into their form.
If Trace beat Lev,
bro, I'd be so stoked.
But what a moment it would be for them.
What a moment. It'd be incredible. That would be truly,
like that more than
awesome.
anything would be proof that like this is China's event. But
but I think that after what we saw, I mean, if I'm Lev, I'm trying to get away from jet maps, even though, you know, Aspas, an incredible jet in his own right,
Against
maybe the best in the world, but Kai was looking so good on that ascent.
I'm going to be honest,
I will take Aspas in that instance
I would too, but I'm just saying if I'm them, I don't want to give Kai the chance. No, Feng did also look incredible at race.
That is a fair point there, but we're still talking about freaking
take Aspas over Kai.
Aspas clears.
I said he was the best. I said he was the best. I covered my tracks.
X.
You did.
Come for me.
You did. All right, folks. Well, we're going to be taking a day off, and it seems like the camera's on set. So I'll just do this real fast. Hold on a second. There we go. Problem solved. All right, folks. Well, we'll be back on Tuesday with our winners. Mimi, why don't you come in here? Don't make it awkward. So here are going to be the matches on the horizon. You got Gen G taking on Team Heretics. We didn't even talk about that, man. That match is going to be sick, too. Oh, I'm so excited. We also have Fnatic taking on DRX. That is going to be your matches kicking things off on Tuesday. Oh, it's going to be incredible top to bottom, and we hope you guys join us for all the action. And I got to say, this is a great way to close out the show. We should do that more often.
I agree.
Well, in any case, seemed like everything went out. Well, we'll talk to you later, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.